Buttonbrock himself, who was not sitting far from the king, asked young Benda what was going on. After being told that the crown came from the king, he began applauding with a miffed look that was truly comical. Porporina thought she was dreaming. The king was pinching himself to see if he were well awake. Whatever the cause and aim of this triumphant ovation, Consuelo felt its salutary effects. She outdid herself and excited the same wild applause throughout the whole first act. During the first intermission, however, the misunderstanding had bit by bit dissipated, and only the humblest members of the audience, too far removed from the whispers of courtiers to learn the error of their ways, stubbornly went on showing their favor. Finally, at the second intermission, everyone knew from various speeches in the corridors and foyer that the king seemed most displeased with the audience's unreasonable attitude. It was said that Porporina, with unheard-of audacity, had formed a cabal and that anyone known to have participated in that little fiasco would surely regret it. During the third act, despite Porporina's marvelous singing, the auditorium fell into such a deep hush after each of her parts that one could have heard the flutter of a fly's wing. Meanwhile, her fellow performers reaped all the fruits of this backlash. Porporina had been promptly disillusioned about her triumph. "My poor friend," said Consigliere, handing her the crown and the wings after the first scene, "I pity you for having such dangerous friends. They'll seal your doom." During the intermission, Porporino came to her dressing room and whispered, "I had told you to watch out for Saint Germain, but it was too late. There are traitors in every camp. Don't be any less faithful to friendship and docile to your conscience. You are defended by a stronger arm than the one oppressing you." "What do you mean?" exclaimed Porporina. "Are you one of those?" "I mean that God will defend you," replied Porporino, who seemed afraid of being overheard and pointed to one of the partitions between the dressing rooms. They were 10 feet tall but stopped considerably short of the ceiling, which meant that one could easily hear what was going on in the next cubicle. "I foresaw that you would need money, and I've brought you some," he said in an even lower voice, handing her a purse. "Thank you," said Consuelo. "If the jailer, who charges me high prices for supplies, comes after you with a bill, refuse to pay. This ought to keep him happy for a long time. He's a real usurer." "That's enough," said Porporino, a good and loyal man. "I've got to go now. If it looked as though we were sharing secrets, things would only be the worse for you." He slipped away, and Consuelo received a visit from Madame de Cacciai, Signora Barberini, who bravely showed her lots of interest and affection. The Marquise d'Argens, Les Cocois, joined them, looking a bit starchy and talking like a queen on an errand of mercy. Consuelo was none the less grateful for her gesture and begged her not to jeopardize her husband's fine position by staying much longer. The king asked Polnitz, "Well, did you question her? Did you find a way to make her talk?" "No more than if she'd been a statue," replied the baron. "Did you make her understand that I'd pardon everything if she'd just tell me what she knows about the sweeper and what Saint Germain said to her?" "She couldn't care less." "Did you frighten her about the duration of her captivity?" "Not yet. Your Majesty had told me to go gently on her. So put a scare in her on the way back." "I'll try, but it won't do any good." "What is she? A saint, a martyr?" "She's a fanatic, a woman possessed, maybe the devil in petticoats." "In that case, she's in real trouble. I wash my hands of the girl. The season of Italian opera will be over in the next few days. See to it that they manage to finish up without her, and don't let me hear another word about her until next year. A whole year. Your Majesty will never stick to that. Better than your head sticks to your shoulders, Polnitz. Sophie Wilhelmine, who signed her letters to Voltaire with the name Sir Guillemette. Chapter 17. Although Polnitz had enough grudges against Porporina to seize this chance for revenge, he did nothing. He was a consummate coward and could only get nasty with those who threw themselves on his mercy. The slightest suggestion that he had overstepped his bounds made him cringe, and he seemed to feel instinctive respect for anyone who saw through his schemes. He had even been seen to turn away from those who pampered his vices to follow, his tail between his legs, others who trampled him underfoot. Was this because he knew his own weakness or cherished a memory of lost dignity? One would like to believe that in the most corrupt souls there is still a vestige of better instincts that have been stifled or subsist only as pain and remorse. It is a fact that for a long time Polnitz had stuck close to Prince Heinrich, pretending to sympathize with his sorrows, often urging him to complain about his mistreatment at the hands of the king and giving him an example of how to do it. Then he would go repeat the prince's words back to the king, even making them more venomous so as to magnify Frederick's wrath. Polnitz had practiced this vile trait for reasons of pleasure, for, at bottom, he did not hate the prince. He did not hate anyone aside from the king, who went on redoubling his disgrace without wanting to line his pockets. Polnitz loved guile for its own sake. Deception was a flattering triumph in his eyes. Stabbing the king in the back and getting others to do the same gave him real pleasure. And when he relayed these curses to Frederick, all the while priding himself on having provoked them, he inwardly enjoyed being able to pull the same trick on his master by concealing the joy he had felt jeering at the king, betraying him, revealing his foibles, follies, and vices to his enemies. Thus, both sides were his dupes, and that life of intrigue in which he stirred up hatred without exactly serving the hatred of any particular person was for him full of secret delights. Prince Heinrich meanwhile wound up noticing that each time he let his sour feelings show in front of the obliging baron, a few hours later the king would be more angry and insulting with him than usual. If he complained to Polnitz about being under arrest for 24 hours, he would find his sentence doubled the next day. Finally this prince, as frank as he was brave, as trusting as Frederick was suspicious, opened his eyes to the baron's wretched character. Rather than dealing with Polnitz gingerly, he flew into a rage and let him have it. From that point on, the baron kowtowed to the prince and made no more mischief for him. Deep in his heart he even seemed to love the man, inasmuch as his heart was able to love. Tender feelings washed over Polnitz as he extolled Prince Heinrich and his qualities. These marks of respect looked so sincere that people were amazed by the incomprehensible quirks of such a man. The truth is that Polnitz found the king's brother 1,000 times more generous and tolerant than the king himself and would have preferred Heinrich as his master. Like the king, he had a sense or vague hunch about some sort of mysterious plot involving the prince. Yearning to be the one pulling the strings, he was eager to know if it stood a good enough chance of success for him to join in. So it was with the intention of clarifying things for his own sake that he had tried to deceive Consuelo. Had she revealed the little that she knew, he would not have tattled to the king, not unless Frederick had paid him handsomely. Yet Frederick was too thrifty to have great scoundrels at his orders. Polnitz had pried a few pieces of the puzzle out of the Count de Saint-Germain by saying with such conviction such dreadful things about the king that this clever adventurer had let his guard down a bit too far. Let it be said in passing that Saint-Germain had a streak of enthusiasm and folly, while he was phony and even Jesuitical in many respects. there lay beneath all that a fanatical conviction that stood in remarkable contrast to these qualities and made him do many thoughtless things. On the way back to the fortress, Polnitz, a bit blasé about people's contempt for him and having already nearly forgotten Consuelo's sneers, was quite candid with her. Without any coaxing he confessed that he knew nothing, that everything he had said about the prince's dealings with foreign powers was just idle talk based on the strange conduct and secret relations of the prince and his sister with various suspicious characters. "These comments do no honor to your lordship's loyalty," said Consuelo. "Perhaps it would be better not to boast about them." "These comments didn't originate with me," Polnitz replied imperturbably. "They were hatched in the brain of our king and master, a sick and gloomy brain, if ever there was one, when seized with suspicion. And treating guesswork like facts is such a time-hollowed method among courtiers and diplomats that you're a total prig to be scandalized. Besides, I learned this from kings. They taught me what I know, and all my vices come from the two Prussian kings, father and son, whom I've been honored to serve. Telling a lie to get at the truth. Frederick has never done anything else, and he's considered a great man. It's all the rage now. Yet I'm called a scoundrel because I follow the error of his ways. It's so unfair." Polnitz pestered Consuelo as much as he could to learn what was going on with her, the prince, the abbess, Trenck, the adventurers Saint Germain and Trismegistus, as well as a great number of very important people, or so he said, who were mixed up in an inexplicable intrigue. He naively confessed that he would not hesitate to throw in his lot if there were something to it. To Consuelo it was clear that he was at last being frank with her. Yet there was no merit in her stubborn denials because she truly knew nothing. After watching the gates of the fortress swing shut on Consuelo and her supposed secret, he wondered how to proceed with her. In the end, hoping that she would open up if he managed to get her back to Berlin, he resolved to exonerate her in the eyes of the king. Yet, no sooner had he broached the topic the next day than the king cut him off. "Did she reveal anything?" "Nothing, sire." "In that case, don't bother me. I've forbidden you to talk to me about her." "Sire, she doesn't know a thing." "Too bad for her. Don't ever let me hear you say her name again." The tone of this decree precluded any rejoinder. Frederick indeed suffered when Porporina crossed his mind. He would feel a little tiny stab of pain deep in his heart and conscience as when a finger brushes over a thorn buried in the flesh. To avoid that discomfort he decided to dismiss its cause from his mind once and for all, which was no trouble at all. Less than a week later, thanks to his robust royal temperament and servile entourage, he no longer remembered that Consuelo had ever existed. Yet the unfortunate creature was at Spandau. The theater season was over, and her harpsichord had been taken away. The king had shown her this kindness the evening when the audience, with the best of intentions, had applauded her in front of his face. Prince Heinrich was under arrest indefinitely. The abbess of Quedlinburg was seriously ill, as the king had been so cruel as to make her think that Trenck had been recaptured and dropped back down into the depths of some dungeon. Trismegistus and Saint Germain had truly vanished, and the sweeper was no longer haunting the palace. The omen of her appearance had apparently been more or less fulfilled. Drained by several precocious infirmities, the king's youngest brother had passed away. In addition to these domestic woes, Voltaire and the king had had their final falling out. Nearly all the biographers have maintained that Voltaire came out of this wretched squabble honorably. A closer look at the evidence shows that both parties disgraced themselves and that Frederick's role may have been the less petty of the two. More cold-blooded, implacable and selfish than Voltaire, Frederick knew neither envy nor hatred, and these burning little passions deprived Voltaire of the pride and dignity that Frederick could at least impersonate. Among the bitter little squabbles that gradually brought on the explosion, there was one in which the name of Consuelo was never uttered. Even so, it aggravated the sentence of deliberate oblivion weighing upon her. One evening Diogenes was reading the Parisian gazettes to Frederick, with Voltaire present. There were reports about the adventures of Mlle Clarin, interrupted right in the middle of her part by a poorly seated man who had yelled at her, "Speak up," ordered to apologize to the audience for having regally replied, "And you pipe down," finally packed off to the Bastille for having gone on with her role with equal amounts of pride and determination. The stage would not, however, be deprived of Mlle Clarin, the newspapers added. For the duration of her imprisonment, which they hoped and opined would be brief, she would be brought from the Bastille under escort to play Phèdre or Chimène, then taken back to her cell to sleep. Voltaire was very close to Hippolyte Clarin, who had done a great deal to make his plays a success. This event made his blood boil. Forgetting that something similar and even more serious was happening right before his very eyes, he interrupted Diogenes at every word, exclaiming, "Shame, shame on France! What an oaf! Heckling an actress like Mlle Clarin in such a stupid, vulgar way. The audience is nothing but a bunch of boors. The louts, the barbarians want an apology out of a woman, and a charming one at that. The Bastille! God Almighty! Are you sure you've got it right, Marquis? A woman sent to the Bastille in this day and age? And for a delightful repartee, witty, tasteful, and fitting? And this in France?" "No doubt," said the king, "Clarin was playing Electra or Semiramis, and the audience, who didn't want to miss a single word, should find favor in the eyes of Monsieur de Voltaire." At some other moment the king's remark would have been flattering. Yet Voltaire was struck by the king's ironic tone, which suddenly made him see what a blunder he had just committed. With a witty word or two he could easily have smoothed things over, but he was not in the mood. The king's spite rekindled his own, and he fired back, "No, sire, even if Mlle Clarin had utterly ruined one of my roles, I shall never understand how the police anywhere in this world could be so brutal as to drag off and incarcerate as a political prisoner beauty, genius, and vulnerability." This retort, along with 100 others, and above all the cruel quips and cynical jests reported to the king by Poelnitz and others of his ilk, led to the famous break-up and provided Voltaire with the zestiest grievances, the most hilarious curses and cutting reproaches. Consuelo was only more thoroughly forgotten at Spandau, whereas Mlle Clarin at the end of her third day at the Bastille went free, triumphant and adored. Deprived of her harpsichord, the poor child summoned up all her courage to go on singing in the evenings and writing music. She rose to the occasion and soon noticed that her voice and exquisitely fine sense of pitch were benefiting from this dry, difficult exercise. The fear of singing a wrong note made her much more cautious. She listened even harder to herself, which required extraordinary efforts of memory and attention. Her manner gained breadth, substance, and refinement. Her compositions took on a simpler character, and in her prison she wrote airs of remarkable beauty and sublime sorrow. Yet it was not long before she understood how much losing the harpsichord jeopardized her physical and mental well-being. She felt a relentless need to keep busy and could not find relief from the stirring, stormy work of composition and performance in more restful sessions of reading and study. Little by little she felt her blood flushed with fever, her mind overcome with despair. Her temperament, energetic, happy, and tenderly expansive, was not made for physical and emotional isolation. A few weeks of this cruel regime might have spelled her death, had Providence not sent her a friend where she certainly did not expect to find one. Chapter 18. On the floor below the cell assigned to our recluse there was a big, smoky room. The only light that ever touched the gloomy depths of the thick arched ceiling came from a fire in a huge hearth always filled with iron kettles boiling and grumbling at every possible pitch. Within these walls the Schwartz family would spend the whole day and conduct their clever culinary operations. While the wife mathematically combined the greatest number of dinners possible with the fewest ingredients imaginable, the husband sat at a table black with ink and oil. By the light of a lamp burning night and day in this somber sanctuary he artistically composed the most daunting bills stuffed with the most fabulous details. The skimpy meals were for the goodly number of prisoners that the officious jailer had managed to list as his boarders. The bills were to be submitted to their bankers for their family, but without being checked over by those who were experiencing this sumptuous fare. While the speculating couple fervently pursued their business, two more peaceable characters lived in silence under the hood of the fireplace, perfect strangers to the pleasures and profits of this operation. The first was a big orange cat, skinny and balding, who did nothing but lick his paws and roll in the ashes. The second was a young man, rather a boy, an even uglier specimen, who spent his immobile, contemplative life perusing an old book greasier than his mother's kettles and spinning endless dreams that resembled moronic bliss more than the meditations of a thinking being. The boy had baptized the cat with the name Beelzebub, no doubt an antithesis to the one he had received from his parents Herr and Frau Schwartz, to wit, the holy, sacred name of Gottlieb. Up to the age of 15, Gottlieb, who was destined for the clergy, had worked hard and made swift progress in Protestant liturgy. For the last 4 years, however, he had been inert and sickly, never far from the fire, without any desire to move around or see the sun, unable to go on with his schooling. A sudden, chaotic growing spurt had reduced him to this languor and indolence. His long, skinny legs could scarcely hold up his enormously tall, almost disjointed frame. His arms were so weak and his hands so clumsy that he could not touch anything without breaking it. For that reason his tight-fisted mother had forbidden him to use his hands, and he was only too willing to obey. His bloated, beardless face and high, bare forehead rather made one think of a soft pear. His features were as irregular as the proportions of his body. He was so walleyed that he looked completely deranged, and his thick lips spread in a foolish grin. With his formless nose and pasty complexion, his flat ears planted far too low as well as his insipid face with its dreary crown of sparse stiff hairs, he resembled a poorly peeled turnip more so than any Christian. Such, at least, was his fine mother's poetic analogy. Despite the disgrace that nature had lavished upon this poor creature, despite the shame and chagrin that Frau Schwartz felt whenever she set eyes on him, Gottlieb, an only child, an inoffensive and resigned invalid, was nonetheless the sole pride and joy of the authors of his days. Back when he had been less ugly, they had cherished the hope that he might turn out to be a handsome young lad. They had rejoiced in his studious boyhood and brilliant future. Despite the precarious condition to which they saw him reduced, they hoped that he would regain strength, intelligence, and good looks once his interminable growing phase was over. Needless to say, a mother's love makes the best of everything and is content with very little. Frau Schwartz, even though she was sharp and sarcastic with him, adored her hideous little Gottlieb. Had he not been ever present to her like a statue of salt, her own expression, in a corner of the hearth, she would have lost the courage to water down her sauces and pat her bills. Old Schwartz, who like many men put more pride than tenderness in his fatherly feelings, went on extorting and robbing his prisoners in the hope that one day Gottlieb would be a minister and famous preacher. Given that the child had been so articulate before his illness set in, Schwartz was obsessed with this idea. Yet for the last 4 years at least Gottlieb had not said one thing that made sense, and if he managed to string 2 or 3 words together, they were only meant for the ears of his cat Beelzebub. In short, Gottlieb had been pronounced a moron by the doctors, and his parents alone believed that he could be cured. Yet one day Gottlieb, suddenly emerging from his apathy, let his parents know that he wanted to learn a trade to relieve his boredom and put his dreary years of languor to use. Even though manual labor was hardly worthy of a future minister of the Reformed Church, they gave in to this harmless whim. His mind was so set on finding repose that they had no choice but to let him go study the art of shoemaking with a cobbler. His father would have preferred that his son choose a more elegant profession, but it was to no avail that they paraded every line of work in front of him. He stubbornly clung to St. Crispin's trade and even claimed to feel the call of Providence. As this desire became an obsession with him, as the simple fear that his plans might be thwarted threw him into deep melancholy, they let him spend a month in a master cobbler's workshop. One fine morning he returned home with all the necessary tools and materials. Taking his accustomed place under the hood of his beloved fireplace, he declared that he had learned enough and had no more need of lessons. That was hardly credible. Yet his parents, hoping that he had grown disgusted with shoemaking and might go back to studying theology, welcomed him home without reproach or sarcasm. Then began a new era in Gottlieb's life, one entirely filled and enchanted by the imaginary making of a pair of shoes. For 3 or 4 hours a day he would pick up his last and all and work on a shoe that no one ever wore because it was never finished. Recut, stretched, hammered, and sewn day after day, it took every possible shape except that of a shoe, which did not prevent the peaceable artisan from pursuing his work with pleasure, concentration, leisure, patience, and self-satisfaction, above and beyond the barbs of any criticism. At first his parents were a bit frightened by this monomania. Then they got used to it as to everything else, and the interminable shoe, which Gottlieb only put down for his book of sermons and prayers, was counted as just another infirmity. Nothing more was required of him aside from occasionally accompanying his father through hallways and courtyards for a breath of air. Yet, these walks greatly distressed Herr Schwartz because the children of the other jailers and citadel employees were always chasing after Gottlieb, imitating his lackadaisical, clumsy gait and shrieking in every key, "Shoes! Shoes! Cobbler, make us some shoes!" Gottlieb took their heckling well, smiling at the nasty crew with angelic serenity, even stopping to reply, "Shoes? Of course, with all my heart. Come by so that I can take your measurements. Which one of you wants shoes?" But Herr Schwartz would always drag him away so that he would not compromise himself with such riffraff, and the cobbler seemed neither angry nor anxious for having been torn away from his eager clients. Early in her captivity, Herr Schwartz had humbly requested that Consuelo speak with Gottlieb to try and reawaken the memory and taste for eloquence with which he had seemed to be endowed as a child. All the while acknowledging his heir's sickly state and apathy, Herr Schwartz, faithful to the law of nature that La Fontaine expressed so well, "Our little ones are more dainty and bonny, more comely and pretty than all their peers," had not given a very faithful description of poor Gottlieb's charms. Otherwise, Consuelo might not have refused, as she had, to receive in her cell a lad of 19 described to her as a fine strapping fellow 5 feet 8 inches tall, who would have made every recruiter in the Landrule had it not been for a slight weakness in his arms and legs that, unfortunately for his health and fortunately for his independence, made him unfit for a military career. The captive thought that the company of a child of that age and size was hardly proper in her situation, and she flatly refused to see him, a discourtesy for which Frau Schwartz made her pay every day by thinning her broth with a pint of water. In order to walk on the esplanade where she was allowed out for some air every day, Consuelo had to go down through the Schwartz's nauseating dwelling, all with the permission and escort of her jailer. He did not need any coaxing, since indefatigable complaisance, in everything regarding services authorized by his orders, was itemized on his bills at a very stiff price. So it happened one day that while Consuelo was crossing the kitchen, one door of which opened out onto the esplanade, Gottlieb caught her eye. This face of an aborted baby on the body of a misshapen giant first struck her with disgust, then compassion. She spoke to him, benevolently asked him some questions and did her best to make him open up. Yet his mind seemed paralyzed by illness or excessive timidity, for he never followed her out onto the rampart except when forced by his parents and only replied to her in monosyllables. So she began to fear that her attentions were merely adding to the distress she supposed he felt. After having told his father that Gottlieb did not show the slightest disposition for oratory, she refrained from talking to him, even looking at him. Although Frau Schwartz frisked Consuelo again the evening after she had seen her comrade Porporino and the Berlin audience for the last time, the singer managed to outwit this female Cerberus. The hour was late, the kitchen was dark, and Frau Schwartz was not happy to have been roused out of her first sleep. With Gottlieb fast asleep in a room, rather a cubbyhole that looked out into the culinary workshop, and her Schwartz having gone ahead upstairs to open the double iron door of her cell, Consuelo drew up close to the smoldering hearth and pretended to stroke Beelzebub. She was trying to find a way to keep her money out of the clutches of the frisker so as not to be at her absolute mercy any longer. While Frau Schwartz was lighting her lamp and putting on her glasses, Consuelo noticed at the back of the fireplace, which was Gottlieb's accustomed place, a recess in the wall at the height of her arm, and in this mysterious nook the poor moron's book of sermons and the never-finished shoe. This was his library and workshop. This hole blackened with soot and smoke held all of Gottlieb's treasures, all of his delights. With a quick, nimble hand she deposited her purse there, then patiently submitted herself to the old fate, who importuned her at length, running her greasy, crooked fingers over every fold of her dress, surprised and furious not to find a single thing. As Consuelo did not attach much importance after all to pulling off this little scheme, she remained cool and collected. For this reason the jailer's wife was finally convinced that she was not concealing anything. As soon as the examination was over, she grabbed her purse and held it tight under her pelisse. Back in her cell she tried to find a good hiding place since she knew full well that during her walks every day they went over everything there with a fine-tooth comb. She found nothing better than to sew her little fortune into a belt and keep it on her person at all times, given that Frau Schwartz had no right to search her except after a trip outside the prison. Yet the first sum of money that Frau Schwartz had seized from the prisoner the day of her arrival had run out a long time ago, thanks to her Schwartz's ingeniously concocted bills. After having made rather meager new expenditures and drawn up a rather fat new bill according to his prudent, profitable custom, he was too cowardly to talk business and ask for money from a person condemned not to have any. Having been informed by Consuelo on day one that her savings had been entrusted to Porporino, Schwartz, without so much as a word to her, went to Berlin and presented his bill to that faithful trustee. Forewarned by Consuelo, Porporino refused to pay up before the bill had been approved by the consumer herself and sent the creditor back to his friend, who had money, he knew, as he had just given her some. Schwartz came back pale and desperate, screaming that he would go bankrupt and considering himself robbed, even though the first 100 ducats seized from the prisoner would have paid 4 times over all the charges she had run up in 2 months. Frau Schwartz endured this alleged injury with the philosophy that comes from greater strength of mind and perseverance. "We've no doubt been sacked like victims in a forest," she replied. "But did you ever expect to make much off that prisoner? I warned you about this. An actress? They have no savings. And for her trustee, an actor? They have no honor. Well, we're out 200 ducats, but we'll make it up with the other customers, who are good ones. This'll teach you not to offer your services recklessly to just anybody. I'm not sorry, Schwartz, that you've had this little lesson. Now, as for that little snip who doesn't even have the courtesy to come back with a gold Frederick in her pocket to pay the frisker for her trouble, who seems to consider Gottlieb a poor idiot because he doesn't flirt with her, I'm going to have the pleasure of putting her on a regime of dry, even moldy bread. What a rotter!" Grumbling and shrugging her shoulders, Frau Schwartz went back to her business. Finding herself under the hood of the fireplace near Gottlieb, she asked while skimming her pots, "What have you got to say about this, you little slyboots?" These words were said merely for the sake of talking, for she knew that Gottlieb listened as well as his cat Beelzebub. "My shoe is coming along, mother," replied Gottlieb with a demented smile. "Soon I'll be starting a new pair." "Indeed," said the old woman pitifully nodding her head. "So every day you make a pair? Keep it up, son. That will earn you a good living. My God," she added, placing the covers back on her kettles. She sounded resigned to her sorrow, as if maternal indulgence had inspired tender feelings in this thoroughly petrified heart. When her dinner failed to appear that day, Consuelo guessed what had happened, even though she found it hard to believe that 100 ducats had been spent so fast on such meager fare. She had already drawn up a plan with regard to her and Frau Schwartz. She still had not received a single penny from the King of Prussia and greatly feared that old promises would be her only pay. Voltaire was leaving with the same wages. If she were held captive much longer, and if Schwartz did not change his terms, she knew that the little sum she had earned by delighting the ears of a few individuals less stingy but less rich would not go far. She wanted to force him to scale down his fees, and for 2 or 3 days she contented herself with the bread and water he brought her without seeming to notice the change in her regime. Her stove began to be as neglected as all the rest, and Consuelo endured the cold without complaint. Fortunately, the intolerably severe weather was past. It was April, a season less spring-like in Prussia than in France, but the temperatures were turning milder. Before entering into negotiations with her greedy tyrant, she thought it best to find a safe place for her money, for she had to expect an arbitrary search and seizure as soon as she admitted to having resources. Even though necessity cannot turn us into geniuses, it does make us see things clearly. Consuelo had no tools for hollowing out wood or lifting stones. Yet the next day, while she was studying every nook and cranny of her cell with the minute patience that prisoners alone possess, she wound up discovering a brick that seemed not to fit into the wall as tightly as the others. By dint of scratching around the edges with her nails, she removed the mortar and saw that it was not, as elsewhere, cement, but some crumbly substance that she took for dry bits of bread. She managed to pull the brick out and found a little space, probably devised by some prisoner or other, back between this loose piece and the well-pointed masonry that formed the thick wall. All her doubts vanished when her fingers, searching around in this little cubbyhole, encountered several objects, veritable treasures for any prisoner: a package of pencils, a penknife, a flintstone, tinder, and several rolls of those skinny, coiled tapers that we call cave rats. Since there was no humidity in the wall, everything was in tip-top shape. Besides, These items could have been put there just a few days before the cell became hers. To them she added her purse as well as her little filigree crucifix on which her Schwartz had often fixed a covetous eye, remarking how much Gottlieb would like that little trinket. Then she put the brick back, cementing it in place with bits of her noonday bread. So that this mortar would be the same color as the rest, she darkened the crumbs by rubbing them on the floor. Now that there was no need to worry for a while about how to take care of her needs or how to spend her evenings, she steadfastly awaited the Schwartzes' visit and felt as proud and happy as if she had discovered a new world. Schwartz meanwhile soon got tired of not finding any way to make money. Though his business might be small, a little was better than nothing, he would tell himself, and he was the first to break the silence by asking his prisoner number 3 if she had no more orders to place with him. Then Consuelo decided to say not that she had money but that every week she regularly received a sum by means impossible to discover. Yet if you were to figure it out, that would prevent me from spending anything, she said. It's up to you to decide if you prefer strict obedience to your orders or honest profit. After considerable strife, after futile searches of Consuelo's clothes, mattress, floor, and furniture over the course of several days, Schwartz began to think that some high-placed prison official was himself making it possible for her to communicate with the outside world. Corruption was everywhere in the prison hierarchy, and the underlings found it profitable not to check up on their more powerful colleagues. "Let's just take what God sends our way," said Schwartz with a sigh. And he resigned himself to settling his accounts with Properina on a weekly basis. She did not make a fuss about the first bill, but from then on arranged not to pay for anything more than twice its value. Even though Frau Schwartz found this very stingy, it did not prevent her from receiving her salary and more or less earning it. Chapter 19. It won't seem at all miraculous to those who are fond of reading stories about prisoners that this simple hiding place nonetheless escaped the jailer's eager scrutiny. Consuelo's little secret was not discovered. After her walk she inspected her treasures and found them intact. As soon as it was dark, her first thought was to push her mattress in front of the window, light her little candle, and start writing. We'll let her speak for herself. For a long time after her death Consuelo's manuscript remained in the hands of Canon ****, but now it is in our possession. We are translating it from Italian. The Diary of Consuelo called Porporina. Prisoner at Spandau, April 175***. April 2nd, music is the only thing I've ever written, and though I'm at ease speaking several languages, I don't know whether I'm capable of expressing myself correctly in any one of them. I never thought that I'd have to paint whatever might occupy my heart and life in a language other than that of the divine art I profess. Words and sentences seem so cold in comparison with what I was able to express in song. I could count the letters, rather notes I've dashed off, and haphazardly, in the 3 or 4 most critical points in my life. So this is the first time I've ever felt the need to retrace with words what I'm feeling, what's happening to me. It's even a great pleasure to give it a try. Illustrious, revered Purpura, dear, sweet Haydn, excellent and worthy Canon *****, you who are my only friends, and perhaps you too, noble, hapless Baron von Trenck, my thoughts turn to you while I'm writing. It's to you that I'm telling my setbacks and trials. I feel that I'm talking to you, that I'm with you, that in my dreary solitude I'm escaping death's nothingness by initiating you into the mystery of my life. Perhaps I'll die here of boredom and misery, even though my physical strength and mental fortitude don't seem to have suffered many ill effects so far. Yet I don't know what evils the future holds in store for me, and if I succumb, at least you'll have a trace of me and a depiction of my death throes. It will be a legacy to whatever prisoner has this cell after me and finds the hiding place in the wall where I myself found the paper and pencils I'm using to write to you. Oh, now I thank my mother, who never knew how to write, for having seen to it that I learned how. Yes, writing is a great comfort in prison. My sad song could not get through these thick walls to your ears. The words that I'm writing will reach you someday. And who knows if I won't soon find a way of sending them to you. I've always put my trust in Providence. April 3rd. My entries will be brief, without lengthy meditations. This small supply of paper, flimsy as silk, won't last forever, and it's possible that my captivity will. I'll say a few words to you every night before going to sleep. I don't want to waste my candle either. I cannot write during the day as I'd risk getting caught. I won't tell you why I was sent here. I don't know why, and if I tried to guess at the reason with you, I might compromise certain people who nonetheless told me nothing. Nor will I complain about the authors of my misfortune. If I were to give way to reproaches and resentment, I think I'd lose the strength sustaining me. Here I only want to think about those I love, also the one I loved. Every evening I sing for 2 hours, and I think I'm making progress. What good will that do me? The vaults of my dungeon reply without hearing me. But God hears me, and when I've composed a canticle and sing it to Him with the fervor of my soul, I feel a celestial calm and fall asleep almost happy. It seems to me that I'm receiving a heavenly reply, that while I'm sleeping a mysterious voice is singing me another canticle more beautiful than mine, which I try to remember the next day and sing in turn. Now that I've got pencils and still a bit of ruled paper, I'm going to write down my compositions. Perhaps one day you'll try them out, my dear friends, and I won't be altogether dead. April 4th. This morning the robin came to my room and stayed for over a quarter of an hour. For 2 weeks I'd been inviting him to do me this honor, and today at last he made up his mind. He lives in some old ivy that has dragged itself up as far as my window, which my jailers have spared since it greens up their door a few feet below. For a long time the pretty little bird had been watching me with a curious, wary eye. Attracted by the bread that I've been rolling up to look like little worms and wriggling at him, teasing him with the lure of living prey, he would flit over near the bars of my window as if carried by a gust of wind. As soon as he saw that he'd been tricked, he would give me a dirty look, squawk out something sounding like an insult, and fly away. And then these hideous iron bars, so close together and so black, through which we've made acquaintance, looked so much like a cage that he was horrified by them. Yet today, as I wasn't thinking about him any longer, he decided to fly through the bars into my room and, without giving a thought to me, I'm also quite sure, perched on a crosspiece of a chair. Not wanting to scare him away, I didn't move a muscle, and he began glancing around in amazement, just like an explorer discovering a new land and making his observations so that he could describe these wondrous things to his friends. He was astonished by me most of all. As long as I kept still, he seemed to find me very funny. With his big round eyes and beak up in the air like a little snub nose, his physiognomy is silly and saucy in the wittiest way. I finally coughed a bit to get a conversation going, and he took off all alarmed. But in his haste he couldn't find the window. He flew up to the ceiling and went madly round and round for a minute, then finally calmed down, seeing that I was not about to give chase. Exhausted more by his fright than his flight, he swooped down on the stove and seemed most pleasantly surprised by the heat, for this bird is very sensitive to the cold. He flitted around the room a bit more, then with secret pleasure returned to the stove several times to warm up his sweet little feet. He made so bold as to go peck at my little worms of bread lying on the table. After giving them a scornful shake and strewing them about, he was no doubt overcome with hunger and wound up swallowing one, which he didn't find too bad. Just then Herr Schwartz, my jailer, came in, and the dear little visitor found the window to make his escape. But I'm hoping he'll return, for all day long he has scarcely gone away, never stopped looking at me, as though he were promising to come back and letting me know that he no longer has such a poor opinion of me and my bread. How I've gone on and on about a robin. I didn't think I was such a child. Does prison turn people into idiots? Or is there some mystery of sympathy and affection among all breathing things under the firmament? My harpsichord has been here for a few days now. I've been able to work, study, compose, sing. So far none of that has moved me as much as the visit of this little bird, this being. Yes, he's a being, and that's why I felt my heart beat when I saw him close by. Yet my jailer is also a being of my own kind. His wife, his son whom I see several times a day, the sentry who spends his days and nights marching back and forth on the rampart, never taking his eyes off me, they are better organized beings, natural friends, brothers and sisters before God. Yet the sight of them gives me much more pain than pleasure. For me, this jailer is a grate in the door of my cell, his wife a padlock, her son a stone embedded in the wall. In the soldier watching over me I see only a gun aimed in my direction. To my mind there's nothing human about them, nothing alive. They're machines, instruments of torture and death. Were it not for my fear of impiety, I would hate them. Oh, my dear Robin! You I love. There's no denying the feeling. Whoever can explain this kind of love? April 5th. Another event. Here's the note I received this morning. The handwriting was hard to read, and the slip of paper filthy. Sister, the Spirit visits you, so you are a saint, I was very sure of it. I am your friend and servant. Dispose of me as you wish, and order all that you will of your brother. Who is this friend, this improvised brother? I'll never guess. While opening my window to say hello to the robin this morning, I found this on the sill. Could he have brought it to me? I'm tempted to think that he is the one who wrote these words. In any case, he knows me, the dear little being, and he's beginning to love me. He practically never goes near the Schwartz's kitchen. A smell of hot grease spews forth from their little kitchen window and wafts upstairs, which is not the least annoyance of my abode. But I no longer want to go elsewhere since my little bird is making this place his home. He's too refined to become familiar with this soup-slinging turnkey, his nasty wife, and their ugly offspring. When I'm clearly the one who enjoys his trust and affection. Today he came into my room again and gobbled up breakfast. When I took a walk at noon on the esplanade, he came down out of his ivy and flitted around my head, squawking all the while as if to tease me and make sure that I saw him. Ugly Gottlieb was at his door, watching me with his wild eyes and sniggering. He is always with a dreadful orange cat who fixes my robin with a gaze even more horrible than his master's. It makes me shudder. I hate that cat almost as much as Frau Schwartz with her prying fingers. April 6th. Another note this morning. This is becoming bizarre. The same crooked, pointy handwriting, a slovenly scrawl, the same rough wrapping paper as well. My Linder is no hidalgo, but he's tender-hearted and full of enthusiasm. Dear sister, soul chosen by God and marked by his finger, you are wary of me. You won't speak to me. Don't you have any orders for me? Is there nothing I can do for you? My life is yours. Give your brother his orders. I look at the sentry, a lot of a soldier who knits stockings while marching to and fro, shouldering his gun. He gazes back, looking as though he'd be more inclined to send me a bullet instead of a little love note. Wherever I turn my eyes, I see nothing but enormous grey walls bristling with nettles, bordered by a moat which is bordered by yet more fortifications. I don't know what they're called nor what purpose they serve, but they prevent me from seeing the water. At the top of this outer fortification I can see another sentry's cap plus the tip of his gun and hear him ferociously bellowing at every boat that approaches the citadel, "Steer clear." If only I could see these boats, a little running water, and a bit of the countryside. I can only hear the slap of oars, every now and then a fisherman's song, and far off in the distance, when the wind is blowing from that direction, the seething, swirling eddies formed by the confluence of the two rivers at a certain distance from the prison. But where are these mysterious notes and this fine devotion that I find so perplexing coming from? Maybe my robin knows, but the cunning little creature won't say. April 7th, while I was walking on my rampart and looking with all my eyes, I noticed a narrow little slit in the side of the tower where I live. It's about 10 feet up from my window and almost entirely hidden by the topmost shoots of the ivy. With that little slit of a window no one can be living there, I thought with a shudder. Still I wanted to know for sure, so I tried to get Gottlieb out on the rampart by flattering his obsession, rather his unhappy passion, for making shoes. I asked him if he could make me a pair of slippers. For the first time he came up to me of his own accord and spoke without embarrassment. But his way of talking is as odd as his face, and I'm starting to think that he's no moron but a madman. "Shoes for you?" he asked. No, I would not dare. It is written, I am not worthy to unfasten the laces of his shoes. I saw his mother standing just outside the door and ready to come join the conversation, which meant that there was no time to try and understand why he was being so humble or reverent. I hurriedly asked him if anyone lived on the floor above me, even though I was scarcely hoping for a sensible reply. "Nobody lives there," was Gottlieb's very judicious reply. "It's not possible for anyone to live there. There's only a staircase going up to the platform." "And the platform stands alone? It's not connected to anything? Why are you asking me that, since you already know the answer?" "No, I don't know, nor do I much care to know. I'm only trying to get you talking, Gottlieb, to see if you're as quick-witted as they say." "My wits are very, very quick," said poor Gottlieb in a sad, solemn tone that did not square with his comic words. "In that case, tell me," I asked, for time was precious, "how this courtyard is put together." "Ask the robin," he replied with a strange smile. "He knows. He flies and goes everywhere. I don't know anything since I don't go anywhere." "What? Not even to the top of the tower where you live? You don't know what's behind this wall?" "Maybe I've been there, but I didn't take any notice. I hardly ever look at anything or anybody." "Yet you look at the robin. You see him, you know him." "Oh, him. That's different. One knows the angels well. That's no reason to look at walls." "That's very deep what you've just said, Gottlieb. Could you explain it to me?" "Ask the robin. I'm telling you, he knows everything. He can go everywhere, but he only ever visits his own kind. That's why he goes to your room." "Thanks very much, Gottlieb. You take me for a bird. The robin is not a bird." "So what is he?" "An angel, as you know. In that case, I'm one too? You said it. How gallant of you. Gallant. Gottlieb gave me a stunned look. What does gallant mean? You don't know the word? No. How do you know that the robin comes to my room? I saw him. Besides, he told me. So he talks to you? Sometimes, sighed Gottlieb. Very rarely. But yesterday he told me, no. I'll never go into your hell of a kitchen. Angels have no business with evil spirits. Would you be an evil spirit, Gottlieb? Oh. No, not me, but... Then, with an air of mystery, Gottlieb put a finger to his fat lips. Who then? He didn't say a word, but stealthily pointed at his cat, as if he were afraid that the cat might notice. Is that why you've given him such an ugly name? Beelzebub, right? Hush. That's his name, and he knows it well. He's had that name since the beginning of the world, but he won't always have it. No doubt, once he's dead. He won't die, that one. He can't die, and that really annoys him because he doesn't know that one day he'll be forgiven. Then we were interrupted by Frau Schwartz, amazed to see Gottlieb talking freely with me at last. She was overjoyed and asked if I were pleased with him. Most pleased, I assure you. Gottlieb is very interesting, and now it will be a pleasure getting him to open up. Ah! Fräulein, that will be a great help to us. The poor child doesn't have anyone to talk to, and with us he seems determined to keep his teeth clenched. You're a real character and stubborn to boot, aren't you, my poor Gottlieb? Here you are chatting away with this young lady you hardly know, while with your parents. At that moment Gottlieb turned on his heel and disappeared into the kitchen, without even appearing to have heard his mother's voice. That's what he always does, Frau Schwartz exclaimed. When his father or I say something to him, 29 times out of 30 you'd swear he'd gone deaf. But what was he saying, Fräulein? What the devil could he go on and on about for such a long time? I confess that I didn't understand very well, I replied. First, one would have to know what is on his mind. Leave me alone for a chat with him every now and then, and once I've figured it out, I'll tell you what's going on. But he's not demented, he is, Fräulein? I don't think so, I said. May God forgive me that huge lie. My first impulse was to spare the poor woman's illusion. She's truly a miserable witch, but she's also a mother and fortunate not to see that her son is crazy. This is still very strange. It must be that Gottlieb, who so naively showed me his peculiarities, is silently crazy with his parents. While thinking about this, I imagined that I might be able to get out of this poor simpleton some information about my fellow prisoners and just happened to learn who was writing me these anonymous notes. So I want to befriend him, all the more because his sympathies seem to me subject to those of the robin, who definitely honors me with his. There is poetry in the poor child's sick head. The little bird is an angel, the cat an evil spirit who will be forgiven. What is all this? These German minds, even the most deranged, have a wealth of imagination that I admire. Frau Schwartz, at any rate, is very pleased that I was so kind, and we're on fine terms for the time being. Gottlieb's nonsense will entertain me. Poor creature. I've only begun to know him for a day now, and he doesn't inspire feelings of aversion in me any longer. A madman is probably not bad in this country, where intelligent, very reasonable people are so far from being good. April 8th, a third note at my window. Dear sister, the platform stands alone, but the stairs leading up to it connect with another building, at the far end of which is an apartment occupied by a lady prisoner like you. Her name is a mystery, but the robin will tell you if you ask. By the way, this is what you wanted to learn from poor Gottlieb, what he wasn't able to tell you. So who is this friend who knows, sees, and hears everything I do, everything I say? I'm perplexed. So he's invisible? This is all so marvelous that I'm seriously amused. It seems to me, as it did in my childhood, that I'm living in a fairy tale, that my robin is going to start talking all of a sudden. Yet, if it is true that the only thing lacking in this charming little imp is the ability to speak, it's only too certain that this lack is absolute or that I can't understand his language. He's completely used to me now. He comes to my room, leaves, and comes back again. He feels at home. I move and walk around, he flits away, but no farther than an arm's length and comes right back. If he really loved bread, he'd love me more, for I can't fool myself about why he's become attached to me. He's hungry. It's also a bit because he needs and likes to warm up on my stove. If I manage to catch a fly, there are still so few of them, I'm sure he'll come take it from my fingers. He already takes a good, long look at the bits I offer him. If they were more tempting, he'd put aside all ceremony. Now I remember hearing Albert say that the only thing required for taming the most timid animals, as long as they had a spark of intelligence, was a few hours of steadfast patience. Once he met a Zingara, a so-called witch, who never spent a day in the same spot of the woods without a few birds coming to light on her. It was said that she had magical powers, and she maintained that the birds revealed mysteries to her, as they did to Apollonius of Tyana, whom I also heard about from Albert. He said her whole secret was the patience with which she had studied the little creature's instincts, as well as a certain affinity of character that often shows up between beings of our own kind and those of another species. In Venice people raise a lot of birds, they have a passion for it, which I now understand. It's because that beautiful city, separated from the mainland, is something like a prison. They outdo themselves training nightingales. There the pigeons, protected by a special law and almost venerated by the population, are free to live on the old buildings, and they're so at home in the streets and squares that you've got to watch your step if you don't want to trample them underfoot. The seagulls in the harbor light on the sailors' arms. There are also renowned bird tamers in Venice. As a child I was very close to a boy from a humble family who plied this trade. After an hour with the wildest of birds, he'd hand it back to you tame as could be. It's fun trying the same things on my robin, and now he's cozier and cozier with me with every passing minute. When I'm outside, he follows me around, calling to me. When I go to my window, he hurries over to me. Does he love me? Is he able to love me? I feel that I love him. He, on the other hand, knows me and isn't afraid of me, and that's all it is. The same way a baby in a cradle loves its wet nurse, no doubt. A baby! What tender feelings that must inspire! Alas, it seems to me that we only feel passionate love for those who can scarcely love us in return. Ingratitude and devotion, or, at the least, indifference and passion, these are the eternal bride and groom in life. Anzelito, you didn't love me. And you, Albert, whom I loved so much, I let you die. So here I am reduced to loving a robin. How can I complain that I don't deserve my lot? Are you thinking, my friends, that that I dare joke about such a thing? No. Maybe solitude has addled my wits, my heart, deprived of affection, feeds on itself, and this paper is drenched with my tears. I had promised myself not to waste any of this precious paper, and here I go covering it with childish drivel. It's a great comfort to me, and I can't help it. It's been raining all day long. I haven't seen Gottlieb, I haven't taken a walk. I've been busy with the robin all this time, and this puerile little business has wound up making me strangely sad. When the fickle, mischievous bird pecked at the pane to take leave of me, I gave in to him. I opened the window out of respect for that sacred liberty that men don't fear stealing from their own kind. Yet I felt hurt by that brief desertion, as if the creature owed me something for so much love and care. I really think I'm losing my mind, and it won't be long before I understand Gottlieb's ramblings perfectly. April 9th. What have I learned? Rather, what do I think I've learned? For I still don't know anything, although my imagination is working tremendously hard. First of all, I found out who was writing these mysterious notes. It's the last person I would have imagined. But that's not what is filling me with wonder right now. Never mind, I'll tell you everything that has happened today. As soon as it was morning, I opened my little window. The single pane of glass is sufficiently big and clear, thanks to all my wiping, so that I don't lose a single ray of the scarce light that reaches me, for which I have to vie with the ugly grate. Even the ivy threatens to invade and plunge me into darkness, but I don't yet dare tear off a single leaf. This ivy is alive, it's free in its own way. What? Thwart it? Mutilate it? Yet I'll have to resolve to do that. The ivy feels the influence of April, it's growing fast, reaching out and taking hold everywhere. Its roots are fastened in the rock, but up it goes, looking for air and sun. The poor old human mind does just the same. Now I can understand how in ages past there were sacred plants, sacred animals. The robin came right away and lit on my shoulder without further ado, then, as is his habit, he began looking all around and getting into everything. Poor creature! There's so little here to amuse him. Yet he is free, he can live in the fields, and he prefers this prison, his old ivy and my dreary cell. Maybe he loves me? No. He feels nice and warm in my room, and he's developing a taste for my bits of bread. Now it scares me that I'd done such a good job taming him. What if he went into the Schwartz's kitchen and fell prey to that nasty cat? My tender care for him would be the cause of that dreadful death. Torn apart, devoured by a ferocious beast. And what do we do, poor, weak humans with our candid, defenseless hearts, aside from being tortured and destroyed by pitiless creatures who kill us slowly, making us feel their claws and cruel fangs? The sun came up clear, and my cell was almost the color of a rose, like my old room at the Corte Manelli when the Venetian sun, but I mustn't think about that sun, never again will it rise over my head. May you, my dear friends, greet in my stead lovely Italy, the vast skies, and il firmamento lucido, that I'll surely never see again. I asked to go out. Permission was granted, even though it was earlier than usual. And this is what I call going out. A platform some 30 feet long, bordered by a swamp and boxed in between high walls. Yet the place is not without beauty. At least I think so now that I've contemplated its every aspect. At night its very dreariness makes it beautiful. I'm sure that here there are many innocents like me and much worse off, in dungeons that they never leave, into which no ray of sun ever penetrates, that even the moon, that friend of desolate hearts, never visits. Ah, I'd be wrong to grumble. My God! If I had some dominion over this earth, I'd want to make people happy. Gottlieb scurried over to me, hobbling and smiling as broadly as he could with his petrified mouth. Nobody bothered him, he was left alone with me, and all of a sudden, what a miracle! He began talking almost like a rational being. I didn't write to you last night, he said, and you didn't find any note at your window. That's because I didn't see you yesterday, and you didn't give me any orders. What are you saying? Gottlieb, are you the one who's been writing to me? Who else could have done so? You hadn't guessed it was me? But I won't uselessly write you letters any longer, now that you don't mind talking to me. I don't mean to be a bother to you, I just want to be of service. Kind Gottlieb, so you have compassion for me? You take an interest in me? Yes, because I recognized you as a spirit of light. I'm nothing more than you are, Gottlieb. You're mistaken. I don't make mistakes. Don't I hear you sing? You love music? I love yours. It's in accord with God, with my heart. I can see that you've got a pious heart and a pure soul, Gottlieb. I'm striving to make them so. The angels will help me, and I'll triumph over the spirit of darkness that has burdened my poor body but without succeeding in taking my soul. Little by little Gottlieb was carried away by enthusiasm. Even so, his poetic symbols remained noble and true. Finally, what can I say? This moron, this madman waxed truly eloquent about God's goodness, humanity's woes, the justice that providence will bring forth with its rewards, evangelical virtues, the duties of the true believer, even about the arts, music, and poetry. I still haven't been able to grasp from what religion he's drawn all his ideas in this fervent zeal, for he seemed to me neither Catholic or Protestant, and even though he said several times that he believed in the one, true religion, the only thing I learned was that he, unbeknownst to his parents, belongs to a particular sect. Which one? I'm too ignorant to guess. Little by little I'll study the mystery of this soul singularly strong and beautiful, singularly ailing and afflicted. For, in short, poor Gottlieb is crazy, like Zdenko in his poetry, like Albert, too, in his sublime virtue. After Gottlieb had gone on passionately for a while, enthusiasm got the better of him, and his madness reappeared. Then, in a childish manner I found distressing, he began babbling about the angel robin and the demon cat, also about his mother who has made a pact with the cat and the evil spirit dwelling in him, and finally about his father, who was turned to stone by a glance from the poor old tomcat Beelzebub. I managed to calm him down by distracting him from his gloomy fantasies, and I questioned him about the other prisoners. I no longer had any personal interest in learning these details because the notes, instead of being tossed down to my window from the top of the tower, as I once supposed, were hoisted up from below by Gottlieb, before dawn, by means of I don't know what apparatus, no doubt something very simple. But Gottlieb, obeying my intentions with singular docility, had already looked into what I had seemed curious to know the day before. He told me that the prisoner in the building just behind mine was young and beautiful, that he had caught a glimpse of her. I wasn't paying much attention to his words when all of a sudden he said her name, which gave me a start. The captive's name is Amalia. Amalia! What a sea of anxieties, what a world of memories the name arouses in me. I've known two Amalias, and they both hurled my destiny into the abyss with their secrets. Is this one the Prussian princess or the young Baroness von Rudolstadt? Neither one, no doubt. Gottlieb, who has no curiosity on his own part, who seems unable to take a step or ask a single question unless I push him forward like an automaton, could only tell me that her first name is Amalia. He has seen the captive but in his usual way, meaning through a cloud. She must be young and beautiful, Frau Schwartz says so. But Gottlieb admits that he's no authority on this score. Catching sight of her at her window, he only sensed that she was not a good spirit, an angel. Her family name is kept secret. She's rich and runs up bills with the Schwartzes. But she's in solitary confinement like me. She never goes out. She's often ill. That's all I've been able to extract from him. To learn more, Gottlieb only has to open his ears to his parents' chatter since they don't watch their tongues around him. He's promised to listen and tell me how long this Amalia has been here. As for her full name, the Schwartzes don't seem to know what it is. Could this be the case if it were the Abbess of Quedlinburg? Could the king have thrown his sister in prison? Princesses wind up in prison like everybody else, and more so. The young Baroness von Rudolstadt. What would she be doing here? What reason would he have had to deprive her of her liberty? Hold on. Now I'm falling prey to the curiosity of a recluse. Likewise, my elaborations on nothing more than a first name are the work of an idle, unhealthy imagination. Never mind. Until I learn the identity of this companion in misfortune whose name I find so moving, there'll be a mountain weighing on my heart. May 1st. For several days I've been unable to write. Various things have happened, and I'll quickly fill you in. First, I haven't been well. Every now and then since my arrival here I've had bouts of brain fever that feel like minor episodes of the major attack I suffered at the Castle of the Giants after going underground in search of Albert. I have cruel attacks of insomnia interspersed with dreams where I don't know whether I'm waking or sleeping. In these moments it always seems to me that I hear that terrifying violin playing its old bohemian tunes, hymns, and battle songs. This is so painful, yet when the fantasy starts to take hold, I can't help pricking up my ears and avidly taking in the feeble sounds that seem to waft my way on a far breeze. Sometimes I imagine the violin playing as it glides over the still waters round the citadel. At other times the sound comes slipping down the walls or up out of a dungeon's air hole. It has shattered my head as well as my heart. And yet when night comes, instead of thinking about entertaining myself by writing, I throw myself into bed and try my best to fall back into that half-sleep that brings me my musical dream, rather my half-dream, for there is something real at the bottom of it. A bona fide violin is surely resonating in some prisoner's room, but what is it playing, and how? It's too far away for me to hear anything but bits and pieces of sound. My sick mind is inventing the rest, I'm sure of it. This is my destiny henceforth. I can neither doubt that Albert is dead nor accept his death as a grievous fact. It's apparently my nature to go on hoping despite everything and not to submit to the cruelty of fate. 3 nights ago, having finally fallen into a deep sleep, I was awakened by a slight noise in my room. I opened my eyes. The night was very dark, and I couldn't make out a single thing. Yet I distinctly heard someone walking near my bed, albeit carefully. I thought it was Frau Schwartz taking the trouble to come check on me, and I spoke to her. The only reply was a deep sigh, and someone tiptoed out. I heard the door shut and the bolt slip into place. Prostrate as I was, I fell back asleep without giving it much thought. The next day I had such a dim, muddled recollection that I wondered if it hadn't been a dream. That evening I had a final bout of fever worse than the others. Yet I much preferred the fever to my fretful insomnia and disjointed dreams. I had a deep sleep with lots of dreams but no sound of the lugubrious violin, and whenever I woke up, the difference between sleeping and waking was very clear to me. Once I heard the strong, regular breathing of a person sleeping not far from me. I even thought I could make out someone in my armchair. I wasn't frightened in the least. Frau Schwartz had brought me some herbal tea at midnight. I assumed she was still there. I waited for a while, not wanting to wake her. When I thought she was waking up of her own accord, I thanked her for looking after me and asked the time. At that point the person left, and I heard what sounded like a stifled sob, so heartrending, so terrifying that my brow beads with sweat whenever I remember it. I can't say why it made such an impression on me. I had the notion that they thought me very ill, perhaps dying, and were offering me a modicum of pity. Yet I didn't feel bad enough to consider myself in danger. Besides, I didn't care one way or another about dying a death that gave me so little pain or sensation, in the midst of a life that inspired so few regrets. As soon as Frau Schwartz returned at 7 in the morning, since I had not gone back to sleep but spent the night's remaining hours in a state of perfect lucidity, I had a very clear memory of that strange visit. I asked the jailer's wife for an explanation, but she shook her head and said she didn't know what I was talking about. She had not come back after midnight, and since she had under her pillow all the keys to the cells entrusted to her care, I had certainly had a dream or a vision. Yet I was so far from having been delirious that around noon I felt well enough to want a breath of air. I went down on the esplanade, accompanied yet again by my Robin, who seemed to congratulate me on the return of my strength. The weather was very pleasant. It's starting to get warm here, and balmy gusts of fresh air with faint scents of grasses blow in from the countryside, which lifts the heart, like it or not. Gottlieb ran up. He looked very different, and much uglier than usual. Yet there is an expression of angelic goodness and even lively intelligence in the chaos of that physiognomy when it lights up. His huge eyes were so red-rimmed and bloodshot that I asked if they hurt. "They indeed hurt," he said, "because I've been crying a lot." "What is making you so sad, my poor Gottlieb?" At midnight my mother came down from the cell and said to my father, "Number 3 is very ill tonight. It's running a real fever. We've got to send for the doctor. I don't care to have that one die on us." My mother thought I was asleep, but I hadn't wanted to nod off before knowing what she would say. "I was well aware that you had a fever, but when I heard that it was dangerous, I couldn't help crying myself to sleep. And I must have gone on crying all night long because when I woke up this morning, my eyes were on fire and my pillow drenched with tears." Poor Gottlieb's attachment touched me deeply, and I thanked him by squeezing that huge black paw of his that reeks of leather and cobbler's wax from miles away. Then it occurred to me that Gottlieb, in his simple-minded zeal, could have paid me that highly improper nocturnal visit. I asked if he hadn't got out of bed and come put an ear to my door. He assured me that he hadn't budged, and now I'm convinced of it. His sleeping nook must be in just the right place so that from my room I can hear him breathing and moaning through some fissure in the wall, maybe the hiding place where I keep my money and my diary. Who knows if that little cranny doesn't communicate by some invisible flue with the one in the kitchen hearth where Gottlieb also keeps his treasures, his book and cobbler's tools? This way at least I have a very special bond with Gottlieb, since both of us, like rats or bats, have a wretched little hole-in-the-wall nest where all our treasures are tucked away in the dark. I was going to hazard a question or two on that score when I saw someone leave the Schwartz's place and march out on the esplanade, a person I hadn't seen here before. I was incredibly frightened by the sight, even though I still wasn't quite sure that it was he. "Who's that?" I whispered to Gottlieb. "It's nothing good," he whispered back. "He's the new adjutant. Just see how Beelzebub is arching his back and rubbing against his legs. I say, they're certainly well acquainted. But what's his name?" Gottlieb was about to answer when the adjutant gave him a kindly smile, pointed toward the kitchen, and said softly, "Young man, you're wanted inside. Your father is calling." This was merely a pretext to be alone with me, and once Gottlieb was gone, I found myself face to face with guess who, my dear Beppo? That nice, ferocious recruiter with whom we had such an untimely encounter 2 years ago in the Bohemian forest, Hermayer in person. After that experience I'd know him anywhere. Except for being even plumper now, he's the same man, with that pleasant, easy manner, shifty look, treacherous affability, and the eternal brrmmm of his mouth as though he were always practicing a trumpet piece. He had switched from supplying the army with musicians to finding them cannon fodder. Now, as a reward for his loyal, honorable services, he's a fortress officer, rather a military jailer, a job that suits him quite as well, after all, as being an ambulatory jailer, a charge he fulfilled with such grace. "Mademoiselle," he said to me in French, "your humble servant. What a sweet little platform for your walks. There's air, space, a lovely view. Congratulations. It looks like you've got it easy in prison. On top of that, the weather's splendid, and it's truly a pleasure to be at Spandau with such beautiful sunshine, brrmmm. Brrmmm. This insolent banter so disgusted me that I made no reply. Undaunted, he went on in Italian, "I beg your pardon for speaking to you in a language that you may not understand. I was forgetting that you're Italian, an Italian singer, right? A superb voice, I hear. As for me, I'm excessively fond of music. So I feel inclined to make your life just as pleasant as my orders allow. But where the deuce have I had the pleasure of seeing you before? I know your face, I swear, I know it perfectly." "At the theater in Berlin, no doubt, where I was singing this winter." "No. I was in Silesia, second adjutant at Glatz. Fortunately that demon Trenck had his little escapade while I was out touring, on a mission, on the Saxon border. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a promotion and I wouldn't be here, where things are pretty good, what with Berlin so close by, for it's such a dreary life, Signora, that of a fortress officer. You can't imagine how boring it is being so far away from a city, in some remote little backwater, for a passionate music lover like me. But where the devil have I had the pleasure of meeting you?" "I don't remember ever having had the honor, Signore. I must have seen you on stage somewhere, in Italy, in Vienna. Have you done a lot of traveling? How many theaters have you performed in?" As I made no reply, he went on in his cheeky, nonchalant way. "Never mind. It'll come back to me. What was I saying? Oh yes, do you get bored, too?" "No, Signore." "But aren't you in solitary confinement? You're the one called Porporina, right?" "Yes, Signore." "Right. Prisoner number 3. So, you don't desire a little entertainment, some company?" "Not in the least, Signore," I promptly replied, thinking he was going to offer me his own. "As you please. What a pity. There's another prisoner here, Very well bred, a charming woman indeed, who would have been delighted to meet you, I'm sure. May I ask her name, signore? Amalia. Amalia what? Amalia, Brrmmm. Brrmmm. Well, I don't have a clue. You're certainly curious, from what I can see. That's the malady of prisons. Now I was sorry to have rebuffed Hermeyer's advances, for after having despaired of meeting this mysterious Amalia and renounced the desire, I once again felt drawn to her out of commiseration. I also wished to clarify my suspicions. So I tried to be a little nicer to that repulsive mayor, and soon he offered to put me in contact with prisoner number 2, which is how he refers to this Amalia. If this breach of my arrest orders does not jeopardize your position, signore, and if I can be of service to this lady who is said to be suffering from sadness and boredom. Brrmmm. Brrmmm. So you follow the letter of the law, do you? Still such a good little girl. It's that fussy old Schwartz who must have put this fear of orders in you. Orders. Aren't they just a bugaboo? Orders are good for doorkeepers and assistant wardens, but we officers, while pronouncing this last word, Mayor puffed up like a man still unaccustomed to such an honorable title, close our eyes to innocent infractions. So would the king, were he in our shoes. Now, signora, when you want something or other, just turn to me and no one else, and I promise you won't be needlessly bothered or browbeaten. Naturally indulgent and humane, I am. God made me that way. And then I love music. If you wish to sing for me every now and then, in the evening, for instance, I'll come here and listen to you, and that way you'll have me wrapped around your little finger. I'll do my best to avoid imposing on your kindness, Senior Mayor. Mayor, the adjutant exclaimed, abruptly cutting short the brrmmm that was still fluttering over his black, chapped lips. Why do you call me Mayor? My name is not Mayor. Where in hell did you dig that one up? How absent-minded of me, adjutant, I replied. I beg your pardon. Once I had a singing teacher by that name, and I spent the morning thinking about him. A singing teacher? That's not me. There are lots of mayors in Germany. My name is Nantoul. My family was originally from France. Well, adjutant, how shall I announce myself to this lady? She doesn't know me and may refuse my visit, just as I nearly refused to make her acquaintance a little while ago. Solitude makes people so unsociable. Oh, whoever she is, the lovely lady will be delighted to have someone to talk to, take my word for it. Do you want to write her a note? But I don't have anything to write with. That's impossible. Are you completely broke? Even if I had money, Herr Schwartz is incorruptible. Besides, I don't know how to corrupt. Well then, this evening I'll take you to number 2 myself, that is, after you've sung for me a bit. Alarmed by the notion that perhaps Herr Mayor, or Monsieur Nantoul as he now preferred to be known, meant to worm his way into my room, I was about to refuse when he clarified his intentions. Either he hadn't dreamed of paying me a visit, or he had read the feelings of horror and revulsion on my face. I'll listen from the platform that looks out over the little tower where you live, he said. Voices rise, and I'll hear just fine. Then I'll have a woman open the doors and take you over. I won't see you. It wouldn't do, in fact, if it looked as if I myself were encouraging you to disobey orders, even though, after all, brrmmm, in such a fix there's a very simple solution. You just grab your pistol, blow prisoner number 3's head off and say you caught her right in the middle of an escape attempt.
Ah.
Pretty funny, don't you think? You've always got to be cheerful in prison. Your most humble servant, Signora Porporina, till this evening. I was at a loss to explain the wretched man's kindness and consideration. Also, despite myself, I was dreadfully afraid of him. I could not believe that a soul so narrow and base had such love for music that he would do this for the sole pleasure of listening to me sing. I assumed that the prisoner in question was none other than the Prussian princess, that by order of the king an interview had been set up for the purpose of spying on us and intercepting the state secrets that she was thought to have confided in me. So I awaited the meeting with equal parts of dread and desire, for I have absolutely no idea what truth there may be to the alleged conspiracy in which I'm accused of having a hand. Nevertheless, considering it my duty to brave any and every danger to give moral support to a companion in misfortune, whoever she may be, I began singing at the appointed hour for the adjutant's tin ears. I sang very poorly, hardly inspired by the audience, still a bit feverish, and also quite convinced that he was listening only as a matter of form or perhaps not at all. When the clock struck 11, I was seized with a rather childish terror. I imagined that her mayor had secret orders to get rid of me, that he was really going to kill me just as soon as I set foot outside my cell, as he had jokingly predicted. When my door swung open, I was shaking all over. An old woman, very dirty and very ugly, much more so even than Frau Schwartz, motioned that I should follow, and she led the way up a steep, narrow stairway cut into the wall. When we reached the top, I found myself on the platform of the tower, some 30 feet above the esplanade where I walked during the day, and 80 or 100 feet above the moat that stretches quite a long ways on this side of the fortress. The dreadful old crone guiding me told me to wait there a second and disappeared I knew not where. My worries had scattered, and I felt such a sense of well-being out in the fresh, pure air, with a magnificent moon, and up so high that my eyes could sweep at last over a vast horizon that I didn't fret about being left alone. The huge still waters into which the citadel plunges its black, motionless shadows, the trees and fields that I vaguely made out on the faraway shore, the immense sky, and even the bats freely flitting through the dark, my God! How grand and majestic all this seemed to me, after 2 months of contemplating slabs of wall and counting the rare stars that cross the narrow belt of sky that can be seen from my cell. But I didn't have time to enjoy it for long. Hearing footsteps, I turned around, and all my dreadful fears returned when I found myself face to face with her mayor. "Signora," he said, "I'm desperately sorry to have to say that you cannot see prisoner number 2, at least for the time being. A very flighty person, in my view. Yesterday she was eager as could be for some company, but when I suggested yours just now, here's what she said. Prisoner number 3? The one who sings in the tower, that I hear every evening? Oh, I know her voice well, and there's no need to tell me her name. I'm infinitely obliged to you for wanting to provide me a companion, but I'd rather never see another living soul than suffer the sight of that miserable creature. She's the cause of all my troubles, and I pray that she'll pay for them as dearly as I'm paying for the reckless affection I had for her. That's the lady's opinion of you, Signora. It remains to be seen if you deserve it or not. That's a matter, as they say, for the tribunal of your conscience. As for me, it's none of my business, and I'm ready to take you back when you see fit." "Right away, sir," I said, extremely mortified to stand accused of treachery in front of a wretch of his sort. In the depths of my heart I was also feeling a great deal of bitterness against whichever of the two Amalias who was showing me such injustice or ungratefulness. "There's no need to rush," the new adjutant replied. "You seem to enjoy gazing at the moon. Take your time. It doesn't cost anything, nor does it do anyone harm." I foolishly availed myself of another moment of the rascal's condescension. I couldn't tear myself away just like that from the lovely sight of which I might be deprived forever after. Moreover, despite myself, Mayer struck me as a miserable lackey too honored to await my orders. Taking advantage of my scorn, he made so bold as to try and make conversation. "Do you know, Signora, that you sing devilishly well? I've never heard better in Italy, where I nonetheless frequented the best theaters and inspected the finest artists. Where did you make your debut? How long have you been touring the country? Have you done a lot of traveling?" And as I pretended not to hear his questions, he went on undeterred, "Do you occasionally travel on foot, dressed like a man?" The question gave me a start, and I quickly said no. But he added, "Come on. You don't want to admit it, but I don't forget a single thing, and now I remember an amusing adventure that you can't have forgotten either." "I don't know what you're talking about, monsieur," I replied, leaving the battlements of the tower to go back to my cell. "Hold on a second," said Mayer. "I've got your key in my pocket, and you can't go back like that unless I take you. So, lovely child, allow me a word or two." "Not a single word more, monsieur. I want to go back to my room, and I'm sorry I ever left it." Well, don't you put on fine airs. As if one didn't know a little something about your adventures. So you thought I was stupid enough not to recognize you tramping through the Bohemian forest with a little dark-haired fellow who wasn't too bad looking. What kind of a fool do you take me for? I wanted to grab the lad for the army of the Prussian king, but the lass would not have been for him. That's for sure. Even though people say he took a liking to you, and that it's for trying to brag about it that you wound up here. So there we are. Fortune has its whims, and there's no use grumbling. You've taken quite a tumble, but listen to me, don't act proud and just take what comes your way. I'm only a minor fortress officer, but here I'm more powerful than a king that nobody knows or fears because his commands come from too high up and too far away to be obeyed. As you can see, I've got the power to evade orders and make things easier for you here. Don't be ungrateful, and you'll see that an adjutant's protection at Spandau is as good as a king's in Berlin. Do you understand? Don't run away, scream, or do anything foolish. That would only make for scandal without doing a bit of good. I'll say what I like, and nobody will believe you. Come on, I don't mean to scare you. I'm naturally sweet and compassionate. But think it over, and when I see you again, remember that your fate is in my hands. I can toss you into a dungeon or provide you with all kinds of entertainment, starve you to death without any questions being asked, or let you escape without anyone suspecting me. Think it over, I tell you, I'll give you some time. And as I made no reply, aghast that I had no way to shield myself from the outrage of such pretensions and the cruel humiliation of hearing them said aloud, the odious man added, no doubt thinking that I was hesitating, "And why not make up your mind right now? Do you need 24 hours to see the only reasonable decision, to reply to the love of a gentleman, still young, and rich enough to set you up abroad in a prettier dwelling than this hideous fortress?" With these words the vile recruiter drew near, apparently intending, in his clumsy, impudent way, to bar my passage and take my hands. I ran toward the battlements of the tower, very determined to throw myself into the moat rather than to let myself be defiled by the most trivial caress. But just then a strange sight struck my eyes, and I hurriedly drew the adjutant's attention to that object so as to divert it from me. This was my salvation, but alas! It nearly cost the life of someone who may be worthier than I. On the high rampart that stands on the other side of the moat, opposite the esplanade, a seemingly gigantic figure was running or rather flitting along the parapet with prodigious speed and skill. There is a tower at each end of the rampart, and when the phantom reached that point, it sprang up on the tower roof, which was at the same height as the balustrade, scampered like a cat up this steep cone and seemed to vanish into thin air. "What the devil is that?" shouted the adjutant, forgetting his role as a ladies' man for the worries of a jailer. "I'll be damned, a prisoner on the lam! And the sentry's asleep, by the flesh of God!" "Sentry," he cried in a stentorian voice, "on your guard! Sound the alarm! Sound the alarm!" And running toward a notch in the battlements where an alarm bell was hanging, he began clanging it with a vigor worthy of such a remarkable professor of infernal music. I've never heard anything gloomier than this bell shattering the noble stillness of the night with its ferocious clamor. It was the savage cry of violence and brutality troubling the harmony of free-breathing wave and wind. In one instant the whole prison was in turmoil. I heard the ominous racket of sentries grabbing their guns, snapping back the firing pins and randomly taking aim at the first thing that came into view. A red glare washed over the esplanade, eclipsing the lovely azurian blue rays of moonlight. It was Herr Schwartz lighting a lantern. Signals rang back and forth from one rampart to another, followed by plaintive, weaker echoes. The alarm cannon soon added its terrifying, solemn note to this demonic symphony. Heavy steps resounded on the flagstones. I couldn't see a thing, but I heard every sound, and my heart was gripped with terror. Mayer had raced off, but I didn't dream of rejoicing about being rid of him. I bitterly reproached myself for having pointed out to him, without understanding what was going on, the escape of some poor prisoner. Frozen with terror, I awaited the end of the adventure, shuddering at every shot, anxiously listening for the screams of the wounded fugitive that would announce his disaster. This went on for over an hour and, thank heaven, the fugitive was neither seen nor wounded. Just to make sure, I had joined the Schwartzes on the esplanade. They were so worried and upset themselves that it didn't occur to them to wonder at seeing me outside of my cell in the middle of the night. It may also be that they had been in league with Mayer about letting me out that night. After running around like a madman and making sure that none of his captives was missing, Schwartz began to calm down a bit. Yet he and his wife were racked with consternation, as if a man's deliverance were for them a public and private calamity, an enormous offense against heavenly justice. The other jailers, the soldiers passing to and fro, exchanged with them words filled with the same despair, the same terror. In their eyes an attempted escape was obviously the blackest of crimes. Good God! How dreadful I found them, these mercenaries devoted to the barbarous occupation of depriving their fellow creatures of the sacred right of liberty. Yet suddenly it seemed that supreme equity had resolved to inflict exemplary punishment on my two jailers. Frau Schwartz, who had gone into her den for a moment, came back out screaming. "Gottlieb! Gottlieb," she choked. "Stop! Don't shoot, don't kill my son, it's him for sure." Amid their frenzy I understood from Frau and Herr Schwartz's tangle of words that Gottlieb was not in his bed nor anywhere else in their lodgings, that he had probably, without anyone's noticing, resumed his old habit of running around up on the roof in his sleep. Gottlieb was a sleepwalker. As soon as this news had spread throughout the citadel, things began to calm down. Each jailer had had time to make his rounds and to see that no prisoner had disappeared. People resumed their duties without a worry. The officers were delighted by the way things had turned out. The soldiers laughed at their alarm. Frau Schwartz, who was beside herself, was tearing all over the place, and her husband was mournfully inspecting the moat, fearing that the uproar of the cannon and guns had startled poor Gottlieb out of his sleep and made him fall in the course of his perilous chase. I followed along behind Herr Schwartz. Perhaps it would have been a good time for me to attempt an escape, since people seemed distracted and doors were standing open. Yet I did not dwell on the thought, focused on finding the poor invalid who had shown me such affection. Yet when Herr Schwartz, who never totally loses his head, saw that it was dawn, he begged me to return to my room, since it was entirely against his orders to let me wander around at all hours. He took me back to lock me in. Yet the first thing that struck my eye as I crossed the threshold was Gottlieb, peacefully asleep in my armchair. Fortunately, he had taken refuge there before the alarm had reached every corner of the fortress, or else he had been sleeping so soundly and running so nimbly that he had escaped every danger. I advised his father not to wake him abruptly and promised to watch over him until Frau Schwartz was told the good news. When I was alone with Gottlieb, I gently laid my hand on his shoulder. Speaking very softly, I tried questioning him, for I had heard that sleepwalkers can connect with friendly souls and give them lucid replies. My experiment worked wonderfully well. "Gottlieb," I asked, "so where have you been tonight?" "Tonight? It's already night? I thought I saw the morning sun up on the roof." "So you've been on the roof?" "For sure. The robin, that good little angel, came calling at my window. I flew off with him, and up we went up and away into the sky, right near the stars, and almost to where the angels dwell. As we were leaving, we saw Beelzebub running over the roofs and the parapets trying to catch us. But he can't fly because God has condemned him to a long penance, and he watches angels and birds fly without being able to get them. And yet, after running around in the clouds, you came back down here?" "The robin said to me, 'Let's go see my sister who was ill,' and I came back with him to come see you in your cell." "You were able to enter my cell, Gottlieb?" "For sure, several times I've come to watch over you since you've been ill. The robin steals the keys from under my mother's pillow, and try as he might, Beelzebub can't wake her up once the angel has put her to sleep by flitting invisibly around her head." "So who taught you to know angels and demons so well?" "My master," replied the sleepwalker with a childish smile full of naive enthusiasm. "And who is your master?" I asked. "First, God, and then the sublime shoemaker." "And what's the name of this sublime shoemaker?" "Oh, it's a great name. But one mustn't say it, you understand? It's a name my mother doesn't know. She doesn't know that I've got 2 books in the hole in the fireplace. One that I don't read, and another that I've been devouring for 4 years, that is my heavenly bread, my spiritual life, the book of truth, the salvation and light of the soul." "And who wrote this book?" "He did, the shoemaker of Gorlitz, Jacob Bohm." Then we were interrupted by the arrival of Frau Schwartz. It wasn't easy to prevent her from rushing up and throwing her arms around her son. The woman adores her offspring, may her sins be forgiven. She tried to talk to him, but Gottlieb didn't hear her. I alone was able to get him to return to his bed, where he went on peacefully sleeping, I was assured this morning. He hadn't noticed a single thing, even though today his strange malady and last night's alarm are all the talk of Spandau. So here I am back in my cell after a few hours of half-liberty that were very painful, very agitated. I have no desire to go out again at such a price. Yet perhaps I could have escaped. Now that I feel myself under the thumb of a scoundrel and threatened by dangers worse than death, worse than eternal suffering, this will be my only focus. From now on I'm going to give it serious thought, and who knows? Maybe I'll succeed. It is said that a persevering will triumphs over every obstacle. Oh my God, protect me. May 5th. That since these last events my life has been fairly quiet. I have come to count my days of rest as days of happiness and to give thanks to God as in prosperous times one gives him thanks for years that go by without calamity. It's clear that one must know hardship to leave behind the apathetic ingratitude where people usually live their lives. Today I reproach myself for having let so many lovely days of my carefree youth slip away without sensing how precious they were, without blessing Providence for them. Back then I didn't tell myself often enough that I didn't deserve them, and that's no doubt why I somewhat deserve the troubles that overwhelm me now. I haven't seen that odious recruiter again. He frightens me more than he did on the banks of the Moldau, when I took him quite simply for an ogre, a child-eater. Now I see in him an even more abominable and dangerous persecutor. When I consider the wretched man's revolting pretensions, the authority he wields around me, the ease with which he could slip into my cell at night, with the Schwartzes, greedy, servile beasts that they are, perhaps unwilling to lift a finger in my defense, I could die of shame and despair. I see the pitiless bars that would prevent me from jumping out the window. I can't get my hands on any poison, I don't even have a weapon to open my chest. Yet I've got a few reasons for hope and confidence that I relish calling to mind, for I don't want to let fear debilitate me. First of all, Schwartz doesn't like the adjutant who, from what I've been able to understand, gets first crack at exploiting the wants and needs of the prisoners by selling them a breath of air, a ray of sun, a morsel of bread above and beyond the ration, and other bounties of the prison regime, all to the great detriment of Schwartz, who'd like to have a monopoly on that trade. Then, the Schwartzes, especially the wife, are getting friendly because of Gottlieb's feelings for me and the salutary influence they say I have on his mind. If I were threatened, they might not come to my rescue, but as soon as things became serious, I could have them take my complaints to the fortress commander, who seemed gentle and humane the one time I saw him. Besides, Gottlieb will do me this favor right away and, without explaining anything, I've made arrangements with him. He's all prepared to deliver a letter that is already written. But I'm hesitant to call for help before there's real trouble, for my enemy, if he were to stop tormenting me, could brush off as a joke a declaration that I would have been a ridiculous prude to take seriously. At any rate, I'm sleeping with one eye open and training my muscles for a fist fight, if need be. I'm lifting my furniture, stiffening my arms against the iron bars of my window and toughening up my hands by beating on the walls. Anyone watching these exercises of mine would think me crazy or desperate. Yet I'm doing all this in the most somber, cold-blooded manner, and I've discovered that I'm much stronger physically than I had thought. In the security of ordinary life we don't test our ability to defend ourselves, we don't know what we're capable of. Knowing how strong I am, I feel myself gaining courage, and my confidence in God grows with my efforts to help Him protect me. I often remember the lovely verses that Porpora said he had read on the walls of a dungeon of the Inquisition in Venice.
Di che mi fido, mi guarda Dio. Di che non mi fido, me guarderò io. 2.
More fortunate than the hapless being who wrote out that grim invocation, I at least can trust unreservedly in the purity and devotion of this poor fanatic Gottlieb. He hasn't had any more sleepwalking episodes. Besides, his mother is keeping a close eye on him. During the day he comes to my room to talk. I haven't wanted to go down on the esplanade since I ran into Mayer there. Gottlieb has explained me his religious beliefs. I found them to be very beautiful, though often strange, and I wanted to read the theology of his Bible, since he is clearly a disciple, in order to see what notions of his own devising he has added to the inspired dreams of the illustrious shoemaker. He lent me the precious volume, and I plunged in at my own risk. Now I understand how the book has unhinged the simple mind. Gottlieb takes literally the symbols of a mystic who was himself a bit crazy. I don't pride myself on fully understanding and explaining them, but I think I see their array of lofty religious intuition and the fount of generous poetry. What struck me the most was his theory about the devil. In the battle with Lucifer, God did not destroy him. Oh man, in your blindness, you do not see the reason why. It is because God was contending with God. It was the struggle of one part of God against the other. I remember Albert explaining nearly the same way the transitory reign of the principle of evil over the earth, with the chaplain at Riesenberg listening in horror to this tenet and calling it Manichaeism. Albert maintained that our Christianity was a Manichaeism more complete, more superstitious than his own, since it consecrated the principle of evil as something eternal, whereas his system acknowledged the rehabilitation of evil, in other words, its conversion and reconciliation. Evil, according to Albert, was merely error, and one day the light of God would dispel error and put an end to evil. I confess, my friends, even at the risk of appearing very heretical in your eyes, that Satan's being doomed for all eternity to stirring up evil, loving evil, and closing his eyes to the truth look like impiety to me as well, and that's still the case. In short, I take Jacob Boehme for a millenarian, in other words, a believer in the resurrection of the righteous in their life with Jesus Christ upon a new earth, born of the dissolution of the present one, for 1,000 years of unmitigated bliss and consummate wisdom, after which will come the full reunion of these souls with God, plus the rewards of eternity, even more perfect than the millennium. Count Albert explained this symbol, I clearly remember, while telling me the stormy history of his old Bohemia and dear Taborites, imbued with these beliefs that they had revived from early Christianity. Albert took all this less literally and without making any pronouncements about how long the resurrection would last or when it would take place. Yet he had a prophetic sense and vision that society would soon fall apart, having to make way for an era of sublime renovation, and Albert had no doubt that his soul, emerging from the fleeting grasp of death to embark upon a new series of lives here below, would be called to contemplate this providential reward in the days, by turns terrifying and magnificent, that were promised to humanity's endeavors. This magnanimous faith that seemed monstrous to the upholders of orthodoxy at Riesenberg, that became my own after having first struck me as so new and so strange, is one that belongs to every age and nation. Moreover, despite the efforts of the Roman Church to smother it or Rome's inability to clarify these beliefs and purify them of their literal and superstitious meaning, it's clear to me that this faith has filled many fervently religious souls with enthusiasm. It is even said that great saints have had this faith. So I become a believer without remorse or fear, certain that an idea espoused by Albert can only be grand. Besides, it appeals to me, diffusing heavenly poetry over my notion of death and the sufferings that will no doubt hasten for me the appointed hour. I like this Jacob Boehme. This disciple who was down in the Schwartz's filthy kitchen, engrossed in his sublime dreams and heavenly visions, while his parents concoct their schemes, make their deals and degrade themselves, seems to me so pure and so touching, with his book that he knows by heart without understanding it well, and the shoe that he is making so as to model his life on his master's, but without being able to finish the job. Disabled in body and mind, but simple, sincere, and living like an angel. Poor Gottlieb, you're no doubt doomed to break your bones by falling off a high rampart in your imaginary flight through the heavens or to sink under the weight of precocious infirmities. You will have passed over the earth like an unrecognized saint, an angel in exile, without having understood evil, without having known happiness, without even having felt the warmth of the sun that lights the world, since you've been so absorbed in contemplating the mystical sun that shines in your mind. No one will have known you, no one will have given you the pity and admiration you deserve. And I, the only one to have found out your secret meditations, I who understand ideal beauty as well and would have had the strength to seek it out and give it reality in the course of my life, I'll die like you in the flower of my youth, without having done anything, without having lived. In the cracks of the walls sheltering and devouring us, there are miserable little plants that the wind beats down, that the sun never suffuses with color. They wither away without flower or fruit. Yet they seem to come up again and again, but that's because the wind blows seeds from far away to the same old places, and they try to grow and live off the remains of the previous ones. That's how captives live their dormant lives, how prisons replenish their populations. Yet isn't it strange that I find myself here with another person given to ecstasies? While Gottlieb's are of a lesser order than Albert's, he too is attached to a secret religion, to beliefs that are jeered at, persecuted, or despised. Gottlieb says that Bohm has many other disciples here in this land, that several shoemakers openly profess his doctrine, that its basic principles have been forever implanted in the humble souls of many unknown philosophers and prophets who fanaticized Bohemia long ago and who now keep a sacred fire smoldering beneath the ashes all over Germany. In fact, I remember the fervent Hussite shoemakers that Albert told me about, their bold sermons and terrifying exploits back in the days of Jan Žižka. The very name of Jacob Bohm bears witness to that glorious beginning. I don't know much about what is going on in the contemplative minds of patient Germania. My busy, dissipated life kept me away from such an investigation. But even if Gottlieb and Zdenko were the last disciples of the mysterious religion that Albert preserved like a precious talisman, I still feel that this is my religion, since it proclaims the future equality of one and all as well as the coming revelation of God's justice and goodness on this earth. Oh yes, I have to believe in this kingdom of God that Christ announced to mankind. I have to trust that these iniquitous monarchies and corrupt societies will be overthrown so as not to doubt providence, seeing where I am. No news from prisoner number 2. If it's not an impudent lie that Mayer relayed to me, Amalia of Prussia is accusing me of having betrayed her. May God forgive her for doubting me. Even though I've heard the same accusations on her account, I've never doubted her. I won't do anything more to try and see her. By trying to justify myself, I could further compromise her, having already done so unwittingly. My Robin is a faithful companion. Seeing Gottlieb in my cell without his cat, the Robin has warmed up to him, and poor Gottlieb has gone completely crazy with pride and joy. He calls him Lord and doesn't allow himself to be familiar with him. He offers him food with the deepest respect and a kind of religious quiver. It's no use trying to convince him that this is just a bird like the others. No matter what I say, he won't give up the idea that a heavenly spirit has taken this form. I'm trying to distract him by teaching him a little something about music, and he truly has a fine mind for it. His parents are delighted by my care and attention, and they've offered to put a spinet in one of their rooms where I could give him lessons and do some work myself. A few days ago I would have been overjoyed by this proposal, but now I don't dare accept it. I no longer even dare sing in my cell since I'm so afraid of drawing over here that crude music lover, that ex-teacher of trumpet, may God confound him. May 10th. For a long time I was wondering what had become of the anonymous friends, the marvelous protectors whose intervention in my affairs the Count de Saint-Germain announced to me and whose meddling apparently only hastened the disasters that the king's benevolence hastened to rain down on me. If those were the conspirators whose punishment I'm sharing, they were all scattered and destroyed at the time of my arrest, I was thinking, or else they turned their backs on me when I refused to escape from Herr Buddenbrock's clutches the day of my transfer from Berlin to Spandau. Well, here they are again, and they've made Gottlieb their emissary. How reckless they are! Let's hope they won't bring down upon that innocent's head the same evils they've brought down upon mine. This morning Gottlieb secretly brought me a note worded as follows. We are working toward your deliverance, the time is near. But a new danger, one that would delay the success of our endeavor, threatens you. Beware of anyone urging you to escape before we have given you sure directives and precise details. A trap is being laid for you. Stay on your guard and persevere in your strength. Your brothers, the Invisibles. This note fell at Gottlieb's feet this morning as he was crossing a prison courtyard. He, for one, firmly believes that it came down from heaven and that the robin had something to do with it. While encouraging him to talk, without much trying to counter his fantastic ideas, I nonetheless learned some strange things which may contain an element of truth. I asked him if he knew what the Invisibles were. Nobody knows, he replied, even though everybody pretends to know. How's that, Gottlieb? So you've heard talk about these people? While I was an apprentice to the master cobbler in the city, I heard lots of things on the subject. So there's talk? Do working folks know about them? This is how it came to my ears, and of everything I've heard said, these are some of the few words worth listening to and remembering. One poor fellow in our workshop hurt his hand so grievously that there was talk of cutting it off. He was the sole breadwinner for a big family that he'd been looking after with lots of love and courage. He came to see us with his hand in a bandage and said sadly while watching us work, "How lucky you are to have your hands unfettered. I'll soon have to go off to the poorhouse, I guess, and my mother will be left begging so that my little brothers and sisters don't starve to death." Somebody suggested that we draw up a collection, but we were all so poor, and even though my parents are rich, I had so little money handy that we couldn't pull together enough to be any decent help for our poor comrade. We emptied our pockets, then racked our brains to find a way to get Franz out of this fix. But nobody came up with anything because Franz had knocked at every door, only to be rebuffed by one and all. It is said that the king is very rich, that his father left him a huge treasure. But it's also said that he spends it outfitting soldiers, and as there was a war on, with the king away and everybody afraid of shortages, the poor working folks were having a hard time, and Franz couldn't get enough help from kind-hearted souls. As for the hard-hearted ones, they've never got a penny in their pockets. All of a sudden a young man from the workshop said to Franz, "If I were in your shoes, I know just what I'd do. But maybe you won't have the guts." "It's not guts I'm short of." "What should I do?" asked Franz. "Go ask the Invisibles." Franz seemed to understand, since he shook his head reluctantly and didn't say a word. When a few young men like me didn't know what that meant and asked for an explanation, the reply from every quarter was, "You don't know the Invisibles? What children you are, that's plain to see. The Invisibles are people you don't see, but they do things, all sorts of good, all sorts of evil as well. It's not known if they live in some particular place, but they're everywhere, in all four corners of the earth, or so people say. They assassinate a good many travelers and defend others from bandits. It all depends whether these are found worthy of punishment or protection. They're behind every revolution, reaching into every court, conducting every kind of business, deciding whether there'll be war or peace, ransoming prisoners, comforting those in distress, punishing scoundrels, making kings tremble on their thrones. In short, they're the cause of everything good or bad that happens in the world. Perhaps they've been wrong more than once, but it's said that they mean well. And besides, who can say if today's sorrow won't be the cause of a great joy tomorrow? We were listening with great wonder and awe, Gottlieb continued, and little by little I understood enough to be able to tell you what workingmen and poor ignorant folks make of the invisibles. Some say they're wicked people, worshippers of the devil, who imparts to them his power, the knack for knowing secret things, the ability to tempt men by the lure of the riches and honors at their disposal, the skill of divining the future, making gold, curing the sick, rejuvenating the old, raising the dead, preventing the living from dying, for they've discovered the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. Others think they are religious, benevolent men who have pooled their resources to assist those in distress and work together to right wrongs and reward virtue. In our workshop everyone had something or another to say. "They're the old order of the Knights Templar," said one. "Now they're called Freemasons," another added. "No," a third chimed in, "they're Zinzendorf's Herrnhuters, in other words, the Moravian Brethren, formerly the United Brethren, the Orphans of Mount Tabor, in short, old Bohemia still alive and well and secretly threatening all the dominions of Europe because it wants to turn the whole universe into a republic." Still others claimed they were just a handful of sorcerers, students and disciples of Paracelsus, Bohm, Swedenborg, and now Schropfer the lemonade seller. What a fine addition to the group, all eager to rule the world and overthrow empires with magic tricks and demonic rites. Most agreed that they were the old secret tribunals of free judges, which had never disbanded in Germany. Now, after having worked underground for several centuries, they were beginning to rear their heads with pride and make felt their arms of iron, swords of fire, and diamond scales of justice. As for Franz, he was hesitant to appeal to them, for he said that once you had accepted their favors, you were bound to them for this life and the next, which put your salvation in great jeopardy and your family in grave danger. Yet necessity won out over fear. A fellow worker, the one who had given him that piece of advice and who was greatly suspected of being a member of the Invisibles, even though he vigorously denied it, secretly let him know how to make what he called the signal of distress. We never learned what it was. Some said that Franz drew a Kabbalistic sign on his door in his own blood, others, that he went at midnight to a knoll where four roads met at the foot of a cross and there a horseman in black appeared before him, and still others simply said that he deposited a letter in the hollow of an old weeping willow at the gate of the cemetery. What is certain is that he got help, his family did not have to beg while waiting for him to heal, and he managed to get treatment from a skillful surgeon who fixed him all up. About the Invisibles, he never said a single word, except that he would bless them his whole life long. And that, sister, is how I first heard about these terrifying and benevolent creatures. But you who've got more learning than the young men in your workshop, what do you think of the Invisibles? I asked Gottlieb. Are they cultists, charlatans, or conspirators? Up to that moment Gottlieb had been making a lot of sense, but then he slipped back into his usual ramblings, and I couldn't make out a thing except that they were truly invisible, impalpable beings, that like God and the angels they could only be apprehended by our senses when they had assumed certain forms in order to communicate with humans. It's very clear, he said, that the end of the world is near. Unmistakable signs have burst forth. The Antichrist is already born. Some say that he's in Prussia and is called Voltaire, but I don't know this Voltaire, and it may be somebody else, all the more because V is not W, and the name that the Antichrist will bear among men will begin by that letter, and it will be a German name. Point 3. While awaiting the great wonders that are going to burst forth in this century, God, who doesn't take part in anything ostensibly, who is eternal silence, for is raising up among us beings with natures superiorly endowed for good and for evil. Occult forces, angels and demons, the latter for testing the righteous, the former for ensuring their triumph. And then, the great battle between the two principles has already begun. The king of evil, the father of error and ignorance, is defending himself in vain. The archangels have drawn the bow of knowledge and truth, and their arrows have pierced Satan's armor. Satan is still roaring and writhing, but soon he'll renounce falsehood, lose all his venom, and rather than the impure blood of reptiles, he'll feel the dew of pardon running through his veins. This is the clear and certain explanation for the incomprehensible, frightening things happening in the world. Good and evil are wrestling in a higher realm far removed from human endeavor. Victory and defeat hover over us, and no one can subject them to his will. Frederick of Prussia attributes to his mighty weapons triumphs that destiny alone has granted him before he is crushed or raised up according to its secret designs. Yes, I tell you, it's very plain that nobody understands what's going on in the world any longer. They see impiety taking up the arms of faith and vice versa. They suffer oppression, poverty, and all the scourges of discord without their prayers being heard, without the miracles of the old religion interceding. They no longer agree about anything, they quarrel without knowing why. They're marching blindfolded toward an abyss. The invisibles urge them on, but who knows if the wonders signaling their mission are the work of God or the devil? In the same way, in the early years of Christianity, many people considered Simon Magus just as powerful, just as divine as Christ. Now I say that every wonder comes from God, since Satan can't perform any wonders without God's consent, and that among those who are called the invisibles, some act by the direct light of the Holy Spirit, whereas others receive the power through a cloud and are destined to do good, believing all the while that they're doing evil. That explanation is quite abstract, my dear Gottlieb. Is it Jacob Boehm's or your own? It's his, if one wants to understand it that way. It's mine, if his inspiration didn't suggest it to me. Fine, Gottlieb. I'm no further along than before, since I still don't know if these invisibles are my good or bad angels. May 12th. The wonders have indeed begun, and my destiny is churning in the hands of the invisibles. Like Gottlieb, I'll ask, are they from God or the devil? Today Gottlieb was called over by the sentry who guards the esplanade and is assigned to the little bastion at the end of it. This sentry, according to Gottlieb, is none other than an invisible, a spirit. The proof of this is that he knows all the sentries and gladly chats with them when they fool around and order shoes from him, but he's never seen this one before. Plus, this sentry seemed to be of superhuman stature, and the expression on his face defied definition. Gottlieb, he said in a very low voice, Porporina must be delivered 3 nights from now. It depends on you. You can get the keys for her room from under your mother's pillow, take her through the kitchen, and bring her here, to the end of the esplanade. I'll take care of the rest. Warn her so that she'll keep herself ready. And remember, if you're not sufficiently careful and zealous, we're done for, all 3 of us. That's where things stand now. This news has made me sick with emotion. All night long I ran a fever, all night long I heard the fantastic violin. Escaping. Getting out of this dreary prison. Above all, getting away from the terror this mayor stirs up in me. Oh, if that means risking my life alone, I'm ready, but what will be the consequences for Gottlieb, for this sentry, a stranger to me, who is sacrificing himself so unselfishly, and finally for these unknown accomplices who are about to assume a new burden. I tremble, I hesitate, I'm wavering. Here I am writing to you again without giving a thought to preparing my escape. No, I won't run away unless I'm reassured about the fate of my friends and protectors. There is nothing that daunts Gottlieb's resolve. When I ask if he's not afraid of anything, he tells me that he'd gladly give his life for me, and when I add that he may miss seeing me, he replies that this is his business, that I have no idea what he intends to do. Besides, all this seems to him a divine injunction, and he unthinkingly obeys the unknown power that drives him on. I, on the other hand, I read over and over the note I received a few days ago from the Invisibles, and I fear that the sentry's words may in fact be the trap that I've been warned about. I've still got 48 hours. If Mayer shows up again, I'll risk everything. If he keeps on ignoring me, and if I have no better guarantee than a stranger's tip, I'll stay. May 13th. Yes, indeed, I trust in destiny, in Providence that has sent me help out of the blue. I'm leaving, I'm leaning on the strong arm that shields me. While walking on the esplanade this morning, where I had ventured in hopes of receiving some new revelation from the spirits all around me, I cast an eye at the bastion where the sentry stands. There were two of them, one keeping watch, shouldering his gun, the other marching to and fro, as if he were looking for something. The second one attracted my attention because he was so tall. I had the feeling that he wasn't a stranger to me. But I could only throw him furtive glances, and at each lap around the esplanade I had to turn my back to him. Finally, once when I was advancing toward him, he was also coming toward us, as if by chance, and even though he was on a level much higher up, I recognized him perfectly. I had to stifle a cry. It was Karl the Bohemian, the deserter I rescued from Meyer's clutches in the Bohemian forest, Karl whom I saw next at Roswald, in Moravia, at Count Hotitz's estate, and who gave up for my sake a dreadful design for revenge. This man is devoted to me, body and soul, and today, with his ferocious face, flat nose, red beard, and porcelain blue eyes, to me he looked as beautiful as the angel Gabriel. That's him. Gottlieb whispered to me, the Invisible's emissary. He's an invisible himself, I'm sure of it. At least, he would be if he wanted to. He's your liberator, he's the one who's going to get you out of here tomorrow night. My heart was pounding so hard that I could barely stand, tears of joy were streaming from my eyes. To hide my emotion from the other sentry, I moved away from the bastion toward the parapet and pretended to contemplate the weeds in the moat. Even so I managed to spy Karl and Gottlieb who, without much trying to cover it up, exchanged a few words that didn't reach my ears. A few seconds later Gottlieb returned and hurriedly said, "He's going to come down here, he's going to come to our place and drink a bottle of wine. Pretend not to pay him any attention. My father is out. While my mother is fetching the wine from the canteen, return to the kitchen as if you were going back to your room, and you'll have a chance to speak to him for a second." Indeed, after Karl had chatted for a few minutes with Frau Schwartz, who doesn't sniff at the chance to make some money by providing refreshment to the Citadel's veterans, I saw Gottlieb appear at the door. I understood that this was the signal. I went in and found myself alone with Karl. Gottlieb had followed his mother to the canteen. Poor child. It seems that friendship has suddenly revealed to him the cunning and presence of mind necessary in real life. He deliberately blundered around, dropping the candle, exasperating his mother, and keeping her out long enough so that I could reach an understanding with my savior. "Signora," he said, "here I am. And here you are at long last. The recruiters nabbed me again, it was my fate. But the king recognized me and took mercy on me, maybe because of you. Then he let me go, even promising me money, which by the way I never saw. I was on my way home when I learned that you were here. I went to see a famous sorcerer to find out how to go about helping you. The sorcerer sent me to Prince Heinrich, and Prince Heinrich sent me back to Spandau. We're surrounded by powerful people that I don't know, but they're working for you, not sparing money or effort, to be sure. Everything is finally ready. Tomorrow night the doors will open in front of us all by themselves. Every possible obstacle has been overcome. The Schwartzes are the only ones who aren't with us. But tomorrow they'll be sleeping heavier than usual, and by the time they wake up, you'll be long gone. We're taking Gottlieb, who has asked to follow you. I'm clearing out with you, we're not taking any risks, everything has been taken care of. Be ready, Signora, and now get back to the esplanade so that the old woman doesn't find you here. Expressing my gratitude to Karl with tears alone, I hurried away to hide them from Frau Schwartz's inquisitorial eye. Oh my friends, so I'll see you once again, and I'll hold you in my arms. Once again I'll get away from this dreadful mayor. I'll see again the full sweep of the firmament, lovely countrysides, Venice, Italy. I'll sing again, once again I'll find hearts and minds in sympathy with mine. Oh, this prison has renewed my life and revived my heart which was languishing in dull indifference. How I'm going to live, love, be pious and good. And yet, the human heart is such an enigma. I feel terrified and almost sad at the idea of leaving this cell where I've spent 3 months perpetually striving to be brave and resigned, this esplanade where I've gone round and round with so many melancholy reveries, these old walls that look so high, so cold, so serene by moonlight. And this great moat whose dismal waters have been such a beautiful shade of green, and the thousands of woebegone flowers that spring sowed on its banks. And most of all, my Robin. Gottlieb claims that he will follow us, but at that hour he'll be asleep in the ivy and won't notice our leaving. Oh dear little creature. May you be the companion and consolation of the one who takes my place in this cell, and may she look after you and respect you as I have. Now, let's try and get some sleep so that I'll be strong and calm tomorrow. I'm sealing this manuscript that I want to take with me. Gottlieb helped me get a fresh supply of paper, pencils, and candles, which I want to leave in my hiding place, so that these priceless treasures for prisoners will make somebody else happy after me. Here ends Consuelo's diary. We'll resume a faithful narration of her adventures. The reader needs to be informed that Karl was not telling a lie when he boasted about being aided and employed by powerful individuals. The invisible knights working toward our heroine's deliverance had distributed huge amounts of gold. Several members of the prison staff, 8 or 10 veterans and even an officer, had promised to keep quiet, to see nothing, and, if there were an alarm, to go after the fugitives purely as a matter of form. On the evening appointed for the escape, Karl had supper with the Schwartzes. Pretending to be drunk, he invited them to drink with him. Frau Schwartz had a parched throat like most women given to the culinary art. Her husband had no aversion to schnapps from his own canteen when he drank it at somebody else's expense. A narcotic drug that Karl secretly put in the flask enhanced the effects of the strong drink. Her and Frau Schwartz had a hard time getting to bed and snored so loudly that Gottlieb, who attributed everything to supernatural influences, thought that somebody had cast a spell over them when he came to steal the keys. Karl had gone back to the bastion to keep watch. Consuelo had no trouble getting there with Gottlieb and intrepidly climbed up the rope ladder that the deserter tossed down to her. But poor Gottlieb, who stubbornly insisted on escaping with her despite all her objections, became a great problem at this point. During his bouts of somnambulism he could run like a cat over roofs and gutters, but awake he was not able to take 3 nimble steps over the most even ground. Convinced that he was following a heavenly messenger, he had no fear and would not have hesitated to jump down off the ramparts if Karl had advised him to do so. Yet his reckless confidence added to the dangers of his awkwardness. He climbed without method or forethought, refusing to see or calculate anything. After having made Consuelo shudder 20 times, certain each time that he was doomed, he finally reached the platform of the bastion. From there our 3 fugitives made their way through the corridors of that part of the citadel where the functionaries who were in on their plot had their quarters. Things were going along fine when all of a sudden they found themselves face to face with Adjutant Nantul, in other words, the ex-recruiter mayor. Consuelo thought she was doomed, but Karl stopped her from running away by saying, "Never fear, Signora, the adjutant is on your side." "Stop right here," Nantul said to them hurriedly. "There's a snag. Wouldn't you know, Adjutant Weber took it into his head to come have supper in our quarters with that old fool of a lieutenant. They're in the hall that you've got to go through, and we've got to get them out of there. Karl, hurry back to your post, somebody might see too soon that you're gone. I'll come fetch you when it's time. Madam will step into my room, and Gottlieb will come along with me. I'll say that he's sleepwalking. My 2 boobies will tear off to go have a look, and when they've vacated the premises, I'll take the key so that they can't come back." Gottlieb, unaware that he walked in his sleep, looked at him reproachfully, but when Karl motioned that he should obey, he submitted blindly. Consuelo felt insurmountable revulsion at the idea of entering Meyer's room. "Why are you afraid of the man?" whispered Karl. "He stands to earn too much money to think of betraying you. His advice is good, and I'm going back to the bastion. Too much haste could be our ruin." Too much composure and caution could also be our ruin, Consuelo thought to herself. Yet she gave in. She was carrying a weapon. On her way through the Schwartz's kitchen she had grabbed a little knife whose company reassured her a bit. She had turned over to Karl her money and her papers, keeping only her crucifix, nearly an amulet in her mind. Mayer locked her in his room for greater safety and went off with Gottlieb. 10 minutes later, which felt like 100 years to Consuelo, Nantul returned, and she noted with terror that he locked the door behind him and put the key in his pocket. "Signora," he said to her in Italian, "you must be patient for half an hour still. The rascals are drunk and won't raise the siege till the clock strikes 1. Then the guard who looks after these quarters will put them out." "And what have you done with Gottlieb, Signore?" "Your friend Gottlieb is safe behind a pile of firewood where he can get some sleep. Maybe that will make him lighter on his feet, all the better to follow you. Karl will be alerted, won't he?" "Unless I wish to have him hanged," said the adjutant with a look that struck Consuelo as diabolical, "I'll take good care not to leave him there. Are you pleased with me, Signora?" "I am not in a position to demonstrate my gratitude just now, Signore," replied Consuelo in a chilly voice, vainly trying to conceal her disdain, "but I hope that I'll soon be able to give you proper thanks." "Good Lord, you can thank me right now." Consuelo shuddered with horror. "By showing me a little affection," added Mayer, his wheedling tone heavy and coarse. "Now, look here, if I weren't such a passionate lover of music, and if you weren't so pretty, it would be very wrong of me to fail in my duty by letting you escape. Do you think I'm doing it for the money?"
Basta.
"I'm rich enough to get along without you folks, and Prince Heinrich doesn't have enough clout to save me from hanging or spending the rest of my life in prison if I'm found out. In any case, as a result of my negligence, I'll be disgraced and transferred to a fortress that's not so nice, not so near the capital. All this requires some consolation. Come on, don't be so proud. You know I'm in love with you. I've got a tender heart, I do. That's no reason to take advantage of my weakness. Hell, you're no nun, no prissy little saint. You're a charming theater girl, and I'll just bet that you didn't get your leading roles without bestowing a few tender favors on your directors. By God, if you've sung for Maria Theresa, as they say, you've been through Prince von Kaunitz's boudoir. Now here you are in less splendid digs, but your freedom is in my hands, and freedom is even more precious than an empress's blessing. Is that a threat, signore? Replied Consuelo, livid with indignation and disgust. No, it's a plea, lovely signora. It's no condition, I hope? By no means. How shabby. Never. That would be an outrage, said Mayer with impudent irony, approaching Consuelo with open arms. Horrified, Consuelo ran to the far side of the room. Mayer followed. She was doomed, it was clear to her, unless she were to sacrifice humanity to honor. Suddenly inspired by the formidable pride of Spanish women, she received the scoundrel's embrace and stuck the point of the blade into his chest. Mayer was very plump, and the wound was not dangerous. Yet, when he saw his own blood, since he was as much a coward as a voluptuary, he thought he was dead and fainted, belly down on his bed, muttering, "I am murdered. I am doomed." Consuelo thought that she had killed him and nearly fainted herself. Yet after a few seconds of silent terror she dared approach him. Seeing that he was not moving, she ventured to pick up the key that had dropped at his feet. It was scarcely in her hand when she felt her courage reborn. Without a moment's hesitation she left the room and ran haphazardly through the halls. All of the doors in front of her were standing open, and she went down a flight of stairs without knowing where they might lead. Yet her legs buckled when she heard the alarm bell, then the drum and the cannon that had given her such a turn the night that Gottlieb's sleepwalking had set off an alert. She fell to her knees on the last steps, joined her hands, and prayed for poor Gottlieb and generous Karl. Separated from them after having let them risk death for her sake, she had no more strength, no desire for deliverance. Heavy, hurried footsteps rang in her ears, bright torches flashed before her frightened eyes, and she no longer knew whether they were real or the product of her delirium. She let herself sink into a corner and completely blacked out. In an earlier paragraph, Consuelo gave a few details about the Schwartz family. We have eliminated from her manuscript everything that would be a repetition for the reader. God preserves me from those I trust, myself I'll preserve from those I mistrust. Perhaps Weishaupt, who was born in 1748. Translator's edition, a professor at Ingolstadt, Adam Weishaupt founded in 1776 a philosophical society called the Illuminati. It had close affinities with the Freemasons and was organized along Masonic lines. Jacob Boehm's expression. Chapter 20. When Consuelo regained consciousness, she felt an incomparable sensation of well-being without being able to tell where she was nor how she had gotten there. She was lying down out in the open, and without feeling the slightest chill from the cold night air, she could look all around at the stars shining in the vast, cloudless sky. This enchanting sight was soon followed by the sensation of rather swift, but smooth and pleasant motion. From the sound of an oar dipping into water at short intervals, she understood that she was in a boat crossing the lake. A gentle warmth suffused her limbs, and in the calm of the still waters where the breeze ruffled the various reeds and rushes there was something suave that reminded her of the lagoons of Venice on lovely spring nights. Consuelo lifted her languid head, glanced around and saw two oarsmen, one in the bow and the other in the stern, rowing with all their might. She looked for the citadel and saw it already far away, dark as a mountain of stone amid the transparency of air and water. She told herself that she was saved, but just then she thought of her friends and anxiously uttered Carl's name. "I'm right here." "Not a word, Signora." Complete silence, said Carl, pulling on the oars in front of her. Consuelo thought that the other oarsman was Gottlieb, and too weak to worry any longer, she let herself sink back into her initial state of mind. A hand drew back around her the soft, warm cloak in which she had been wrapped, but she gently pushed it aside from her face so as to contemplate the boundless expanse of star-spangled blue that fanned out over her head. While feeling her strength and flexibility return after a violent, paralyzing attack of nerves, she gathered her thoughts, and the recollection of Mayer rose up horrible and bloody in front of her. She again tried to sit up and noticed that her head was lying on someone's knees, her body supported by his arm. She had not yet seen this third passenger, or to be more exact, she had taken him for some kind of bundle, since he was stretched out behind her, all covered up, hidden and motionless, at the bottom of the boat. Consuelo was seized with terror when she recalled the reckless confidence that Carl had shown Mayer and wondered if the person beside her might not be that wretched man. Her suspicions were aggravated by the apparent care he took to remain concealed. It mortified her to think that she had reclined against his breast, and she almost reproached Providence for having let her enjoy a few moments of salutary oblivion and ineffable well-being under his care. Fortunately, the boat reached land at that moment, and Consuelo jumped up to take Carl's hand and leap on shore, but there was such a jolt upon landing that she staggered and fell back into the arms of the mysterious man. She saw him standing just then, and by the faint light of the stars she was able to discern a black mask over his face. But he was a full head taller than Mayer, and despite the long cloak enveloping him, his elegant bearing suggested a sleek, supple body. This completely reassured the fugitive. She accepted the arm he offered her in silence and walked with him some 50 paces on the shore. Following behind were Carl and the other person, both of whom had gestured to her once again that she was not to say a single word. The countryside was silent and desolate, things seemed to have quieted down at the citadel. Behind a thicket they found a carriage hitched up with 4 horses. The stranger climbed in with Consuelo. Carl took the driver's seat. The third person vanished without Consuelo's taking notice. She yielded to the silent, solemn haste of her liberators, and soon the carriage, excellent and exquisitely smooth, took off into the night with lightning speed. The noise of the wheels and the galloping horses hardly encouraged conversation. Alone with the stranger, Consuelo felt very intimidated and even a bit frightened. Yet, seeing that it was no longer dangerous to break the silence, she felt duty-bound to tell him her gratitude and joy, but there was no reply. He had taken a seat across from her, as a sign of respect. He took her hand and pressed it between his own, without saying a single word. Then he sank back into a corner of the carriage, and Consuelo, who had hoped to start up a conversation, dared not insist in the face of this tacit refusal. She was very eager to know to what generous, devoted friend she owed her deliverance, but she felt for him, without knowing him, an instinctive feeling of respect mingled with fear, and her imagination lent this strange traveling companion all the romantic qualities appropriate to the circumstances. Finally it occurred to her that he was a minor agent of the Invisibles, perhaps a faithful servant who feared that he might breach the duties of his rank by having a conversation alone with her at night. They sped along for 2 hours, then stopped in the middle of a dark wood. The relay that they were to find there had not yet arrived. The stranger wandered off a short way to see if it was coming or to conceal his impatience and worry. Consuelo stepped down as well and strolled on a sandy path nearby with Carl, for whom she had 1,000 questions. "Thank God, Signora, here you are alive," said the faithful squire. "And you yourself, dear Carl?" "I couldn't be better, now that you're safe." "And Gottlieb, how is he doing?" "I suppose that he's just fine in his bed at Spandau." "Good heavens! You mean Gottlieb stayed back? Does that mean he's going to pay for us?" "He won't be paying for himself, for anybody else either." "When somebody raised the alarm, I don't know who, I ran over to be with you, just in case, seeing that it was time for the big gamble. I crossed paths with Adjutant Nantul, that is Mayor the recruiter, who was looking terribly pale." "You crossed paths with him, Carl? He was up and around? Why not? He wasn't hurt?" "Ah. Indeed, he was. He said he'd fallen over a stack of guns in the dark and bunged himself up a bit. But I didn't pay much attention to that and asked him right away where you were. He didn't have a clue, he'd lost his head. It even looked to me that he meant to betray us, since the alarm bell I had heard, whose sound I recognized, is the one from his room, for his quarters. But he seemed to have changed his mind, for the rascal knew that he'd earn a bundle for getting you out. So he helped me divert the storm by telling everyone we met that Gottlieb the sleepwalker had once again set off a false alarm. As a matter of fact, as if Gottlieb had wanted to prove him right, we found him asleep in a corner, in that strange sleep that often comes over him right in the middle of the day, wherever he may be, even on the parapet of the esplanade. The idea of taking off apparently put him in such a tizzy that he was asleep on his feet, which I find really amazing, unless at supper he accidentally drank a few drops of the potion I poured out so generously to his dear parents. This I know. We locked him up in the first room we found so that he wouldn't go wandering around on the fortifications, and I thought it best to leave him there until further notice. Nobody will be able to accuse him of anything, and my escape will explain yours well enough. As for the Schwartzes, they were too sound asleep to hear the bell, and nobody will have gone to see if your room was open or locked. So there won't be a serious alert until tomorrow. Nantul helped me calm things down, and I went looking for you, pretending to be on my way back to my barracks. I had the good luck to find you 3 steps away from the gate we had to use for our getaway. The jailers in that area were all on our side. At first I was really scared to find you almost dead. But dead or alive, I didn't want to leave you there. I had no trouble carrying you to the boat waiting for us along the side of the moat. And then I had a rather nasty little adventure that I'll tell you about some other time, Signora. You've had enough excitement today as it is, and what I've got to say might give you a bit of a start. No, Carl. Tell me everything, I can take it. Oh, I know you, Signora. You'll put the blame on me. You've got your way of seeing things. I remember Roswald, where you stopped me from. Carl, your refusal to talk is cruel torture. Tell me, I beg you, I insist. Well, Signora, it's a little problem, after all, and if sin there be, it concerns me and me alone. As I was ferrying you under a low arch, very slowly so that I wouldn't make too much noise with my oars in that spot where every sound is magnified. All of a sudden, at the end of a little pier that half blocks the passage, there were 3 men who grabbed me by the neck and jumped into the boat. I've got to tell you that your fellow passenger in the carriage, who was already one of ours, Carl added, lowering his voice, had been so reckless as to give Nantoul 2/3 of the appointed sum at the last postern. Nantoul, thinking he could make do with that amount and get the remainder by betraying us, was lying in wait along with 2 scoundrels of his own kind to recapture you. First he was hoping to get rid of your protector and me so that nobody could say a thing about the money he'd got. That's no doubt why these rascals were ready to murder us. Yet your traveling companion, Signora, however peaceable he may look, is a lion in combat. That I'll remember for a long time to come, I swear. In short order the first scoundrel hit the water, the second one, cowed, jumped back onto the path alongside and kept his distance to see how my struggle with the adjutant would wind up. My word, Signora, I didn't settle things as gracefully as his excellent lordship. I don't know what his name is. It took half a minute, to be sure, which does me no honor, since Nantoul, who is usually strong as a bull, seemed soft and unstrung, as if he'd had a scare or the wound that he'd mentioned were worrying him. Finally, when I felt him losing hold, I picked him up and dipped his feet in the water. Then his lordship said, "Don't kill him, there's no point." But I knew exactly who he was. I knew how well he swims, how tenacious and cruel he is, how he stops at nothing. At another time and place I had known the power of his fists, and I had old scores to settle with him. So I couldn't help giving him a good knock on the head with my clenched fist, a knock that will preserve him from ever giving or getting another one, Signora. May God rest his soul and forgive mine. He went down straight as a post, leaving a big ring in the water, and never coming back up, as if he were made of marble. His pal, after being knocked out of the boat by his lordship, had taken a dive and was already at the edge of the pier where the last one, the most cautious of the 3, was helping him get back on his feet. This was no easy task. The pier is so narrow right there that the one dragged down the other, and they both fell back in. While they were flailing about, swearing at each other, and having a little swimming party, I pulled on the oars with all my might, and soon I reached the spot where a second oarsman, a good man who fishes for a living, had promised to come help me row across the water. By the way, Signora, it's a good thing I learned something about being a sailor on the ponds at Roswald. I had no idea when you saw me taking part in such a fine rehearsal that one day I'd be fighting a naval battle, a bit less magnificent, but a bit more serious, for your sake. That memory crossed my mind when I found myself far out on the water, and I started laughing like mad, but what awful laughter it was. I didn't make the slightest sound, at least I didn't hear a thing. But my teeth were chattering in my mouth, I felt as though a hand of steel were at my throat, and sweat, icy cold sweat, was running down my forehead. Oh, it's clear that one doesn't kill a man as easily as a fly. Still he's not the first one, for I've seen combat, but that was war. Yet like that, in a corner at night behind a wall, without saying a word to each other, that's like premeditated murder. And yet it was a case of legitimate defense. Even though it wasn't the first assassination I'd premeditated. You remember, Signora? Had it not been for you, I would have done it. But I don't know if I wouldn't have felt bad about it later. Yet this much is certain, it was a nasty laugh I had out there on the water. And even now I can't help it. He was so funny, plummeting into the moat. Like a reed slipping down into the muck. And when there was nothing more to be seen but the tip of his head sinking fast, his head flattened by my fist. Mercy, he was so ugly. And I was so scared. I can still see him." Consuelo, fearing the effects of this dreadful emotion on poor Karl, tried to master her own feelings in order to calm him down and distract his mind. Karl was born gentle and patient like a true Bohemian serf. He was not made for the tragic life into which fate had thrown him, and his acts of energy and revenge cost him the horror of remorse and the terrors of religious fervor. Consuelo diverted him from his gloomy thoughts, perhaps to give her own the slip. She too had armed herself for murder that same night. She too had struck a blow and drawn a few drops of blood from the impure victim. An upright, pious soul cannot approach the thought of homicide in form that resolve without cursing and bewailing the circumstances that turn a dagger into the defender of honor and life. Consuelo was deeply distressed and appalled, and she no longer dared tell herself that her freedom was worth the price of blood, even the blood of a scoundrel. "My poor Karl," she said, "we've both acted as executioners tonight, and that's dreadful. Console yourself with the thought that we neither planned nor anticipated what necessity drove us to do. Now tell me about this nobleman who worked so unselfishly to help deliver me." "You don't know who he is?" "Not a clue, Signora. Tonight is the first time I've ever seen him, and I don't know his name." "But where's he taking us, Karl?" "I don't know, Signora. I've been forbidden to ask. Plus, I've even been told to tell you this: if you were to make the slightest effort to find out where you are and where you're going, they would have no choice but to abandon you along the way. It's clear that they only mean to do us good. So, as far as I'm concerned, I've made up my mind to let them lead me like a child." "Have you seen this nobleman's face?" "I caught a glimpse by lamplight while depositing you in the boat." "He's got a handsome face, Signora. I've never seen handsomer." "He looks like a king." "Merely that, Karl? Is he young?" "Around 30. "What language does he speak to you?" "Plain Bohemian, the true language of Christians. He only said 4 or 5 words to me. But what a pleasure it would have been to hear them in my language had it not been such an ugly moment." "Don't kill him, there's no point." "Oh, he was wrong, it was truly necessary, right, Signora? So what did he say when you arrived at this terrifying decision?" "I think, God forgive me, he didn't notice. He'd thrown himself down in the boat where you were looking dead. Fearing that you'd been hit, he used his body as a bulwark to protect you. And when we were far out on the water and safe, he raised you up in his arms, wrapped you in a warm cloak that he must have brought along for that purpose and held you against his heart, like a mother holding her child. Oh, you're obviously very dear to him, Signora. It can't be that you don't know him." "Perhaps I do, but since I haven't managed to catch sight of his face." "How strange that he keeps himself hidden from you." "Nothing, however, ought to surprise anyone about these folks." "What folks? Tell me." "The ones known as the Chevaliers, the Black Masks, the Invisibles." "I don't know anything more about them than you do, Signora, even though for the last 2 months they've been holding me by the traces and guiding me step by step to help and rescue you." The dull thud of horses galloping over grass reached their ears. In 2 minutes the horses had been changed, also the postilion who was not part of the king's service. The latter stepped aside for a few quick words with the stranger, who then came and offered his hand to Consuelo, and she climbed back into the carriage with him. He sat in the back, as far away from her as possible, and he interrupted the solemn silence of the night only to have his watch strike 2. Dawn was still far off, even though one could hear quail singing in the heather and farm dogs barking in the distance. The night was magnificent, the constellation of the Great Bear spread out as it dipped down over the horizon. The rumbling of the carriage smothered the harmonious chorus of the countryside, and they turned their backs to the great stars of the northern skies. Consuelo understood that she was going south. Carl, up in the driver's seat, did his best to repel Meyer's ghost that seemed to come floating before his eyes at every intersection in the forest, at the foot of every cross, or beneath the towering groves of firs. Thus he scarcely gave a thought to seeing in what direction his good or his evil star was leading him. Chapter 21. Porporina, judging that her companion had resolved not to exchange one single word with her, decided that she could do nothing better than to respect the strange vow he apparently meant to observe, like knights errant of old. To escape the gloomy images and dismal reflections that Carl's tale called to mind, she tried to focus on nothing but the unknown future opening up before her. Little by little she fell into a charming reverie. Only a few privileged constitutions have the gift of keeping their thoughts under control when they find themselves in a state of contemplative idleness. Consuelo had often had, and mainly during her 3 months of isolation at Spandau, the opportunity to exercise that faculty, which is granted less to the fortunate of this world than to those who spend their lives vying with toil, persecution, and danger. For one must recognize the providential mystery of graces of state, those special graces granted to people in particularly trying circumstances, without which the strength and serenity of certain hapless beings would seem impossible to those who have had only a passing acquaintance with adversity. Besides, the circumstances in which our fugitive found herself were strange enough to give rise to many a castle in Spain. This mystery that enveloped her like a cloud, this fate that was drawing her into a fantastic world, this sort of paternal love that surrounded her with miracles was quite enough to enchant a young imagination richly endowed with poetry. She remembered these words of scripture that she had set to music during her days in captivity. I shall send thee one of my angels who will hold thee in his arms lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. I walk through the shadows, and I walk without fear, for the Lord is with me. These words took on a clearer, more divine meaning for her. In a time when people no longer believe in God's direct revelation and tangible manifestation, heavenly protection and help are translated as aid, affection, and dedication on the part of our fellow creatures. It is so sweet to turn over the conduct of our own destiny to those who love us and to feel ourselves being carried, so to speak, by others. It is such great happiness that it would soon corrupt us unless we ourselves struggled not to abuse it. It is the happiness of a child whose golden dreams upon his mother's breast are untroubled by any real worries. These thoughts, which came like a dream to Consuelo at the sudden, unexpected end of such a cruel existence, lulled her into a state of saintly pleasure. Then sleep came washing over them, mixing them all together in that state of rest for soul and body that could be called a sense of nothingness known and relished. She had totally forgotten the presence of her silent traveling companion when she woke up right beside him, her head on his shoulder. At first it did not occur to her to move. She had just been dreaming about riding in a cart with her mother, and it seemed to her that the arm around her was the Zingara's. When she was more awake, she felt embarrassed by her inadvertence, but the stranger's arm seemed to have become a magic chain. In vain she made furtive attempts to free herself. Apparently asleep himself, the stranger had automatically taken his companion into his arms when fatigue in the moving carriage had caused her to slip toward him. He had joined his two hands around Consuelo's waist, as if to keep her from sinking down to his feet while he was nodding off. Yet sleep had not relaxed the strength of his grip, and it would have been necessary to wake him up altogether to loosen his fingers. Consuelo did not dare. She hoped that he would unwittingly free her all by himself and that she would be able to return to her place without seeming to have taken positive notice of all the delicate circumstances of their tête-à-tête. Yet, while waiting for the stranger to fall into a deeper sleep, Consuelo, reassured by his calm respiration and motionless repose, overcome as well by the exhaustion that follows great turmoil, fell back asleep herself. The next time she woke up, her companion's head was bent down over hers, his mask had come off, their cheeks were touching, their breath commingled. She jerked away, without thinking to take a look at the stranger's face. Besides, it would have been rather difficult to see anything, given how dark it was outside and especially so inside the carriage. The stranger drew Consuelo to his breast, whose heat inflamed her own by some magnetic force, depriving her of the strength and desire to pull back. Still, there was nothing violent or brutal about the man's sweet, burning embrace. Her chastity felt neither alarmed nor sullied by his caresses, and Consuelo, as if a spell had been cast over her, forgetting the control, one could even say the virginal coldness that she had never been tempted to abandon, even in the arms of impetuous Anzelito, returned the enthusiastic, penetrating kiss that the stranger was seeking on her lips. As everything was strange and unusual about this mysterious being, he seemed neither surprised, emboldened, nor intoxicated by Consuelo's involuntary transport. Once more he slowly pressed her to his heart, and even though his embrace was extraordinarily strong, it did not give her the pain that violent pressure always causes a delicate being. Nor did she feel the horror and shame that such a remarkable lapse from her customary reserve should have brought on after a moment's reflection. No thought came to trouble the ineffable serenity of that moment of love known and shared as if by miracle. This was the first such moment in her life. It was for her a matter of instinct, rather a revelation, and its charm was so complete, so deep, so divine that it seemed that nothing could ever change it. The stranger was to her a being apart, some kind of angel by whose love she was sanctified. He brushed Consuelo's eyelids with his fingertips, softer than the petals of a flower, and she instantly fell back asleep as if by enchantment. He stayed awake this time, but with an air of composure, as though he were invincible, as though no arrows of temptation could have penetrated his armor. He kept watch while carrying Consuelo off to unknown places, like an archangel bearing under his wing a young seraph utterly dazed and consumed by God's radiant beams. Dawn and the morning chill finally roused Consuelo out of this sort of lethargy. Finding herself alone in the carriage, she wondered if she had loved in a dream. She tried to lower one of the blinds, but they were all fastened with an outside bolt or a spring she did not know how to work. She was able to get air and watch the white or green shoulders of the road running by as broken, confused lines, but could not make out anything about the countryside nor for that reason make any observation, any discovery about where she was headed. There was something absolute and despotic about the protection encompassing her. This looked like an abduction, and she began to feel worried and frightened. With the stranger gone, the poor sinner finally felt all the anguish of shame, all the stupor of amazement wash over her. Perhaps there were not many opera girls, as female dancers and singers were then called, who would have tortured themselves for responding to the kiss of a very discreet stranger in the dark, especially since Karl had assured Porporina that he was a young man with admirable presence and looks. Yet that act of folly was so far outside the ways and ideas of virtuous, wise Consuelo that she felt deeply humiliated. Begging Albert's ghost for forgiveness, she blushed down to the bottom of her soul for having been unfaithful in her heart to him so precipitously, with so little reflection and dignity. The evening's tragic events and the joy of my deliverance must have made me delirious, she thought to herself. How else could I have imagined feeling love for a man who didn't say a single word to me, whose name I don't know, and whose face I haven't even seen. That's like the most shameful adventures at masked balls, those ridiculous attacks of desire that Karilla confessed to me, that I considered impossible for any woman aside from her. What contempt that man must have felt for me! He must not have taken advantage of my folly because of his sense of honor, or because he's no doubt bound by oath to higher duties, or else because he was right to scorn me. How I hope he understood or divined that I was just suffering about a fever, a moment of delirium. It was in vain that Consuelo heaped upon herself all these reproaches, for she could not defend herself against a bitter regret still greater than all the jeers of her conscience. She had lost her traveling companion, and she felt that she had no right nor any strength to accuse or curse him. Deep down she considered him a superior being with powers that were magical, perhaps diabolical, but certainly irresistible. She was afraid of him, and yet she wished not to have been so abruptly cut off from him and for all eternity. The carriage slowed to a walk, and Karl opened a blind. "If you wish to walk a bit, Signora, the Chevalier urges you to do so," he said. "It's a steep climb for the horses, and we're in the middle of the woods. There's apparently no danger." Consuelo leaned on Karl's shoulder and hopped down to the ground without giving him time to lower the steps. She hoped to catch sight of her traveling companion, her impromptu lover. Indeed she saw him, but 30 paces ahead, which meant that his back was turned, and he was still draped in that huge gray cloak that he seemed determined to wear day and night. His bearing and the little she could see of his hair and boots revealed great distinction as well as the elegance of a man who strove to enhance by gallant attire, as one was wont to say, the advantages of his person. The hilt of his sword caught the rays of the rising sun and shone like a star on his flank, while the powder that fashionable people of the time chose with the greatest of care let trail behind him in the morning air the sweet-smelling trace of a proper gentleman. Alas, my God, Consuelo thought to herself, maybe he's some fop, a phony little lord or proud aristocrat. Whoever he is, he's turned his back on me this morning, and he's certainly right. "Why do you call him the Chevalier?" she asked Karl, continuing her thoughts aloud. "Because that's what I hear the postilions call him." "The Chevalier of what?" "Just the Chevalier, nothing more." "But why do you ask, Signora?" "Since he doesn't want you to know who he is, it seems to me that he's rendering you such great services at the risk of his own life that you ought to leave well enough alone. As for me, I'd travel around with him for 10 years without asking where he was taking me. He's so handsome, so brave, so good, so light-hearted." "So light-hearted? That man is light-hearted?" "For sure. He is so happy to have saved you that he can't keep quiet about it. He asks me 1,000 questions about Spandau, about you, about Gottlieb, yours truly, and the King of Prussia. I tell him everything I know, everything that has happened to me, even the adventure at Roswald. It feels so good to talk Bohemian and have the ear of a quick-witted man who understands, instead of all these Prussian asses who only understand their own lousy language." "So he's Bohemian?" "I took the liberty of asking, and he just said no. He was even a bit gruff. I was wrong to question him when he only wanted to hear my answers." "Does he always wear a mask?" "Only around you, Signora." "Oh, the man's a joker, he's no doubt teasing you." Karl's cheerful banter and confidence did not entirely reassure Consuelo. She could see that he was very brave and determined, but also so straightforward and simple-hearted that he might be easily deceived. Hadn't he counted on Meyer's sincerity? Hadn't he pushed her into the wretched man's room? And now he was blindly obeying a stranger to carry her off, perhaps exposing her to seductions more refined and more dangerous. She recalled the note from the Invisibles: "A trap is being laid for you, a new danger threatens you. Beware of anyone urging you to escape before we have given you sure directives. Persevere in your strength," etc. No other note had come to confirm this one, and Consuelo, giving herself up to the joy of seeing Carl again, had believed this worthy servant sufficiently sanctioned to serve her. Was the stranger not a traitor? Where was he taking her with such mystery? Consuelo did not know of anyone among her friends who had anything like the Chevalier's splendid bearing except for Frederick von Trenck. Yet Carl knew him perfectly well, so it was not he. The Count de Saint-Germain was older, Cagliostro less tall. After studying the stranger from a distance to try and discern an old friend in him, Consuelo came to the conclusion that she had never seen anyone walk with such ease and grace. Albert alone could have had such majesty, but his slow gait and habitual prostration had nothing of the stranger's air of strength, his chivalrous mien. The woods were thinning out, and the horses began trotting to join up with the travelers who had gone on ahead. Without turning around, the Chevalier stretched out his arms and shook his handkerchief whiter than snow. Carl understood the signal and had Consuelo get back into the carriage, saying, "By the way, Signora, under the seats you'll find big trunks with linens, clothes, and everything you may need for lunch and dinner, if necessary, books as well. In short, this seems to be a hotel on wheels, and you may not be leaving it for a while." "Carl," said Consuelo, "please ask the Chevalier if I'll be free, once we're over the border, to thank him and go my own way." "Oh, Signora, I'd never dare say anything so unpleasant to such a gracious man." "Never mind, I insist. Give me his answer at the next stop, since he doesn't wish to talk to me." The stranger replied that the traveler was perfectly free, that her every wish was a command, yet her safety, the life of her guide and Carl's as well, depended on not interfering with the plans for her itinerary and place of refuge. Carl added, with an ingenuous air of reproach, that this lack of trust seemed to have pained the Chevalier considerably, that he had become sad and gloomy. This made her feel sorry, and she told Carl to tell him that she was putting her fate in the hands of the Invisibles. The whole day was uneventful. Shut up and hidden away in the carriage like a prisoner of state, Consuelo could not begin to guess where she was headed. She was extremely happy to change her clothes, for she had noticed by daylight a few drops of Meyer's black blood on her dress and was horrified. She tried to read, but her mind was too preoccupied. She decided to sleep as much as possible, hoping to forget more and more the mortification of her last adventure. But when it was night, and the stranger remained up in the driver's seat, she felt even more embarrassed. He, obviously, had not forgotten a single thing, and his respectful delicacy made Consuelo even more ridiculous and guilty in her own eyes. At the same time, she suffered for the discomfort and fatigue he was enduring up on that seat, which was tight for two people sitting side by side, he who seemed to be of such studied elegance with a soldier who was indeed very neatly disguised as a servant, but whose trusting, long-winded conversation could eventually become hard to bear, lastly, because he was exposed to the night's chill and deprived of sleep. So much courage might also look like presumptuousness. Did he consider himself irresistible? Did he think that Consuelo, now recovered from falling victim to her imagination for the first time, would not defend herself from his overly paternal familiarity? The poor child kept telling herself all this to console her downcast pride, but most certain of all, she wanted to see him again and feared above all else that his disdain or the triumph of too much virtue would make them forever strangers to each another. Toward the middle of the night they came to a halt in a ravine. The weather was gloomy. The wind in the leaves sounded like running water. "Signora," said Karl, opening the door, "here we are at the most difficult point in our travels. We've got to cross the border. With daring and money one gets out of every fix, people say. Yet it wouldn't be wise for you to make a try on the main road and under the eye of the police. There's no risk for a nobody like me. I'm going to walk the carriage, with just one horse, as if I were bringing this new acquisition to my masters at a nearby country estate. You, on the other hand, you take the shortcut with the Chevalier, and some of the paths may be a bit challenging. Do you feel strong enough to do a couple of miles on foot over poor trails?" Having replied in the affirmative, Consuelo found the Chevalier's arm ready to accept hers. Karl added, "If you get to our meeting place before I do, you'll wait for me without fear, won't you, Signora?" "I fear nothing," Consuelo replied with a mixture of tenderness and pride towards the stranger, "since I'm under the gentleman's protection." "But, my poor Karl, is there no danger for you?" Karl shrugged his shoulders and kissed Consuelo's hand. Then he ran to see about the horse, and Consuelo immediately set out across country with her taciturn protector. Chapter 22. The sky became darker and darker, the wind kept rising, and our two fugitives had been struggling along for half an hour, sometimes over rocky paths, sometimes through brambles and tall grass, when all of a sudden rain began pelting down with extraordinary force. Consuelo still had not spoken a word to her companion, but seeing that he was worried about her and looking around for shelter, she finally said, "Have no fear for me, sir, I am strong, and I'm only sorry to see you exposed to such exertion and worry for a person who means nothing to you, who knows not how to thank you." The stranger made a joyful gesture when he caught sight of an abandoned hovel in a corner of which he managed to shield his companion from the torrential downpour. The ruin no longer had a roof, and the protection afforded by an angle of the walls was so slight that the stranger had to stay out in the rain unless he stood right next to Consuelo. Yet he respected her situation and kept his distance so that she would have no reason to be afraid. But Consuelo soon found such self-sacrifice intolerable. She called him over, and seeing that he refused to budge, she left her shelter, trying to sound a playful note and saying, each one in turn, "Sir, I can certainly get a bit wet. You're going to take my place, since you refuse to take your portion." The Chevalier attempted to lead Consuelo back to the spot which had become the prize in a contest of generosity, but she resisted. "No, I won't yield. It's clear that I offended you today when I said I wanted to part company with you at the border. I must atone for my wrongs. I wish it would cost me a good cold." The Chevalier yielded and took shelter. Consuelo, reckoning that she owed him great amends, came and stood next to him, even though she felt humiliated that it might seem as if she were making advances to him. Yet she preferred to look shameless rather than ungrateful in his eyes, and to this she tried to resign herself to atone for the wrong she had done him. The stranger understood her so well that he stayed as far away from her as possible in a space 2 or 3 feet square. Leaning against the remains of a plaster wall, he made a show of turning his head so as to avoid embarrassing her and giving the impression that he might be emboldened by the care she was showing him. Consuelo admired that a man condemned to silence, who condemned her to the same to some extent, divined her feelings so well and made his intentions so clear. Every passing moment raised her esteem for him, and that singular feeling made her heart pound so furiously that she could hardly breathe the air that the respiration of this incomprehensibly sympathetic man had turned to fire. A quarter of an hour later, the downpour had sufficiently abated so that the two travelers could continue on their way, but the rain-soaked paths had become nearly impassable for a woman. For a few instants the Chevalier, apparently impassive, let Consuelo slip, slide, and hang on to him in order not to fall at every step. But suddenly, tired of seeing her wear herself out, he took her in his arms and carried her off like a child, even though she scolded him for it, but her reprimands did not go as far as resistance. Consuelo felt fascinated and overcome. She traversed the wind and storm in the arms of this somber chevalier who resembled the spirit of night, whisking his burden over ravines and bogs with such a fleet, sure foot as though he were an immaterial being. Thus they arrived at a ford in a stream. The stranger leaped in, lifting Consuelo higher and higher in his arms as the water got deeper and deeper. Unfortunately, the heavy, sudden downpour had swelled the creek, now a fast, murky, foam-covered torrent with a deep, sinister gurgle. Already waist-deep in the stream, the chevalier was trying so hard to keep Consuelo up out of the water that he risked slipping on the mucky bottom. Consuelo grew afraid for him and said, "Let go of me, I know how to swim." "In the name of heaven, let go. The water's getting higher and higher, you're going to drown." Just then a furious blast of wind knocked down one of the trees on the far bank, dragging into the water a huge mass of dirt and rocks which for an instant seemed to form a natural dam against the violent current. Fortunately, the tree had fallen upstream, and the stranger began to catch his breath when the water, forcing its way through the jam, surged with such strength that it became nearly impossible for him to carry on. He stopped, and Consuelo tried to free herself from his arms. "Let me go," she said. "I don't want to be the cause of your death. You're not the only one who's strong and brave. Let me struggle along with you." But the chevalier pressed her against his heart with renewed energy. One would have said that he meant to die there with her. She was afraid of this black mask, this silent man who, like the water sprites in old German ballads, seemed to want to drag her down into the abyss. She dared not resist any longer. For more than a quarter of an hour the stranger fought, with truly frightening sang-froid and obstinacy, the furious water and wind, still holding Consuelo up out of the water, and moving forward about a foot every 4 or 5 minutes. He calmly assessed his situation. It was no easier for him to retreat than to advance. He had got past the deepest spot, and he felt that if he tried to turn around, the water might lift him up and make him lose his footing. At last he reached the bank and kept on going without letting Consuelo put a foot down, without pausing to catch his breath until he heard the whistle of Karl, who had been anxiously awaiting him. Then he placed his precious burden in the deserter's arms and fell exhausted to the ground. His exhalations were nothing but deep groans. His chest sounded as though it were about to burst. "Oh my God, Karl, he's going to die," said Consuelo, throwing herself on the chevalier. "Listen to that rattle. That's the sound of death. Let's get the mask off. It's smothering him." Karl was about to obey, but the stranger, struggling to lift his icy hand, blocked his move. "He's right," said Karl. "I took an oath, Signora. I swore to him that even if he were dying before your eyes, I wouldn't touch his mask. Run to the carriage, Signora, and fetch me my flask of schnapps on the driver's seat. A few drops will revive him." Consuelo tried to get up, but the chevalier held her back. If he was going to die, he meant to breathe his last at her feet. "Once again he's right," said Karl, who, despite his rough exterior, understood the mysteries of love. He had loved. "You'll take better care of him. I'll go get the flask. Look here, Signora," he added in a low voice, "I really think that if you had some feelings for him and were kind enough to tell him, he wouldn't let himself die. Without that, I won't vouch for a thing." Karl went away with a smile. He did not altogether share Consuelo's alarm. It was clear to him that the Chevalier's gasps and wheezes were already less labored. But Consuelo was terrified. Thinking that she was witnessing the generous man's last moments, she wrapped her arms around him and brushed kisses all over the top of his broad forehead, the only part of his face that the mask left exposed. "Oh my God," she said, "take it off. I won't look at you. I'll go away. At least you'll be able to breathe." The stranger took Consuelo's hands and placed them on his heaving chest, as much to feel their gentle warmth as to rid her of the desire to help him by uncovering his face. At that moment her entire soul was in that chaste embrace. She remembered what Carl had said to her, half joking, half deeply moved. "Don't die," she said to the stranger. "Oh, don't let yourself die. Don't you feel that I love you?" No sooner had she said these words than she thought that they had been uttered in a dream. But they had escaped her lips, as though against her will. The Chevalier had heard them. He struggled up, got to his knees, and embraced those of Consuelo, who burst into tears without knowing why. Carl returned with his flask. The Chevalier rejected the deserter's favorite remedy. Leaning on Carl, he made his way to the carriage where Consuelo sat down beside him. She was very worried about his catching a chill from his wet clothing. "Have no fear, Signora," said Carl. "The Chevalier hasn't had time to get cold. I'm going to put my cloak around him. I stowed it in the carriage when I saw the rain coming on, for I suspected that one of you would get wet. If you put dry, thick wraps over wet clothes, you can keep warm for quite a while. It's like being in a lukewarm bath, and it doesn't do one any harm." "But Carl, do the same thing," said Consuelo. "Take my mantelet, for you got wet to protect us." "Oh well, I've got thicker skin than the two of you. Put the mantelet around the Chevalier, too. Bundle him up well, and even if it means finishing off this poor horse, I'll get you to the next relay without going numb with cold." For an hour Consuelo kept her arms wrapped around the stranger, and her head, which he had drawn down to his breast, restored his vital heat better than all of Carl's prescriptions and recipes. Sometimes she felt his forehead and warmed it with her breath so that the perspiration gathered there would not grow cold. When the carriage came to a halt, he pressed her against his heart with a strength that let her know that he was to the fullest measure alive and happy. Then he dashed out of the carriage and disappeared. Consuelo found herself in some sort of shed, face to face with an elderly servant who was more or less a peasant. Holding a dark lantern, he led her over a hedge-lined path alongside a modest-looking house to a lodge. He stayed outside while showing her in, then shut the door behind her. Seeing another door standing open, she entered a little two-room apartment, very clean and simple, a well-heated bedroom with a good bed all made up, and another room lit with candles where a cozy supper was laid out. She was disappointed to see only one place setting, and when Carl arrived with her parcels and offered to serve her at table, she dared not say that her protector's company at supper was her only wish. "Go eat and sleep yourself, my good Carl," she said. "I don't need a thing. You've got to be more worn out than I am." "No more than if I just said my prayers beside the fire with my poor wife, God rest her soul. Oh, this time when I saw that I was once again out of Prussia I kissed the earth, even though I truly don't know if we're in Saxony, Bohemia, Poland, or in China, as we used to say back at Count Hoditz's estate in Roswald. And how can it be, Carl, that up in the driver's seat you didn't recognize a single place we passed through today?" "Apparently I've never taken this route, Signora. And then, I don't know how to read what is written on the walls and signposts." Plus, we didn't stop in any town or village. All our relays have been in the woods or the courtyard of some private house. Finally, reason number 4, I gave the Chevalier my word of honor not to tell you, Signora. That's where you should have started, Carl. I wouldn't have made any objections. But tell me, does the Chevalier seem ill to you? Not at all, Signora. He comes and goes in the house, where he really does not seem to have much important business, for the only other person I see is an old gardener who doesn't talk much. So go offer him your services, Carl. Run along and let me be. What am I to do? He refused them, ordering me to look after you alone. Well then, look after yourself, my friend, and have pleasant dreams about your freedom. Consuelo went to bed at the first light of dawn, and when she was up and dressed, her watch said 2. The day looked clear and sunny. She tried to open the shutters, but in both rooms she found that they were fastened with a secret lock, like those in the post-chaise in which she had been traveling. She tried to go out, the doors were bolted shut from the outside. She returned to the window and made out a modest orchard in the foreground. Nothing suggested a town or highway nearby. There was total silence inside the house, and outside it was broken only by buzzing insects, pigeons cooing on the roof, and every now and then the plaintive creaking of a wheelbarrow in paths that her eyes could not see. She listened mechanically to these sounds that were sweet to her ear, so long deprived of the echoes of country life. Consuelo was still a prisoner, and all the care taken to keep that from her made her rather worried. But for a while she would resign herself to a captivity that hardly seemed cruel, and the Chevalier's love did not cause her the same horror as Meyer's. Although faithful Carl had told her to ring as soon as she was up, she did not want to bother him, considering that he needed his rest more than she. She especially feared waking up her other traveling companion, whose fatigue had to be extreme. She went into the other room, and on the table where supper had been served the evening before and cleared away without her noticing, she found heaps of books and writing paraphernalia. The books did not tempt her much. She was too restless to read. Since in the midst of her perplexities she took irresistible pleasure in retracing the events of the previous night, she made no effort to take her mind off them. Little by little, given that she was still being kept in solitary confinement, it came to her to continue her diary, and as a preamble she wrote this page on a loose sheet of paper. Dear Beppo, it's for you alone that I'll go on with the tale of my strange adventures. Since I'm used to talking to you with the expansiveness inspired by the closeness of our ages and the kinship of our ideas, I can share with you emotions that my other friends wouldn't understand, that they would no doubt judge more harshly than you. You can guess from this beginning that I don't feel that I've done nothing wrong. In my own eyes I have done something wrong, even though I still have no idea what the significance and consequences of that may be. Joseph, before I tell you how I escaped from Spandau, which, in truth, seems to me almost nothing in comparison with what is on my mind just now, I have to tell you how to tell you. I myself don't know. Was it a dream? Yet I feel my head burning and my heart tossing as though it wanted to leap out of me and lose itself in another soul. Well, I'll tell you very simply, because everything is in this word, my dear friend, my good chum, I'm in love. I love a man whom I don't know, whose face I haven't seen, whose voice I haven't heard. You're going to say that this is madness, and you're quite right. Isn't love serious madness? Listen, Joseph, and don't doubt my happiness, which surpasses all the illusions of my first love in Venice, a happiness so intoxicating that I can't feel shame about having accepted it so hastily, so madly, nor can I fear that I may have misplaced my affection, or even that my love won't be requited. Oh! I am loved, I feel it so clearly. You can be sure that I'm not wrong, that this time I'm truly in love, dare I say passionately? Why not? Love comes to us from God. It's not up to us to light it in our hearts as we would light a candle on the altar. All the efforts I made to love Albert, whose name I can't write anymore without trembling, didn't manage to kindle that ardent, sacred flame. Since I've lost him, I've loved the memory of him more than I ever loved the person. Who knows how I might love him if he were given back to me? No sooner had Consuelo written these last words than she rubbed them out, perhaps not well enough to prevent someone from still being able to read them, but well enough to elude the fear of having thought them. She was all aflutter, and her innermost depths betrayed, despite herself, the truth of her amorous inspiration. In vain she strove to go on writing so as better to explain to herself the mystery of her own heart. To render its subtle nuance she found nothing but these terrifying words, "Who knows how I might love Albert if he were given back to me?" Consuelo did not know how to lie. She had thought herself in love with the memory of a dead man, but she felt her bosom brimming with life, and a real passion annihilating an imaginary one. To get herself out of this inner turmoil she tried to reread everything that she had written and found precisely nothing but turmoil. Having lost all hope of being able to enjoy enough composure to sum up her thoughts, feeling that this effort was bringing on a fever, she crumpled up the sheet and threw it on the table until there came an opportunity to burn it. Trembling like a soul racked with guilt, her face on fire, she paced around wildly, not understanding anything any longer except that she was in love and that it was not up to her to doubt it. There was a knock on her bedroom door, and she went to let Carl in. His face was flushed, his eyes bleary, and his jowls a bit slack. She thought he was sick with exhaustion, but soon she understood from his replies that he had indulged a bit too much in the wine or beer of welcome the morning of their arrival. This was poor Carl's only failing. A certain dose made him overly confident, a stronger one could make him terrifying. Fortunately, he had limited himself to the dose of expansiveness and goodwill, and he was still feeling a few of the effects, even after having slept all day. He was crazy about the Chevalier and could speak of nothing else. The Chevalier was so kind, so humane, hardly proud with humble folks. He had sat Carl down facing him rather than letting Carl serve him at table. He had forced Carl to share his meal and poured him the best wine, clinking glasses at every refill, and keeping up with him like a true Slav. "What a pity he's only Italian," said Carl. "He deserves to be Bohemian, he holds his wine as well as I do." "That may not be saying much," replied Consuelo, none too pleased about the Chevalier's great aptitude for drinking with footmen. But she immediately upbraided herself for having been capable of considering Carl, after all he'd done for her, inferior to her or her friends. Besides, the Chevalier had no doubt sought out the company of this devoted servant to hear someone talk about her. "Oh, Signora," he naively added, "this worthy young man is madly in love with you. For you he'd commit crimes, even despicable deeds." "I'd certainly spare him that," said Consuelo, who disliked this language, even though Carl no doubt failed to measure its impact. "Could you explain to me," she asked, to change the subject, "why I'm kept so carefully under lock and key here?" "Oh, Signora, if I knew that, they'd have to cut out my tongue before I'd say so. I gave the Chevalier my word of honor not to answer any of your questions." "Many thanks, Carl. So you love the Chevalier much more than you do me?" "Oh, never. That's not what I'm saying. But since he's proven to me that it's for your own good, I must serve you despite yourself." "How did he do that?" "I've got no idea, but I'm sure of it. He ordered me as well, Signora, to keep you shut away, under surveillance, in short, a prisoner in solitary confinement until we arrive.
So we're not staying here?
We're leaving again as soon as it's dark. We won't be traveling by day any longer, to spare you fatigue, and for other reasons that I don't know.
And you're going to be my jailer the whole time?
As you say, Signora. I swore it on the gospel.
Come on now.
The Chevalier is playing a joke. I'll make the best of it, Karl. I'd rather deal with you than Herr Schwartz.
And I'll keep you a bit better, replied Karl, with a jolly laugh.
For starters, I'm going to fix your dinner, Signora. I'm not hungry, Karl.
Oh, that's impossible. You've got to have dinner, and a good dinner, Signora.
Those are my orders, as Master Schwartz used to say.
If you do exactly as he did, you won't force me to eat.
He was delighted to charge me again the next day for the meal that he'd conscientiously put back in the larder. That was good for his business.
With me it's different.
The Chevalier takes care of the business end of things. He's not stingy, that one, he's spending money hand over fist. He must be awfully rich, or his inheritance won't last long. Consuelo had him bring her a candle, then went into the next room to burn what she had written. But she looked for it in vain, the sheet was nowhere to be found.
Chapter 23. A few seconds later Karl came back with a letter written in a hand that was unfamiliar to Consuelo.
This is more or less what it said.
I'm leaving, perhaps never to see you again.
I'm giving up 3 days that I still could have spent with you, 3 days that I may never see again my whole life long.
I do so willingly. I must.
One day you'll appreciate the saintliness of my sacrifice.
Yes, I love you, I too love you passionately.
Yet I know you scarcely more than you know me.
You don't owe me any thanks for what I've done for you.
I was obeying the highest orders, fulfilling the duties of my charge.
Hold me to account merely for the love that I have for you, that I can prove to you only by going away. This love is as violent as it is respectful. It will be as lasting as it was sudden and impulsive.
I've hardly seen your face, I know nothing of your life, but I felt that my soul belonged to you, that I could never take it back. Were your past as sullied as your brow is pure, I would hold you no less worthy of respect and no less dear. I leave, my heart brimming with pride, joy, and bitterness.
You love me.
How shall I bear the idea of losing you if the dreadful will that disposes of your life and mine condemns me to that?
I do not know. Just now I cannot be unhappy, despite my terror.
I'm too drunk on love, yours and mine, to feel any pain. Were I to spend my whole life searching in vain for you, I shall not lament having met you, having tasted in your kiss a happiness that will leave me eternal regrets. Nor shall I lose hope of finding you again one day, were it only for a second, were I never to know any other expression of your love than this saintly kiss given and returned, I'll still find myself 100 times happier than I had been before knowing you. And now, saintly girl, poor troubled soul, you too must remember without shame or fear those brief, divine moments in which you felt my love entering your heart. As you said, love comes to us from God, and it is not up to us to smother love or kindle it despite itself. Were I unworthy of you, that sudden inspiration that made you respond to my embrace would be no less celestial. But the providence that is watching over you would not have the treasure of your love fall into the mire of a cold, egotistical heart. Were I ungrateful, there would merely be on your part a noble instinct gone astray, a saintly inspiration spent and lost. I adore you, and whatever else I may be, it was no delusion when you thought yourself loved. You have not been profaned by the beating of my heart, the press of my arm, the breath from my lips. Our mutual confidence, blind faith, and irresistible impulse raised us up in a second to the sublime abandon sanctified by long passion. Why regret it? I realize that there's something frightening in this destiny that has thrust us together. But it's the hand of God, don't you see? That we cannot fail to recognize. I'm carrying this awful secret away with me. You keep it too, don't entrust it to anyone. Beppo might not understand. Whoever that friend may be, I'm the only one who can respect you in your madness and revere you in your weakness, since that madness and that weakness are mine. Adieu. Perhaps forever. Yet I am free in the eyes of the world, it seems to me that you are, too. I can love no one but you, and it's clear to me that you love no one else. But our fate is no longer in our hands. I am bound by eternal vows, as you too will no doubt soon be. At least, the invisibles have you in their power, and that power is without appeal. Therefore adieu. My breast is being rent asunder, but God will give me the strength to accomplish this sacrifice, and even more exacting ones if there be. Adieu. Adieu. O great God, have pity on me. The unsigned letter was written in a labored or disguised hand. Carl, exclaimed Consuelo, pale and trembling. Wasn't it the Chevalier who gave you this? Yes, Signora. And he wrote it himself? Yes, Signora, which wasn't easy. He's got a wound on his right hand. A wound, Carl? A bad one? Maybe. It's deep, even though he hardly seems to give it a thought. But where did he get it? Last night, while we were changing horses before reaching the border, the wheel horse tried to bolt before the postilion had mounted the lead. You were alone in the carriage, the postilion and I were 4 or 5 steps away. The Chevalier held the horse with the strength of a demon and the courage of a lion, for it was a terrifying animal. Oh yes, I felt some violent jerks. But you told me it was nothing. I hadn't seen that the Chevalier had split open the back of his hand on a harness buckle. Always for me. Tell me, Carl, has the Chevalier left? Not yet, Signora, but his horse is being saddled, and I've just packed his bag. You've got nothing to fear now, he says, and the person who is to take his place with you has already arrived. I hope that we'll see him again soon, I'd be awfully sad otherwise. Yet he won't be pinned down, and to all my questions he always says, perhaps. Carl, where is the Chevalier? I've got no idea, Signora. His room is over here. Do you want me to tell him for you that? No, don't say a thing, I'll write something. No, tell him I want to thank him, see him for an instant, just to press his hand. Go on, hurry up, I'm afraid he may be already gone. Carl left, and Consuelo immediately regretted having entrusted him with this message. She told herself that if the Chevalier had never remained in her proximity during this journey except when absolutely necessary, it was probably not without having promised as much to the strange, dreadful invisibles. She made up her mind to write to him, but scarcely had she traced a few words and rubbed them out when a slight noise made her look up. There in front of her eyes was sliding open a woodwork panel that formed a secret communicating door between the little room where she had already done some writing and a nearby room, no doubt the Chevalier's. Yet the panel only opened wide enough to let through a gloved hand that seemed to beckon for Consuelo's. She sprang up and seized that hand, saying, "The other hand, the wounded one." The stranger remained out of sight behind the panel and stretched forth his right hand. Consuelo took it, hurriedly undid the bandage and saw the wound, which was indeed deep. She kissed it with her lips and wrapped it in her handkerchief, then drew from her breast the little filigree cross that she superstitiously cherished and put it in the beautiful hand that looked all the whiter against the crimson blood. "Here," she said, "this is the most precious thing I have in the world, my mother's legacy, my good luck charm from which I've never been separated. Never have I loved anyone so much that I trust him with this treasure. Keep it until I find you once again." The stranger drew Consuelo's hand back behind the woodwork that kept him hidden and covered it with kisses and tears. Then, hearing Carl coming with her message, he pushed it away and hurriedly shut the panel. Consuelo heard a bolt slip. She listened in vain, hoping to catch the sound of the stranger's voice. He was talking very quietly, or he had gone away. Carl returned a few seconds later. "He's left, Signora," he said gloomily. "He left without wanting to bid you farewell, and he filled my pockets with I don't know how many ducats, for any unexpected needs you may have on the way, or so he said, given that the ordinary expenses are covered by God or the devil, no matter. Now there's a little man in black who only unclenches his teeth to give orders in a high, crisp voice. I don't cotton to him at all. He's the one replacing the Chevalier, and I'll have the honor of his company up on the driver's seat, which won't make for much lively conversation. The poor Chevalier. I pray that he'll be returned to us. But do we have to follow this little man in black? Indeed we do, Signora. The Chevalier made me swear that I'd obey this one as I do him. Well, Signora, here's your dinner. Don't turn up your nose, it looks good. We'll leave when it gets dark, only stopping where it may please. God or the devil, as I just said. Consuelo, sad and bewildered, stopped listening to Carl's chatter. She was not the least bit worried about her travels or her new guide. Nothing mattered, now that the dear stranger had abandoned her. Sunk in misery, she made perfunctory attempts to please Carl by nibbling here and there. Yet, as she felt more like crying than eating, she asked for a cup of coffee to give herself at least a little strength and bodily courage. It was brought to her. Well, Signora, said Carl, the little gentleman insisted on making the coffee himself so that it would be really good. I've got the feeling he used to be a manservant or a butler and, after all, he's not as devilish as he looks. He's basically good-natured, I think, though he doesn't like to gab. He gave me some schnapps aged at least 100 years, the best I've ever drunk. If you wanted a little taste, it might do you more good than this coffee, no matter how delicious. Carl, my good man, go drink whatever you wish, and leave me alone, said Consuelo, gulping down her coffee, hardly giving a thought to its quality. She had no sooner got up from the table than she felt overcome by an extraordinary sluggishness of mind. When Carl came to tell her the carriage was waiting, he found her dozing in her chair. Give me your arm, she said. I can't hold myself up. I must have a fever. She was so knocked out that the carriage, her new guide, and the concierge of the house, who wouldn't accept any reimbursement from Carl on her behalf, swam before her eyes. As soon as they got moving,
she went sound asleep. The carriage had been arranged and decorated with cushions like a bed. From that moment on, Consuelo was conscious of nothing. She did not know how long they traveled, she did not even notice whether it was day or night, whether they stopped or went on without a break. Once or twice she caught sight of Carl at the door and understood neither what he was asking her nor why he was alarmed. It seemed to her that the little man was taking her pulse and making her drink a refreshing potion while saying, "It's nothing. Madam is just fine." Yet she felt a vague malaise, an insurmountable weariness. Her eyelids were so heavy that she could not see beyond them, and her mind was not clear enough for her to understand what objects were meeting her gaze. The more she slept, the more she wanted to sleep. It did not even occur to her to wonder if she was ill, and she could only repeat to Carl the last words she had said to him, "Leave me alone, good Carl." Finally, she felt a bit freer in body and mind. Taking a look around, she understood that she was lying in an excellent bed, between 4 huge white satin curtains with gold fringe. The little man in charge of the voyage, who wore a black mask like the Chevalier's, was making her sniff from a phial that seemed to clear her mind and take her out of her fog into the light of day. "Are you a physician, sir?" she finally asked, with a bit of effort. "Yes, Countess, I am," he replied in a voice that did not seem altogether unfamiliar to her. "Have I been ill?" "Just a bit under the weather." "You must be feeling much better?" "I'm feeling fine, and I thank you for your care." "Please accept my respects. Your ladyship will not be seeing me again unless I am summoned for reasons of illness." "Have I arrived at the end of my journey?" "Yes, madam." "Am I free or a prisoner?" "You are free, Countess, everywhere within the bounds of your abode." "I see, I'm in a big, beautiful prison," said Consuelo, looking at her large, bright room, the walls upholstered with white silk half-damask with a gold leaf motif and trimmed with magnificently sculpted, gilded woodwork. "Shall I be able to see Carl?" "I don't know, madam, I am not the master here. I am going now, you no longer need my services, and I have been forbidden to indulge in the pleasure of conversing with you." The man in black left, and Consuelo, still weak and listless, tried to get up. The only garment at hand was a long gown of white wool, of a wonderfully soft texture, that looked rather like the tunic of a Roman lady. She picked it up, and out fell a note in gold lettering, "Behold the spotless robe of the neophytes. If thy soul is impure, this noble adornment of innocence will be for thee the blazing tunic of Dianara." Consuelo, accustomed to enjoying a peaceful conscience, perhaps even too peaceful, smiled and put on the beautiful gown with naive pleasure. She picked up the note to read it again and found it childishly emphatic. Then she went up to a sumptuous white marble dressing table with a huge mirror framed with exquisitely tasteful gilded scrollwork. But her eye was caught by an inscription placed in the ornament over this mirror: "If thy soul is as pure as my crystal, thou wilt see thyself eternally young and beautiful, yet if vice hath tarnished thy heart, thou shouldst fear finding in me a grim reflection of thy inner ugliness." Neither beauty nor blame have been my lot, Consuelo thought to herself. So this mirror lies in any case. She gazed into the mirror without fear and did not find herself ugly. The beautiful flowing gown and her long, streaming black hair made her look like a priestess of antiquity, but she was struck by her extreme pallor. Her eyes were less clear and sparkling than usual. "Have I become ugly?" she immediately thought, "or is the mirror accusing me of something?" She opened a drawer of the dressing table and found,
among countless tokens of studied elegance and luxury, various items with mottos and maxims that were both naive and pedantic, a jar of rouge with these words engraved on the cover, fashion and falsehood. Paint doth not restore to cheeks the freshness of innocence nor erase the ravages of debauchery, exquisite perfume, with this motto on the phial, a faithless soul, indiscreet lips are like open phials whose precious essence hath spilled out or been corrupted, and finally some white silk ribbons bearing these words woven in gold, sacred bands for a spotless brow, the cord, the torture of slaves, for a head laden with infamy. Consuelo lifted her hair and complacently tied it up, in antique fashion, with these ribbons. Then she studied with curiosity the strange enchanted palace to which her romantic destiny had led her. She walked through the various rooms of her sumptuous, huge apartment. A library, a music room full of perfect instruments, numerous scores, and precious manuscripts, a delightful boudoir, a little gallery adorned with superb paintings and charming statues. It was worthy of a queen for its riches, of an artist for its taste, of a nun for its chastity. Dazzled by this lavish and refined hospitality, Consuelo decided that she would wait until her mind was better rested to study in detail all the symbols hidden in the choice of books, objets d'art, and paintings in this sanctuary. The desire to know where on earth this marvelous residence was located made her turn her attention to the outside. She approached a window, but before raising the taffeta blind, she found another maxim: if the thought of evil is in thy heart, thou art not worthy to contemplate nature's divine spectacle. If virtue dwelleth in thy soul, behold and bless the God who openeth the door of earthly paradise before thee. She quickly opened the window to see if the landscape matched these proud promises. It was indeed an earthly paradise, and Consuelo thought she was dreaming. The garden, laid out in English fashion, a very rare thing at the time, yet with studied German elegance in its details, offered pleasant vistas, magnificent patches of shade, fresh lawns, the wild abandon of nature and, at the same time, the exquisite tidiness, the many sweet flowers, the fine sand, the crystal waters of a garden maintained with intelligence and love. Over these beautiful trees rose the high walls of a narrow valley sown or rather carpeted with flowers and crisscrossed with clear, lovely streams, a sublime horizon of blue mountains of various heights and imposing peaks. The landscape was unfamiliar to Consuelo. As far as her eyes could reach, she found nothing indicating any particular place in Germany, where there are so many beautiful sights and noble mountains. Only the more advanced flowering and the warmer climate than in Prussia attested that she had come a bit south. "Oh my good Canon, where are you?" Consuelo thought to herself, contemplating the clumps of white lilacs, the hedges of roses, and the earth strewn with narcissus, hyacinths, and violets. "O Frederick of Prussia, bless you for having taught me through long privations and cruel trials how to savor as I ought the delights of such a refuge. And you, Almighty Invisible, keep me forever in this sweet captivity. I consent with all my soul, especially if the Chevalier." Consuelo did not finish putting words to her desire. Since having emerged from her lethargy, she still had not thought about the stranger. This burning memory rose up and made her reflect on the meaning of the threatening words inscribed on all the walls and furniture of the magic palace, even on the adornments that she had ingenuously donned. Chapter 24. Consuelo felt above all a desire and need for freedom, quite natural after so many days of slavery. So she took extreme pleasure rushing out into a vast space that looked much vaster still through the labors of art and ingenious layout of the shrubs and paths. Yet, after a 2-hour walk she felt saddened by the solitude and silence that reigned over this beautiful place. She had already gone around the garden several times without seeing even the trace of a human foot on the fine, freshly raked sand.
Rather high walls masked with dense vegetation prevented her from wandering off on unfamiliar paths. She already knew by heart all the ones that wove back and forth under her feet. In a few spots the wall gave way to broad moats brimming with water, and the eye could play over lovely lawns sloping up into woods or the starting points of the mysterious, charming paths that meandered off into the brush and disappeared. From her window Consuelo had the whole of nature before her eyes. Down on the ground she found herself boxed in and blocked wherever she turned, and all the exquisite things within could not overcome her feeling of being held captive. She looked around for the enchanted palace where she had awakened. It was a tiny Italianate building, luxuriously decorated inside, elegantly done outside, sitting at the foot of a steep cliff. While its effect was picturesque, the cliff formed a better natural enclosure for that whole end of the garden and a more impenetrable obstacle for the eyes than the highest walls and the thickest fortifications at Spandau. "My fortress is beautiful," Consuelo said to herself, "but that only makes it more secure, as I can see." She went to take a rest on the house terrace, which was decorated with vases of flowers and a little fountain. It was a delightful spot. From there one could see nothing but the interior of a garden, with a few glimpses of the grounds of some fine estate and high mountains whose blue crests loomed over the trees, which only made the view all the more fresh and charming. Yet Consuelo, instinctively frightened by the care being taken to get her settled, perhaps for a long time, in yet another prison, would have given all the blooming catalpas and brilliantly colored flower beds for a bit of real countryside with a little thatch-roofed cottage, bumpy roads, and the free and open look of land that one could get to know and explore. From the terrace she could not see anything in the middle ground between the high green walls that rose up all around her and the vague jagged lines of the horizon already obscured in the haze of the setting sun. The song of the nightingales was admirable, but there was no sound of a human voice announcing any neighbors. Consuelo could see that her little abode on the edge of some grand grounds and what might be a huge forest was simply a lodge belonging to a much larger estate. What she could see of the grounds only made her want to see more. Herds of elk and roe deer were ambling about, grazing on the hillsides with such confidence as though a mortal's approach would have been an unknown experience to them. These were the sole creatures that met her eye. Finally, the evening breeze parted a curtain of poplars on one side of the garden, and in the twilight Consuelo caught a glimpse of the white turrets and pointed roofs of a rather imposing castle half concealed behind a wooded hillock about a quarter of a league away. In spite of her great desire not to dwell on the Chevalier any longer, Consuelo convinced herself that he had to be there, and her eyes fastened eagerly on the castle, perhaps imaginary, whose approach seemed to her forbidden. Little by little the veils of night came over the castle, and it disappeared in the distance. When it was altogether dark, Consuelo saw the reflection of the lights from the lower floor of her lodge on the shrubs nearby, and she raced down, hoping to see at last a human face in her house. This pleasure was not afforded her. The servant whom she found busy lighting candles and serving supper was, like the doctor, wearing a black mask, which seemed to be the uniform of the Invisibles. He was old, with a wig as smooth and stiff as brass, and properly attired in a livery the color of a love-apple. "I humbly beg Madame's pardon," he said in a cracked voice, "to appear before her with such a face. I'm following orders, and it is not my place to understand why this is necessary. I hope that Madame will have the grace to get used to it and not be afraid of me. I am at Madame's service. My name is Matthias. I'm at one and the same time the keeper of this lodge, the director of the garden, the butler, and the valet. I've been told that Madame, having traveled a good deal, was somewhat used to looking after herself, that, for example, she might not require the services of a maid.
It would be difficult for me to find a maid for Madam, seeing that I don't have a wife and this lodge being off limits to all the maids at the castle. Even so, a maid will come in here every morning to help me clean, and from time to time a garden boy will come water the flowers and attend to the paths. In this regard I have a most humble observation for Madam: any servant, except for me, to whom Madam is even suspected of saying a word or making a sign will be dismissed on the spot, which would be most unfortunate for that person, since this is a good household and obedience is well compensated. Madam is too generous and fair-minded, no doubt, to wish to expose these poor folks. Put your mind at rest, Monsieur Mattias, replied Consuelo. I wouldn't be rich enough to compensate their loss, and I'm not the kind of person to make anyone stray from his duty. Besides, I'll never take my eyes off them, Mattias went on, as though he were talking to himself. You need not worry about that. I am much too beholden to those who brought me here, also to those, I think, who are my hosts in this place, to attempt anything that might displease them. Oh! Madam is here of her own free will? Asked Mattias. It seemed that curiosity was less strictly forbidden to him than expansiveness. Please consider me a willing captive, and on my honor. Oh, that's just the way I see it. I've never kept anyone otherwise, even though quite often I've seen such prisoners of mine weep and worry as though they regretted having given their word. And yet God knows they were well treated here. But in those cases they were released from their oath when they insisted on it. Nobody is ever detained here by force. Madam's supper is served. The penultimate sentence of the tomato-colored butler restored his new mistress's appetite on the spot. She found supper so good that she gave fine compliments to its maker, who seemed greatly flattered by such appreciation, and it was clear to Consuelo that she had earned his respect. Yet he was neither more trusting nor less wary. He was an excellent man, at once simple and crafty. Consuelo quickly sized him up, seeing how he, with a mixture of good-heartedness and cunning, anticipated all the questions she might ask him so as not to get tripped up and to devise replies to his liking. Thus she was told everything that she had not asked to know, yet without learning a single thing. His masters were very rich, very powerful, very generous, but very severe, especially in the matter of discretion. The lodge was part of a beautiful residence, sometimes inhabited by the masters of the house, sometimes entrusted to the care of the very faithful servants, very well paid and very discreet. The land was rich, fertile, and well governed. The people living there were not in the habit of complaining about their lords. Besides, they wouldn't have had an easy time doing that around Master Mattias, who respected people and the law and could not abide indiscreet remarks. Consuelo found his clever insinuations and officious information so tedious that as soon as supper was over, she smiled and said, I would fear being indiscreet myself, sir, if I were to enjoy your conversation any longer. I don't need anything more today, and I wish you good evening. Madam will do me the honor of ringing whenever she wishes anything, he replied. I live behind the house, at the foot of the cliff, in a pretty hermitage where I grow magnificent watermelons. I would be delighted if Madam could give them an encouraging glance, but I've been particularly forbidden never to open that door to Madam. I understand, Master Mattias, I must never go out except in the garden, and I mustn't blame your whim, but the will of my hosts. I'll obey the rule. All the more because Madam would find it very hard to open the door. It is so heavy. And then there's a secret spring in the lock that could grievously wound Madam's hands if she weren't forewarned. My word is even stronger than all your locks and bolts, Monsieur Mattias. Sleep in peace, as I too mean to do. Several days went by without Consuelo receiving any word from her hosts, without setting eyes on any face aside from Matthias's black mask, more pleasant perhaps than his actual features. This worthy attendant served her with a zeal and punctuality for which she could not thank him enough. Yet she was prodigiously bored by his conversation, which she felt obligated to endure, for he always stoically refused her presence, and she had no way to show her gratitude other than letting him prattle on. He was passionately fond of talking, and this was all the more remarkable because he never strayed from the strange reserve required of him and had a knack for broaching many topics without ever touching on the reserved sins entrusted to his discretion. Consuelo was told precisely how many carrots and stalks of asparagus the castle produced every year, how many fawns were born on the grounds, the history of every swan in the pond, every chick in the pheasantry and every pineapple in the greenhouse. Yet she could not guess for an instant in what country she was, whether the master or masters of the castle were absent or present, whether she was to communicate with them one day or remain alone indefinitely in the lodge. In short, nothing that truly interested her escaped Matthias's prudent, yet lively lips. She feared that it would be altogether uncouth even to go within earshot of the gardener and the maidservant, who came moreover very early in the morning and disappeared almost as soon as she was up. She did nothing more than glance into the grounds from time to time without ever seeing anyone go by, unless at too great a distance for any real observation, and contemplate the top of the castle that glimmered with a few lights every evening, always extinguished at an early hour. It was not long before she fell into deep melancholy, and boredom, over which she had triumphed at Spandau, assailed and overwhelmed her in this opulent dwelling, among all the comforts of life. Are there earthly treasures that one can enjoy utterly alone? Prolonged solitude casts a pall over the loveliest things and robs them of their charm. It strikes terror into the most stalwart soul. Soon Consuelo found the hospitality of the Invisibles even more cruel than strange, and a mortal disgust took hold of all her faculties. The sound of her magnificent harpsichord seemed to her too bright in these empty, resonant rooms, and she was spooked by her own voice. When she ventured to sing, if the first shadows of night took her by surprise in the midst of this pursuit, she thought she could hear angry echoes coming back at her and see restless shadows skulking along the silk-lined walls and over the noiseless carpets. When she tried to get a good look at them, they sank back, slinking off behind the furniture to whisper, mock, and mimic her. Yet it was only the evening breeze playing in the leaves around her windows or the vibrations of her voice in the surrounding air. But her imagination, weary of questioning all these silent witnesses to her ennui, the statues, the paintings, the Japanese vases full of flowers, the huge mirrors clear and deep, was beginning to fall prey to a vague fear, of the kind that results from anticipating some unknown event. She remembered the strange powers that the common folk ascribed to the Invisibles, the weird illusions with which Cagliostro had surrounded her, the apparition of the woman in white at the palace in Berlin, the Count de Saint-Germain's marvelous promises regarding Count Albert's resurrection. She told herself that all these unexplained things probably emanated from the secret work of the Invisibles in society and in her own particular destiny. She did not believe in their supernatural power, but it was clear to her that they were intent on conquering people's minds by every means, appealing either to the heart or the imagination, using threats or promises, terror or temptation. So she was in the grip of some fearsome revelation or cruel hoax and, like cowardly children, she could have said that she was afraid of being afraid. At Spandau she had steeled her will against extreme danger and real suffering, she had triumphed valiantly over everything, resignation, moreover, had seemed natural to her at Spandau. A fortress's sinister look is in harmony with solitude's gloomy meditations, whereas in her new prison everything seems set up for a life of poetic effusion or peaceful intimacy, and this eternal silence, This lack of all human sympathy destroyed the harmony of the place like a monstrous misconception. One would have thought it the charming retreat of two happy lovers or an elegant family, a pleasant home suddenly hated and abandoned because of some painful breakup or sudden catastrophe. The numerous inscriptions that decorated every flourish no longer made her smile like so many emphatic bits of childish drivel. Words of encouragement were combined with threats, conditional praise was corrected with humiliating accusations. She could no longer lift her eyes without discovering some new maxim that had escaped her notice, that seemed to forbid her from breathing easily in this sanctuary of wary, watchful justice. Her soul had collapsed in on itself after the crises of the escape and her impromptu love for the stranger. Her lethargic state, no doubt deliberately induced to prevent her from seeing where her refuge was located, had left her with a secret languor, along with a resulting nervous irritability. For that reason she soon felt both restless and nonchalant, by turns alarmed by a trifle, then indifferent to everything. One evening she thought she could just barely hear an orchestra far off in the distance. She went up to the terrace and saw the castle shimmering with light through the leaves. The strains of a symphony, proud and vibrant, came to her clearly. The contrast between a festive gathering and her solitude moved her more than she wanted to admit. It had been so long since she had exchanged a word with intelligent or rational beings. For the first time in her life she fancied a marvelous night at a concert or a ball and, like Cinderella, she wished that some good fairy would whisk her up and away into the enchanted palace through a window, if only to remain there sight unseen, relishing the view of human beings enjoying themselves together. The moon was not yet up. Although the sky was clear, there were such deep shadows under the trees that Consuelo could easily slip over there without anyone noticing, even if she had been surrounded by invisible guards. A fierce temptation came over her, and all the specious reasons that curiosity calls up when it intends to mount an assault on our conscience thronged into her mind. Had they shown her any trust, delivering her sound asleep and half dead to this gilded, yet implacable prison? Had they the right to exact blind submission from her when they did not even deign to ask her for it? Besides, didn't they mean to tempt her and lure her on with these sham festivities? Who knows? Everything that the Invisibles did was bizarre. Perhaps, in trying to find a way out of the compound, she might just happen upon an open gate, a gondola on the stream flowing from the grounds into her garden through an arch in the wall. She paused on this last supposition, the most gratuitous of all, and went down to the garden determined to try her luck. Yet she had not taken 50 steps when she heard overhead something that sounded rather like a huge bird taking flight at a fantastic rate of speed. At the same moment she found herself in a great wash of bluish-white light that lasted only a few seconds, then flared back up almost immediately with a loud bang. At that point, Consuelo understood that it was neither lightning nor a meteor, but the start of fireworks at the castle. Her host's entertainment promised to give her a lovely show up on the terrace and, like a child trying to shake off the boredom of a long penance, she raced back to the lodge. Yet in the glare that these long streaks of artificial lightning, sometimes red, sometimes blue, cast over the garden, twice she saw a tall man in black standing motionless at her side. She had not had the time to get a good look at him before the glowing ball fell back to earth in a rain of fire and fizzled out, leaving everything in even greater darkness for eyes that had been momentarily dazzled. At that point, Consuelo was frightened and dashed away from where she had seen the specter. Yet at the second sinister flash she found herself 2 steps away from him. By the third flash she had reached the steps of the lodge. He was in front of her, blocking her way. Seized with insuperable terror, she uttered a piercing cry, lost her balance, and would have fallen backward down the stairs if the mysterious visitor had not grabbed her in his arms. No sooner had he brushed his lips over her brow than she felt and recognized the chevalier, the stranger, the man she loved, the man she knew loved her.
Chapter 25. Finding him once more, like an angel of consolation, in that intolerable solitude filled her with a joy that silenced all the scruples and fears still in her mind only a second before, when she had been musing about him without any immediate hope of seeing him again. She responded to his embrace with passion, and as he was already trying to break loose from her arms to pick up his black mask which had fallen off, she clung to him, crying, "Don't leave me, don't abandon me." Her voice was supplicating, her caresses irresistible. The stranger sank down to her feet and hid his face in the folds of her dress, covering it with kisses. There he remained a few seconds as though torn between delight and despair. Then he grabbed his mask, slipped a letter into Consuelo's hand, and dashed into the lodge, disappearing before she could catch a glimpse of his face. She followed him, and by the light of a little alabaster lamp that Matthias lit every evening at the foot of the steps, she hoped to find him again, but before she had gone up a few stairs, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. In vain she searched every nook and cranny in the lodge, there was not a trace of him to be found. Were it not for the letter in her trembling hand, she could have thought that she had been dreaming. At last she decided to go back to her boudoir to read the letter. This time the handwriting struck her as deliberately disguised rather than deformed by pain. The letter said more or less this: "I can neither see you nor talk to you, but I've not been forbidden to write to you. Will you allow me this? Will you dare reply to the stranger? Were I to be so fortunate, I could, while you were sleeping, go fetch your letters and place my own in a book that you would leave in the evening on the garden bench at the water's edge. My love for you is passionate, idolatrous, mad. I am vanquished, my strength is broken, my activity, my zeal, my enthusiasm for the work to which I've devoted my life, everything, even the sense of duty, is annihilated in me if you don't love me. Bound to strange and terrible duties by my vows, by the surrender and renunciation of my will, I am floating between thoughts of infamy and suicide, for I can't convince myself that you truly love me and that distrust and fear haven't already blotted out your involuntary love for me. Could it be otherwise? For you I'm nothing but a shadow, a night's dream, a fleeting illusion. Well, in order to make you love me, I feel ready, 20 times a day, to sacrifice my honor, to betray my word, to defile my conscience by breaking a vow. If you managed to escape from this prison, I'd follow you to the ends of the earth, even if that meant having to expiate by a life of shame and remorse the intoxication of seeing you, if only for a day, and hearing you say once again, I love you. And yet, if you refuse to join in the work of the invisibles, if you find frightening and repugnant the vows that no doubt will soon be required of you, I'll be forbidden never to see you again. But I won't obey, I won't be able to. No. I've suffered enough, toiled enough and served enough the cause of humanity. If you are not the reward for my labors, I'll quit and lose myself by going back to the world, to its laws and customs. I'm not in my right mind, as you can see. Pity, oh, pity me. Don't say you don't love me anymore. I couldn't take it, I wouldn't want to believe it, or were I to believe it, I'd have to die. Consuelo read this note amid the din of the fireworks, rockets, and bombs bursting overhead, without hearing them. Totally absorbed in her reading, she nonetheless felt, albeit unwittingly, the electric commotion generated, especially in impressionable organisms, by exploding gunpowder and violent noise as a whole. It particularly affects the imagination when it does not physically act upon a weak, sickly body by causing painful shudders. On the contrary, it excites the mind and senses of brave, well-constituted people. In some women it even arouses fearless instincts, ideas of combat and something like vague regrets not to be a man. In short, if a certain pronounced accent makes us find almost musical pleasure in the voice of a rushing torrent, the roar of a breaking wave, the rumble of thunder, this accent of rage, threat, pride, this mighty voice, so to speak, is found in the booming cannon, the whistling volleys, and the air being rent asunder by which fireworks mimic the clash of battle. Perhaps Consuelo felt that effect while reading the first real love letter, the first billet doux she had ever received. She felt courageous, brave, and almost reckless. A kind of drunken elation made her find this declaration of love warmer and more persuasive than all of Albert's words, just as she had found the stranger's kiss sweeter and more impassioned than all of Angelito's. So she began writing without hesitation, and while detonations were rattling the grounds, with the odor of saltpeter overwhelming the perfume of the flowers and Bengal lights flashing over the facade of the lodge, Consuelo took no notice and replied, "Yes, I love you, I've said it, I've confessed it to you, and even if I had to repent and blush for it 1,000 times over, I can never erase from the strange, incomprehensible book of my destiny the page that I myself have written there and which is in your hands." It was the expression of a reprehensible impulse, perhaps mad, but profoundly true and ardently felt. Were you the vilest of men, I would still have placed in you my ideal. Even if you were to demean me by contemptuous and cruel behavior, I would still have felt at the touch of your heart an intoxication that I had never known, that seemed to me as holy as the angels are pure. You see, I'm repeating back to you what you wrote to me about the things I confided in Beppo. All we're doing is repeating back and forth to each other something we both earnestly feel, I think, and truly believe. Why and how could we be wrong? We don't know each other, perhaps we never will. Strange fate. Yet we love each other, and we can no more explain the primary causes of this love than we can foresee its mysterious ends. Well, I am abandoning myself to your word, to your honor. I'm not fighting the feelings you inspire in me. Don't let me fool myself. There's only one thing in the world I ask of you. Don't pretend to love me. Don't ever see me again if you don't love me. Leave me to my lot, whatever that may be, without fear that I'll accuse you or curse you for the fleeting illusion of happiness you've given me. It seems to me that what I'm asking here is so easy. There are moments, I confess, when I am frightened by the blind confidence thrusting me toward you. But from the moment that you appear, that my hand is in yours or that I see something you've written, even if your handwriting is misshapen and tortured, as though you did not want me to know the slightest external and visible sign of you, finally, I just hear your step, and all my fears vanish, and I can't help believing that you are my best friend on earth. But why do you conceal yourself as you do? What terrifying secret lies behind your mask and your silence? Have I seen you somewhere else? Must I be afraid of you? Will I have to drive you away the day I learn your name, see your face? If you are utterly unknown to me as you have said in a letter, why do you so blindly obey the strange law of the invisibles, all the while writing to me today that you are ready to break free of them in order to follow me to the ends of the earth? And if I were to make it a condition of running away with you that you wouldn't keep any more secrets from me, would you take off your mask? Would you speak to me? In order to get to know you, I must, you say, commit myself to what? That I bind myself by vows to the invisibles? But for what purpose? What? With my eyes closed, my conscience silent, and my mind in the dark, I must surrender and renounce my will, as you yourself did, knowing at least what you were doing and why. And to induce me to carry out these extraordinary acts of blind devotion, you won't commit the slightest infraction of the rules of your order.
for it is clear to me that you belong to one of those mysterious orders called secret societies here and said to be legion in Germany. Unless it's quite simply a political conspiracy against, as I was told in Berlin. Well, whatever the case may be, if they leave me free to refuse once I know what is required of me, I'll bind myself by the most terrible vows never to reveal a thing. Can I do anything more without being unworthy of the love of a man who is so scrupulous, so faithful to his vows that he does not want to let me hear the words that I myself uttered, flying in the face of the prudence and modesty imposed upon my sex? I love you. Consuelo put the letter in a book that she deposited in the garden at the appointed spot. Then she slowly walked away and hid for a long while in the foliage, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Chevalier and trembling to have left there the confession of her innermost feelings, which could fall into the wrong hands. Yet, seeing the hours go by without anyone appearing and remembering these words from the stranger's letter, "I'll fetch your reply while you're sleeping," she decided that she ought to comply with his instructions in every respect and withdrew into her apartment. There, after 1,000 restless musings, painful and delectable by turns, she finally fell asleep to the faint reverberation of the dance music starting up again, the fanfares sounding over supper and the faraway rumble of carriages announcing at dawn the departure of the many guests from the manor. At precisely 9 o'clock the recluse entered the room where she took her meals, always served with painstaking punctuality and an elegance worthy of the premises. Mattias, in keeping with the respectfully phlegmatic mien that was his custom, stood behind her chair. Consuelo had just gone down to the garden. The Chevalier had come for her letter, for it was no longer in the book. Yet Consuelo had been hoping to find a new letter from him, and she was already accusing him of going lukewarm on their correspondence. She felt anxious, excited, and a bit exasperated by the immobility of the life that they seemed bent on forcing upon her. So she decided to stir things up a bit to see if she could speed up the course of the events slowly being prepared around her. It so happened that this very day, for the first time, Mattias was gloomy and tight-lipped. "Master Mattias," she said with forced gaiety, "I can see through your mask that you've got circles under your eyes and a tired complexion. You hardly slept a wink last night." "Madame does me too much honor to wish to taunt me," replied Mattias a bit sourly. "Yet since Madame has the pleasure of living without a mask, it is easier for me to see that she is ascribing to me the fatigue and insomnia she herself suffered last night. Your talking mirrors have already informed me of that, Monsieur Mattias. I know it's made me awfully ugly, and things are bound to get even worse if boredom keeps eating away at me." "Madame is bored," replied Mattias in the same tone he would have used to ask, "Madame rang?" "Yes, Mattias, tremendously bored, and I'm starting to find it intolerable being shut away like this. As I've received neither a letter nor a visit, I presume they've forgotten about me here, and since you're the only one kind enough not to do the same, I think I'm entitled to tell you that I'm beginning to find my situation perplexing and bizarre." "I cannot permit myself to judge Madame's situation," Mattias replied. "Yet it seemed to me that not long ago Madame received a visit and a letter." "Who told you such a thing, Master Mattias?" exclaimed Consuelo, blushing. "That I would say," he replied in an ironically unctuous tone, "were I not afraid of offending Madame and boring her with my chatter. Were you my servant, Master Mattias, I don't know what grand airs I could put on with you, but as I've scarcely had any servant aside from myself up till now, and as you moreover seem to be my jailer here more so than my butler, I beg you to chat, if you are so inclined, as much as you have on other days. You're too witty this morning to bore me." "That's because Madame is too bored to be prickly just now. So I'll tell Madame that there was a grand gala last night at the castle." "I know. I heard the fireworks and the music." Well then, a person who has been kept under close watch here since Madame's arrival thought he could take advantage of the bustle and noise to slip into the restricted area of the grounds, defying the strictest prohibitions against trespassing.
That led to an unfortunate event. But I feared distressing Madame by telling her about it. I think now that distress is preferable to boredom and anxiety. Be quick about it, Monsieur Mathias.
Well, Madame, this morning I saw being led off to prison the most amiable and youthful, the most handsome, courageous, generous, and witty, the greatest of all my masters, Chevalier Liverani.
Liverani.
Who is Liverani? Exclaimed Consuelo, gripped with emotion. He's in prison, the Chevalier? Tell me. Oh, my God, who is this Chevalier, who is this Liverani? I've told Madame quite enough about him.
I don't know if she knows him a little or a lot, but this much is certain, he's been taken to the Great Tower for speaking and writing to Madame as well as refusing to divulge to His Highness Madame's reply to him.
The Great Tower. His Highness. Do you mean everything you're saying, Mathias? Am I here under the domination of a sovereign prince who is holding me as a prisoner of state, who punishes his subjects for showing me the slightest interest or pity? Or am I being tricked by some rich lord with bizarre ideas, who is trying to give me a scare to test my gratitude for services rendered?
It's not forbidden for me to tell Madame that her host is a very wealthy prince, a man of intelligence, and a great philosopher.
As well as the supreme head of the Council of the Invisibles?
I don't know what Madame means by that, replied Mathias with utter indifference. In the list of His Highness's titles and offices I've never seen any such mention. But won't I be allowed to see this prince, to throw myself at his feet, to request that he release this Chevalier Liverani, who is, I can swear to it, innocent of any indiscretion? I have no idea, and I think it will at least be very difficult. Yet every evening, for a few seconds, I see His Highness to give an account of Madame's health and activities. If Madame were to write a note, perhaps I could manage to have it read without it going through the secretaries. Dear Monsieur Mathias, you are the soul of kindness, and I'm sure that you must enjoy the prince's trust. Yes, of course, I'll write, since you're generous enough to take an interest in the Chevalier. It is true that I take a greater interest in him than in anyone else. He risked his own life to rescue me from a fire. He took care of me, healed my burns, and replaced the possessions I lost. He spent nights watching over me, as if he were my servant and I his master. He wrested one of my nieces from a life of vice and, with his good words and generous help, made an honest woman out of her. What good things he has done in this entire land and all over Europe, from what I hear. He is the finest young man in the world, and His Highness loves him like a father. Yet His Highness puts him in prison for a slight misdeed? Oh! Madame does not know that no misdeed is slight in the eyes of His Highness when it's a matter of indiscretion. So the prince is quite absolute? Admirably just, but terribly severe. But how can I play a part in the prince's concerns and his council's decisions? That I do not know, as Madame can well imagine. There is always a flurry of secrets in this castle, especially when the prince comes to stay for a few weeks, which doesn't happen often. A poor servant such as myself who would permit himself to delve into such matters would not be tolerated long here, and as I'm the oldest member of the staff, Madame must understand that I am neither curious nor talkative, otherwise. I understand, Monsieur Mathias. But would it be indiscreet of me to ask if the Chevalier is being subjected to a harsh regime in prison? That must be the case,
madam. Although I know nothing about what goes on in the tower or the dungeons, I've seen more people go in than come out. I don't know if there are exits into the forest. As far as I know, there isn't one into the grounds.
You're making me shudder, Mattias.
Could it be that I've brought serious trouble down on the head of this worthy young man? Tell me, does the prince have a cold or violent disposition? Are his decrees dictated by fits of pique or long, reasoned displeasure?
It is not seemly for me to enter into such details, was Mattias's chilly reply. Well then, tell me about the chevalier, at least.
Is he the sort of man that asks for mercy and gets it, or the sort that withdraws into a haughty silence?
He is tender and mild, full of respect and submission for His Highness. But if Madame has confided some secret in him, she has nothing to fear. He would undergo torture rather than betray another's secret, even to the ear of a confessor. Well then, I myself shall reveal to His Highness this secret that he deems important enough to kindle his anger against a hapless creature.
Oh, my good Mattias, can't you take my letter right away?
That's impossible before night, madam.
All the same, I'm going to write it now.
An unexpected occasion may arise. Consuelo went into her study and wrote to ask the nameless prince for an interview in which she pledged to answer frankly all the questions he might deign to ask her.
At midnight Mattias brought her back this sealed reply. If it is to the prince that you wish to speak, your request is insane.
Never will you see him, meet him, or learn his name. If you wish to appear before the Council of the Invisibles, you will be heard, but carefully consider the consequences of your resolution. It will determine the course of your life as well as that of another.
Chapter 26.
It was necessary to wait another 24 hours after receiving that letter. Mattias declared that he would rather cut off one of his hands than ask to see the prince after midnight. At breakfast the next morning he appeared even a bit more expansive than the day before, and it seemed to Consuelo that the chevalier's imprisonment had soured him on the prince to such a point that for the first time in his life he had quite an itch to be indiscreet. Yet, after having let him prattle on for over an hour, she saw that she was no further along than before. Whether he had feigned simplicity in order to study Consuelo's thoughts and feelings, or whether he knew nothing about the Invisibles and his master's role in their activities, Consuelo was left floating in a strange muddle of contradictory notions. With regard to the prince's position in society, Mattias had entrenched himself behind the impossibility of breaking the strict silence imposed upon him. He shrugged his shoulders, it is true, at the mention of that bizarre injunction. He confessed not to understand why it was necessary to wear a mask in order to communicate with the individuals who arrived one after the other at various intervals and for retreats of various length in the lodge. He could not help saying that his master had inexplicable whims and devoted himself to incomprehensible labors, but all curiosity as well as all indiscretion were paralyzed in him by the fear of terrible punishment, the nature of which he did not explain. In short, Consuelo learned nothing, except that there were strange goings-on at the castle, that people there hardly slept at night, that all the servants had seen ghosts, that Mattias himself, who maintained that he was fearless and free-thinking, had often encountered on the grounds in winter, when the prince was away and the castle deserted, shapes that made him shudder, that had got in there he knew not how and left the same way. All this did not shed much light on
Consuelo's situation.
She had to resign herself to waiting till evening to send this new petition. Whatever may be the consequences for me, I earnestly and humbly ask to appear before the tribunal of the Invisibles. The day seemed mortally long to her. She did her best to overcome her impatience and anxiety by singing everything that she had composed in prison about the pain and tedium of solitude.
As night was falling, she ended with Almarina's sublime aria in Handel's Rinaldo.
Lascia ch'io piango la dura sorte, e ch'io sospiri la libertà.
She had scarcely finished when a violin of extraordinary resonance repeated from outside the admirable phrase she had just sung, its expression just as sorrowful and deep as her own. Consuelo ran to the window, but saw no one, and the phrase died away in the distance. The instrument as well as the way it was played were remarkable, and it seemed to her that they could only belong to Count Albert, but she soon chased away the thought, considering it another one of those painful, dangerous illusions from which she had already suffered so much. She had never heard Albert play a single phrase of modern music, and only a crackpot would persist in evoking a ghost every time a violin was heard. Yet this feeling troubled Consuelo and threw her into such deep, dismal reveries that it was 9 in the evening before she noticed that Matthias had brought her no lunch or supper and that she had had nothing to eat since morning. This made her fear that Matthias, like the Chevalier, had become a victim of the interest he had shown her.
No doubt the walls had eyes and ears.
Perhaps Matthias had said too much. He had grumbled a bit about Liverani's disappearance. That was probably enough for them to make him share the same fate. These new anxieties prevented Consuelo from feeling how hungry she was. Yet it was getting later and later, and still there was no sign of Matthias. She ventured to ring for him.
Nobody came.
She was feeling very weak and, above all, very bewildered. Leaning on the windowsill, her head in her hands, she was reviewing in her mind, already a bit addled by pangs of hunger, the strange events of her life, and wondering if she was remembering something real or a long dream. Just then a hand cold as marble bore down on her head, and a low, deep voice uttered these words, "Your request has been granted, follow me." Being able to discern things clearly in the twilight up to that moment, Consuelo had not yet thought to light any candles, and she tried to get a look at the person who had spoken these words to her. All of a sudden she was in thick darkness, as if the air had become solid and the starry sky a leaden vault. She lifted a hand to her smothered brow and recognized a hood as light and impenetrable as the one that Cagliostro had once thrown over her head without her feeling it. An invisible hand swept her down the stairs of the lodge, but she soon realized that there were more steps than in the lodge, and they led down into subterranean passages where she marched for nearly half an hour. Fatigue, hunger, inner commotion, and oppressive heat made her go slower and slower. Ready to faint at every moment, she was tempted to beg for mercy. Yet a certain pride made her cringe at the idea of apparently going back on her resolve, so she bravely struggled on. At last she reached the end of her journey and was given a chair. At that moment she heard a lugubrious tone, like that of a gong, slowly tolling the midnight hour, and at the 12th stroke the hood was lifted from her brow bathed in sweat. Initially, she was dazzled by the brilliant lights. Clustered opposite her, they formed a thick cross blazing on the wall. When her eyes had adjusted, she saw that she was in a great hall in Gothic style whose vaulted ceiling, divided into flattened arches, resembled that of a deep dungeon or underground chapel. At the far end of the chamber, truly sinister in its aspect and lighting, she made out 7 figures in red cloaks with ghastly white masks that made them look like corpses. They were seated behind a long black marble table. In front of the table, down a level, there also sat an 8th spectre dressed in black with a white mask. Against the walls on both sides there stood in total silence some 20-odd men in black cloaks and masks.
Consuelo turned around and saw more black ghosts behind her.
2 more were standing at each door, with broad, gleaming swords in their hands. In other circumstances, Consuelo might have told herself that this lugubrious ceremonial was only a game, one of those Masonic ordeals she had heard about in Berlin. But aside from the fact that Freemasons did not appoint themselves as judges and assume the right to summon non-initiates to appear before their secret assemblies, she was inclined, because of everything leading up to this, to consider it serious, even frightening. She saw that she was visibly trembling, and had the assembly not kept utterly silent for 5 minutes, she would have lacked the strength to pull herself together and prepare to answer. Finally, the 8th judge rose and gestured to the 2 ushers standing with drawn swords on either side of Consuelo to bring her up to the foot of the tribunal, where she remained standing in a somewhat affected posture of calm and courage. "Who are you, and what do you want?" asked the man in black without getting up. For a few seconds Consuelo was speechless. She finally took courage and answered, "I am Consuelo, a singer by profession, also known as Zingarella and Purpurina." "Don't you have another name?" asked the questioner.
Consuelo hesitated, then said, "I could lay claim to another one, but I've given my word never to do so."
"So you're hoping to hide something from this tribunal? Do you think you are standing before ordinary judges, elected to adjudicate ordinary concerns, in the name of a crude and blind set of laws? Why have you come here if you intend to delude us with vain pretexts? State your name, make yourself known for what you are, or withdraw." "You know who I am, you no doubt know as well that my silence is a duty, and you will encourage me to persevere in it." One of the red cloaks leaned over, gestured to a black cloak, and instantly all the black cloaks left the hall except for the examiner, who remained in place and went on in these words. "Countess von Rudolstadt, now that the investigation is being conducted in secret and that you are alone in the presence of your judges, will you deny that you were lawfully married to Count Albert Podiebrad, known as Rudolstadt according to his family's claims?" "Before I answer that question," said Consuelo firmly, "I want to know what authority disposes of me here, and what law obligates me to recognize it." "What law would you invoke? Human or divine?" "By the law of society you are still under the absolute domination of Frederick II, King of Prussia, Elector of Brandenburg, from whose territory we had you removed to free you from indefinite imprisonment and yet more dreadful dangers, as you know." "I know," said Consuelo with a curtsy, "that I am bound to you by eternal gratitude. I would therefore invoke divine law alone, and I beg you to define for me that rule of gratitude. Does it command that I bless you and devote myself to you wholeheartedly?" "That I accept. But if it prescribes that I go against my conscience to oblige you, mustn't I object? Judge for yourselves. May your thoughts and deeds in the world succeed in matching your words. But the circumstances that put you here under our authority defy all common sense. We are above all human law, as you've been able to see from our power. We are also beyond all human considerations, biases based on fortune, rank, and birth, scruples and niceties of position, fear of opinion, respect even for commitments to ideas and individuals in society. None of that has any meaning for us or value in our eyes while we, gathered far from the eyes of men and armed with the sword of divine justice, weigh in the palm of our hands the trifles of your frivolous, fearful lives. Give us, we who are the support, the family, and the living law of every free being, a straightforward account of yourself. There will be no hearing until we know in what capacity you are coming before us. Who is appealing to us, Consuelo the Zingarella or Countess von Rudolstadt?" "Countess von Rudolstadt, having given up all her rights in society, has none to claim here." "Consuelo the Zingarella. Stop and weigh the words you've just said. If your husband were alive, Would you have the right to rescind your vows, to renounce his name, to repudiate his fortune, in short, to become once again Consuelo the Zingarella, to spare the childish, insane pride of his family and his caste?
Certainly not.
So you think that death has severed your bonds forever?
Do you not owe Albert's memory respect, love, and fidelity? Consuelo got red and flustered, then paled again.
The idea that they, like Cagliostro and the Count de Saint-Germain, were going to speak to her about Albert's possible resurrection and even show her his ghost filled her with such fear that she could not say a word.
Wife of Albert Podiebrad, the examiner continued, your silence indicts you.
Albert is entirely dead for you, and in your eyes your marriage is nothing more than an incident in your life of adventure, without any consequences, without any obligations for the future.
Zingara, you can go now. It was only because of your ties to the most excellent of men that we took an interest in your fate. You were not worthy of our love because you were not worthy of his. We don't regret having liberated you. Every reparation of the evils of despotism is for us a duty and a pleasure. But our protection will go no further.
Tomorrow you shall leave this refuge which we had given you in the hope that you would depart from it being made pure and holy. You shall go back to the world, the chimera of glory, the intoxication of mad passions.
May God have pity on you. We are forsaking you forever. This verdict left Consuelo momentarily stunned.
A few days before she would not have accepted it without lodging an appeal, but the words mad passions that had just been uttered brought back before her eyes, then and there, the insane love that she had conceived for the stranger, whom she had welcomed into her heart almost without reflection or struggle. She was humiliated in her own eyes and found herself deserving of the Invisible's verdict up to a certain point. Their austere language inspired respect and terror in her, and she no longer thought of rebelling against the right that they assumed to judge and condemn her as a person under their jurisdiction. Whatever our natural pride or the irreproachability of our lives, we seldom manage to block the force of a solemn accusation that catches us off guard. Instead of questioning it, we search our souls to see if above all else we do not deserve the blame. Consuelo did not consider herself entirely above reproach, and the formalities of the setting made her position singularly painful. Yet she promptly remembered that she had not asked to appear before this tribunal without having prepared for their severity and resigned herself to it. She had come resolved to accept reproof, punishment if necessary, provided that the chevalier be exonerated or pardoned. So putting aside all pride, she took their rebuke without bitterness and briefly meditated the terms of her reply. It may be that I deserve that strong curse, she said at last. I am far from being satisfied with myself. Yet I came here imbued with a certain idea of the Invisible's that I want to share with you. The little that I've heard rumored about you as well as the liberty you've given me have led me to think that you are men as perfect in virtue as you are powerful in society. If you are such as I wish to believe, why are you rejecting me so abruptly, without showing me how to correct the error of my ways and become worthy of your protection? I know that it was on account of Albert von Rudolstadt, the most excellent of men, as you have rightly called him, that his widow deserved some measure of interest, but were I not Albert's wife, or had I always been unworthy of him, Consuelo the Zingara, the girl without a name, without a family, without a country, wouldn't I still be entitled to your paternal care? Supposing I'm a great sinner, are you not like the kingdom of heaven where one reprobate's repentance brings more joy than the perseverance of 100 righteous souls? Finally, if the law that draws you together and inspires you is divine, you are wrong to drive me away. You had undertaken, you say, to make me pure and holy. Strive to lift my soul up to the level of yours.
I am ignorant, not rebellious.
Prove to me that you are saints by showing me patience and mercy, and I'll accept you as my masters and models."
There was a moment of silence.
The examiner turned toward the judges, and they seemed to be deliberating. At last one of them spoke up and said, "Consuelo, you approached us with pride. Why do you not wish to leave the same way?"
"We were entitled to rebuke you since you came here to question us."
"We have no right to put your conscience in chains and take hold of your life if you don't freely and voluntarily surrender them to us."
"Can we ask this sacrifice of you? You don't know us."
"This tribunal whose saintliness you invoke may be the most perverse or at the least the most daring ever to have labored in the shadows against the principles that rule the world.
What do you know about this? And if we were to reveal to you the deep science of an utterly new morality, would you have the courage to devote yourself to very long and arduous study before knowing its goal? Could we ourselves have confidence in the persevering faith of a neophyte as poorly prepared as you?
We might have important secrets to entrust to you, and we would seek no guarantee outside of your generous instincts. We know them well enough to believe in your discretion, but it is not discreet confidence that we need.
We have enough of those.
We need, to further the law of God, fervent disciples, free of all prejudice and egotism, of all frivolous passions and worldly habits.
Look deep into yourself. Can you make all these sacrifices for us? Can you model your actions and conform your life to the instincts that you feel as well as to the principles that we would instill in you to develop them? Woman, artist, child, would you dare reply that you can join with solemn men to help carry out the work of the centuries?
Indeed, everything you say is very weighty, Consuelo replied, and I scarcely understand it.
Will you give me time to think?
Don't chase me from your midst without having examined my heart.
I don't know if it is worthy of the enlightenment you can diffuse there. But what sincere soul is unworthy of the truth? How can I be of service to you?
I cringe at my powerlessness. Woman and artist, which means child. Yet, to protect me as you have, you must have sensed something in me. And something tells me that I must not leave you without having tried to prove to you my gratitude. So don't banish me, try teaching me.
We'll give you another week to think about it, said the red-gowned judge who had already spoken. But first you must give your word of honor not to make the slightest effort to learn where you are and who the people are that you see here. You must also pledge not to leave the enclosure reserved for your walks, even if you were to see the gates standing open and the ghosts of your dearest friends beckoning to you. You must not ask a single question of your servants nor of any person who might secretly gain entrance to your quarters.
That will never happen, Consuelo briskly replied. I give my word, if you wish, never to receive any visit without your authorization, and in return I humbly request the favor. There will be no favors requested, no conditions proposed. All your needs, soul and body, have been foreseen for the duration of your stay here. If you are missing any relative, friend, or servant, you are free to go. Solitude or the companionship we see fit to give you will be your lot here with us. I ask nothing for myself, but I've been told that one of your friends, disciples, or servants, for I do not know his rank among you, was being severely punished because of me. I stand ready to take upon myself the wrongs being imputed to him, and that is why I asked to appear before you. Are you offering us a sincere and detailed confession? If that is necessary for his absolution, even though, for a woman, it is strange moral torture to confess aloud before 8 men.
Spare yourself that humiliation.
We would not have any guarantee of your sincerity, and besides even a short while ago we still had no rights over you. What you said, what you thought an hour ago is, for us, part of your past. But bear in mind that we are henceforth entitled to probe the most secret recesses of your soul. It is your responsibility to keep that soul sufficiently pure so that you may always be ready to unveil it without suffering or shame. Your generosity is delicate and fatherly. But this doesn't involve me alone. Someone else is atoning for my wrongs. Mustn't I justify him? That is not your concern. If there is a guilty party among us, he will exonerate himself, not by vain pretexts and reckless allegations, but by acts of courage, devotion, and virtue. If his soul has faltered, we will raise it up again and help him become master of himself. You speak of severe punishment. The only kind of punishment we inflict is moral. That man, whoever he is our peer, our brother. There are no masters, servants, subjects, nor princes among us. You've no doubt been deceived by false reports. Go in peace and refrain from sin. At this last word the examiner rang a little bell. The two masked men clad in black and bearing swords returned, replaced the hood over Consuelo's head, and took her back to the lodge by the same circuitous underground route by which she had come. Chapter 27. According to the kindly, paternal language of the Invisibles, Porporina no longer had reason to be seriously concerned about the Chevalier. Considering as well that Matthias had not been very clear-sighted in this matter, she felt greatly relieved leaving the mysterious conclave. Everything that had just been said to her was floating in her imagination like rays of light behind a cloud. No longer sustained by anxiety or the exercise of will, she was soon overcome with fatigue on the way back. Suffering cruel pangs of hunger and smothering under the gummy hood, she stopped several times. To keep on going she had to take the arms of her guides. Reaching her room, she fell down in a faint. A few seconds later she felt herself being revived by a phial that was presented to her and the good air circulating through the apartment. Then she noticed that the men who had brought her back were hurriedly leaving while Matthias was busy putting a most appetizing supper on the table, and the little masked doctor who had drugged her into a state of lethargy to bring her to this estate was taking her pulse and lavishing her with care. She easily recognized him because of his wig, also because of his voice that she had heard somewhere before, though in what circumstances she could not say. "Dear doctor," she said with a smile, "I think the best prescription will be to give me supper right away. The only thing wrong with me is hunger, but this time I beg you to spare me the coffee you make so well. I think I wouldn't be strong enough to take it." "My coffee," replied the doctor, "is an excellent sedative. But have no worry, Countess, my prescription is for nothing of the sort. Will you entrust yourself to me today and let me sup with you? It is His Highness's wish that I not leave your side until you are altogether well again, and I think that within half an hour the refection will have entirely driven away this weakness." "If such is His Highness's pleasure as well as your own, doctor, it will be mine as well," said Consuelo, letting Matthias roll her chair up to the table. "I won't be useless to you," the doctor went on, starting to demolish a superb pheasant pasty and slicing into the birds with the dexterity of a consummate practitioner. "Without me here you might yield to the insuperable voraciousness that comes after a long fast and suffer the consequences. Having no such fears for myself, I'll take care to count your morsels while putting the double on my plate." Despite herself, Consuelo was preoccupied by the voice of this gastronomic physician. But great was her surprise when he deftly unfastened his mask and put it down on the table, saying, "To hell with this childish nonsense that prevents me from breathing and tasting what I eat. Consuelo was startled to recognize in this rake of a doctor the one she had seen at her husband's deathbed, Supperville, first physician to the Margravine von Bayreuth. Since then she had caught sight of him from afar in Berlin without having had the courage to look him in the eye or speak to him. Just now the contrast between his gluttonous appetite and her drained emotional state reminded her of his matter-of-fact thoughts and remarks amid the dismay and grief of the Rudolstadt family, and she had a hard time hiding the unpleasant impression he caused her. But Supperville, engrossed by the pheasant's aroma, seemed utterly unaware that she was ill at ease. With an ingenuous exclamation, Matthias put the finishing touch on the ridiculous situation that the doctor had created for himself. The wary servant had been serving the doctor for 5 minutes without seeing that his face was bare, and only after Matthias had mistaken the mask as the pasties cover and methodically placed it over the open gash in its side did he shriek with terror, "Mercy, doctor, you've dropped your face on the table." "To hell with it, I say. I'll never get used to eating with the thing. Put it aside, and give it back to me when I leave." "As you wish, doctor," said Matthias in a dismayed tone of voice. "I wash my hands of it. But your lordship knows that every evening I have to give a detailed account of everything that has been said and done here. I'll say in vain that your face came off inadvertently. I won't be able to deny that Madame has seen what is underneath." "Fine, my good man. You make your report," said the doctor unperturbed. "And you'll observe, Monsieur Matthias," noted Consuelo, "that I in no way incited this disobedience on the doctor's part, nor is it my fault if I recognized him." "You need not worry, Countess," Supperville went on with his mouth full. "The prince is not as bad as he is made out to be, and I'm hardly afraid of him. I'll tell him that having allowed me to sup with you, by the same token he gave me leave to rid myself of any impediment to mastication and deglutition. Besides, I was too well known to you not to have been already betrayed by the sound of my voice. So it's an idle formality I'm casting aside, and the prince will be the first to make light of it." "All the same, doctor," said Matthias scandalized, "I'm glad it was you and not I to have made that joke." The doctor shrugged his shoulders, scoffed at faint-hearted Matthias, ate an enormous amount, and drank commensurately, after which, Matthias having left to bring in another course, he pulled up his chair, lowered his voice, and said to Consuelo, "Dear Signora, I am not the glutton I appear to be." Supperville, having satisfactorily gorged himself, felt very comfortable saying this, "and my object in coming to sup with you was to apprise you of important matters of very particular interest to you." "On whose behalf and in what name do you wish to reveal these matters to me, monsieur?" asked Consuelo, remembering the promise she had just made to the Invisibles. "I do so in my own right and of my own free will," replied Supperville. "So have no worry. I'm not an informer, I'm being frank with you and don't much care if my words are repeated." For a second Consuelo thought it her duty to shut the doctor absolutely up so as not to become an accessory to his treason, but she also thought to herself that a man so devoted to the Invisibles that he would undertake to half-poison people to bring them, without their knowledge, to this castle could not be acting as he was without having been secretly authorized to do so. "This is a trap they're setting for me," she said to herself, the first in a series of tests. "Well then, let's observe the attack." "So I must tell you, madam," said the doctor, "where you are and in whose house." "There we are," Consuelo said to herself, then hastened to reply, "Thank you very much, doctor, I didn't ask for that information, and I don't wish to know."
Tut, tut.
Supperville retorted. "You've fallen straight into the romantic vein into which the prince likes to drag all his friends. But don't take this nonsense seriously.
At the least you'd go mad and swell his retinue of madmen and visionaries. For my part, I don't intend to break my promise to him not to tell you either his name or the name of this place. Besides, that's the last thing you should be thinking about, for it would only satisfy your curiosity, and that's not the malady I mean to treat in you, which is, on the contrary, excessive confidence. So you can learn, without disobeying him and risking his displeasure, I am interested in not betraying you, that your host is the best and most absurd of old men. A man of intellect, a philosopher, a soul courageous and tender to the point of heroism, of insanity. A dreamer who treats the ideal as though it were something real, life as though it were a novel. A scholar who, by poring over the writings of wise men and seeking the quintessence of ideas, has come, like Don Quixote after reading all his books about chivalry, to take inns for castles, convicts for innocent victims, and windmills for monsters. In short, a saint, if one considers only the beauty of his intentions, a madman if one weighs the results. He has imagined, among other things, a network of permanent and universal conspiracy to entrap and paralyze the action of evildoers throughout the world, first to combat and thwart the tyranny of those who govern, second to reform the immorality or barbarism of the laws that rule society, third to pour enthusiasm for his propaganda and zeal for his doctrine into the hearts of all men of courage and dedication. Just that and nothing more? And he thinks he'll manage. If only he were assisted by a few sincere, reasonable men, the bit of good he succeeds in doing could bear some fruit. But unfortunately he is surrounded by a gang of schemers and bold impostors who pretend to share his faith and serve his projects, who use his credit to corner good positions in every court in Europe, not without getting their hands on the better part of the money destined to his good works. That's the man and his entourage. It's for you to judge in what hands you find yourself, and whether this generous protection that fortunately snatched you out of the clutches of little Fritz doesn't risk making you fall into something worse, all for wishing to lift you up into clouds. Now you've been warned. Beware of the fine promises and beautiful speeches, the tragic scenes and sleights of hand of men like Cagliostro, Saint Germain, and associates. Are those last two here right now? Asked Consuelo, a bit unsettled. She was also floating between the danger of being tricked by the doctor and the plausibility of his assertions. I have no idea, he replied. Everything that goes on here is mysterious. There are two castles, one plain to the eyes and palpable, where one sees the arrival of fine ladies and gentlemen who suspect nothing at all, where there are festivities and all the trappings of a princely existence, frivolous and inoffensive. This castle covers and conceals the other one, which is a little subterranean world rather cleverly disguised. It's in the invisible castle that all the pipe dreams of His Highness are lucubrated. Innovators, reformers, inventors, sorcerers, prophets, alchemists, all architects of a new society ever ready, so they say, to swallow up the old one tomorrow or the day after. They are the mysterious guests that are welcomed, put up, and consulted without anybody knowing a thing about it at ground level, or at least without anyone of the profane being able to explain the noises coming from down below, aside from there being goblins and pesky ghosts in the foundations. Now, draw your conclusion. The aforesaid charlatans may be 100 leagues away from here, for they are by nature great travelers, or 100 feet from us, in good rooms with secret doors and false floors. It is said that this old castle used to be a meeting place for free judges, and that since then, because of certain hereditary traditions, the ancestors of our prince have always amused themselves by hatching dreadful plots which, to my knowledge, have never amounted to anything. It's an old custom around here, and even the finest minds go in for it quite a lot. As for me, I haven't been initiated into the wonders of the invisible castle. Every now and then I spend a few days here when my sovereign,
Princess Sophie of Prussia, Margravine of Bayreuth, lets me go for a breath of air outside of her realm. Now, given that I'm tremendously bored at the delightful court of Bayreuth, that at bottom I'm fond of the prince of whom we speak, that I'm not sorry to play a little trick every now and then on the great Frederick whom I detest, I render the aforesaid prince a few disinterested services, which amuse me first and foremost. As I take orders only from him, these services are always very innocent. I found nothing loathsome about the orders to help get you out of Spandau and bring you here like a poor sleeping dove. I knew that you would be well treated, and I thought that you would have a chance to have some fun. But if, on the contrary, you're being tormented, if the quack counselors of His Highness are trying to get their grips on you and make you an instrument of their social schemes, I fear nothing of the sort, replied Consuelo, more and more amazed by the doctor's explanations. I'll manage to protect myself from their suggestions if they offend my principles and revolt my conscience. Are you so sure, Countess? Asked Supperville. Beware, and don't pride yourself on anything. Very reasonable and honest people have come out of here half-cracked and all ready for mischief. The schemers exploiting the prince won't stop at anything, and the dear prince is so easy to dazzle that he himself has had a hand in the destruction of a few good souls he thought he was saving. I'm telling you, these schemers are very clever. They've got secret ways to frighten and persuade, to excite the emotions, intoxicate the senses, and impress the imagination. First, steady pestering and a multitude of incomprehensible little ploys, followed by formulas, methods, and weird tricks at their disposal. They'll send you ghosts, make you undergo fasts to addle your wits, beleaguer you with lovely or terrifying phantasmagoria. In a word, they'll make you superstitious, perhaps they'll make you go mad, as I had the honor of telling you, and then? And then? What can they expect to get out of me? What am I in the world that they would feel a need to snare me? Indeed. The Countess von Rudolstadt has no idea? None at all, sir. Yet you must remember that Cagliostro showed you the late Count Albert, your husband, alive and busy. How do you know that, if you are not initiated into the mysteries of the subterranean world you've just mentioned? You said as much to Amalia of Prussia, who is something of a gossip, like all curious people. Are you not aware, moreover, that she is very thick with Count von Rudolstadt's ghost? A certain Trismegistus, from what I've heard. Precisely. I've seen this Trismegistus, and it's true that he bears a surprising resemblance to the Count at first glance. It can be made even stronger by coiffing and dressing him as the Count used to do, giving him a deathly pale face, and making him study the bearing and manner of the deceased. Now do you understand? Less than ever. What would be the point in making this man pass for Count Albert? How simple and honest you are. Count Albert died, leaving a great fortune which, without any male heirs, is going to pass from the hands of Canoness Wenceslaw into those of little Baroness Amalia, Count Albert's cousin, unless you assert your rights to a dower or to the use and enjoyment of the estate for as long as you shall live. First, they'll try to make you decide to do that. That's true, exclaimed Consuelo. You're enlightening me as to the meaning of certain words. This is nothing so far. This lifetime usufruct, very contestable, at least in part, won't satisfy the appetite of the crooks who want you in their clutches. You are childless, you need a husband. Well then, Count Albert is not dead, he had fallen into a state of catalepsy and was buried alive, the devil got him out of there, Cagliostro gave him a potion, Saint Germain took him away. In short, after a year or two he shows back up, recounts his adventures, throws himself at your feet, consummates his marriage to you, heads off to the castle of the giants, has himself recognized by the old canoness and a few elderly servants who don't see too well, brings about an inquiry if there are objections and pays off the witnesses. He even travels to Vienna with his faithful wife to reclaim his rights at the court of the Empress. A little bit of scandal doesn't hurt this kind of business. All the fine ladies are interested in a handsome man, the victim of a sinister adventure, of a silly, ignorant doctor as well. Prince von Kaunitz, who doesn't dislike female singers, takes you under his wing, your cause prevails, you make a triumphant return to Riesenberg and show your cousin Amalia the door, you are rich and powerful, you join together with the prince here and his charlatans to reform society and change the face of the world. That's all very nice, and it only costs you a bit of self-deception to replace an illustrious husband with a smart, handsome adventurer who is a great fortune-teller to boot. Now do you understand? Think it over. It was my duty as a doctor, as a friend of the Rudolstadt family, and a man of honor to tell you all this. They had counted on me to ascertain, if need be, that Trismegistus was Count Albert. But I who saw him die, not with the eyes of imagination, but with those of science, I who have very clearly observed certain differences between the two, and who know that in Berlin people have long been familiar with this adventurer, I will not lend myself to such a hoax. No thank you. I know that you wouldn't either, but they'll do everything to convince you that Count Albert has grown 2 inches taller and become fresh and pink in his coffin. I hear Matthias, he's a good old dolt and doesn't suspect a thing. As for me, I'll go now, I've said my piece. I'm leaving the castle in an hour, as I've got nothing more to do here. After having gone on this way with remarkable volubility, the doctor replaced his mask, made a deep bow to Consuelo and left, letting her finish her supper all alone if she so desired. She was hardly so inclined. Upset and overwhelmed by everything that she had just heard, she withdrew to her bedroom and found a bit of rest only after suffering at length through the most painful perplexity and the most indeterminate anguish of doubt and disquiet. Chapter 28. The next day Consuelo felt shattered in mind and body. Supperville's cynical revelations following fast upon the Invisible's fatherly encouragement was like being plunged into icy waters after basking in warmth. For a moment she had soared toward the heavens, then plummeted back to earth. She almost bore a grudge against the doctor for having disabused her, for in her dreams she had already taken to endowing with dazzling majesty this august tribunal that was reaching out to her like an adoptive family, a refuge from the dangers of the world and the errors of youth. Yet the doctor seemed deserving of gratitude, and Consuelo acknowledged this without being able to entertain any such feeling for him. Wasn't his behavior that of a sincere, courageous, and disinterested man? But Consuelo found him too skeptical, too much of a materialist, too inclined to despise good intentions and jeer at beautiful souls. Despite what he had said about the imprudent and dangerous credulity of the nameless prince, she still had an exalted idea of this noble old man who desired the good with the ardor of youth and enjoyed a child's simple faith in human perfectibility. The words that they had spoken to her in that subterranean hall ran through her head again, and she found them full of serene authority and austere wisdom. Charity and goodness peered out from behind the threats and silences of a sham severity, ready to be cast aside at the slightest appeal from Consuelo's heart. Would shifty, grasping charlatans have talked to her and treated her that way? Their valiant undertaking to reform the world, so ridiculous in the eyes of irreverent Supperville, responded to the eternal desire, the romantic hopes, the enthusiastic faith that Albert had inspired in his wife, that she had rediscovered with kindly sympathy in Gottlieb's sick but generous mind. Wasn't this Supperville odious to want to dissuade her from this,
to take away her faith in God and at the same time her trust in the invisibles?
Consuelo, much more inclined to the poetry of the soul than to the hard-boiled assessment of the sad realities of the here and now, wrestled with Supperville's judgments and did her utmost to repudiate them. He who confessed not to have been initiated into the subterranean world and appeared ignorant of the very name and existence of the Council of the Invisibles, hadn't he indulged in gratuitous assumptions? It was possible that Trismegistus was a crook, even though Princess Amalia asserted the contrary. Plus, his friendship with Count Gallican, the best and the wisest of the great men that Consuelo had met in Berlin, spoke in his favor. It was also conceivable that Cagliostro and Saint Germain were frauds as well, even though they too could have been fooled by an extraordinary resemblance. But even if these three adventurers could be tarred with the same brush, it did not necessarily follow that they were members of the Council of the Invisibles, nor that this group of virtuous men would fail to reject their suggestions as soon as Consuelo herself had stated that Trismegistus was not Albert. Wouldn't there still be time after this decisive test to take back her trust if they persisted in wanting to practice such gross deception on her? Until then, Consuelo wanted to tempt fate and get to know better these invisibles to whom she owed her freedom, whose paternal reproaches had touched her heart. She decided on the latter course, and while waiting to see how things turned out, she resolved to treat everything that Supperville had said as a test that he had been authorized to give her, or as a need to vent his spleen against rivals that enjoyed more respect and better treatment at the hands of the prince. One last hypothesis tormented Consuelo more than all the others. Was it absolutely impossible that Albert was alive? Supperville had not observed the phenomena that over the course of 2 years had preceded his last illness. He had even refused to believe them, stubbornly holding to the view that the young count's frequent retreats underground were for trysts with Consuelo. She alone, along with Stenko, knew about his attacks of catalepsy. For reasons of pride, the doctor was unable to admit that he could have been wrong to certify Albert's death. Now that Consuelo was aware of the existence and material strength of the Council of the Invisibles, she ventured to speculate in various and sundry ways about how they might have been able to wrest Albert from the horrors of premature burial and secretly give him refuge among them for unknown purposes. Everything that Supperville had told her about the castle's mysteries and the prince's eccentricities helped confirm this supposition. That an adventurer named Trismegistus bore such a resemblance to Albert might add a fantastic twist to the feat, but without destroying its possibility. This thought took such a hold on poor Consuelo that she fell into deep melancholy. If Albert were alive, she wouldn't hesitate to go to him as soon as she could and devote herself to him for all eternity. Yet more than ever she felt that she was bound to suffer from a devotion in which love had no part. The Chevalier arose in her imagination as a cause for bitter regret, in her conscience as a source of future remorse. If she had to give him up, newborn love would take the usual course of thwarted inclination and turn into passion. Consuelo did not ask herself with hypocritical resignation why dear Albert wanted to leave his cozy tomb. She told herself that she was fated to sacrifice herself to him, perhaps even beyond the grave, and she wanted to fulfill that destiny right to the end. Yet she was suffering uncommonly and grieving over the stranger, her most involuntary, her most ardent love. She was distracted from her meditations by a slight noise and the flick of a little wing on her shoulder. She gasped with surprise and joy, seeing a pretty little robin fluttering around her room and approaching her without fear. After a moment of shyness, he deigned to eat a fly out of her hand. "Is it you, my poor friend, my faithful companion?" Consuelo asked with tears of childlike joy. "Could it be that you went searching and found me here?" "No, that's not possible." "You pretty, confident creature," you look like my friend, and you're not him. You belong to some gardener, and you've escaped from the greenhouse where you spent the cold days among flowers that never lose their beauty. Come to me, you consoler of prisoners. Since the instinct of your kind draws you to solitary souls and captives, I want you to have all the affection I felt for your brother. Consuelo had been earnestly playing with the bird for a quarter of an hour when she heard a faint whistle outside that seemed to give the lovely, intelligent creature a start. He dropped the dainty little morsels that his new friend had been lavishing on him, hesitated a moment, flashed his big black eyes and suddenly decided to fly to the window, having no choice but to answer a second summons of irrecusable authority. Consuelo watched him disappear into the leaves. Yet while trying to see where he had gone, she noticed at the far end of her garden, on the other side of the stream marking its boundary, in a spot where the foliage thinned out a bit, someone easily recognized despite the distance. It was Gottlieb hauling himself along the water's edge in a rather jolly way, singing and trying to skip. Consuelo, momentarily forgetting the invisible's prohibition, did her best to attract his attention by waving her handkerchief out the window. But he was engrossed in calling back his robin. His head was angled up toward the trees while he whistled, and he went on without having seen Consuelo. Thank God, and the invisibles too, despite Supperville, she said to herself. The poor boy looks happy and healthier, his guardian angel the robin is with him. I think this foretells a happy fate for me as well. Now then, let's not have any more doubts about my protectors. Suspicion shrivels the heart. After wondering how she could fruitfully spend her time in preparation for the new moral education that had been announced to her, she decided to read, for the first time since her arrival at. She went into the library over which she had cast only an absent-minded glance so far and resolved to give serious study to the choice of books at her disposal. They were few in number, but extremely curious and probably very rare, if not unique for the most part. It was a collection of the writings of the most remarkable philosophers of all time and every nation, but abridged and reduced to the essence of their doctrines and translated into the various languages that Consuelo understood. Several, never having been published in translation, were handwritten, especially those of the heretics and famous innovators of the Middle Ages, precious relics from the past of which the important fragments and even a few complete copies had escaped the Inquisition's searches and the Jesuits' last violations in the old heretical castles of Germany during the 30 Years' War. Consuelo was unable to appreciate the value of these philosophical treasures collected by some fervent bibliophile or brave disciple. The originals would have interested her because of the lettering and vignettes, but she saw only translations, carefully prepared and elegantly calligraphied by some modern scribe. Yet she preferred to hunt around for faithful renderings of John Wycliffe, Jan Hus, and other Christian philosophers and reformers who, as precursors, contemporaries, or successors, were associated with these fathers of the new age of religion. Although she had not read them, they were familiar enough to her because of her long conversations with Albert. Leafing through their works, she scarcely read them now, and yet she knew them better and better. Consuelo's soul was essentially religious, without her mind being philosophical. Had she not lived in the critical, clear-eyed world of her times, she would easily have turned to superstition and fanaticism. Yet such as she was, she understood Gottlieb's frenzied speeches better than the writings of Voltaire, even though all the fine ladies of the day were reading him fervently. This girl, intelligent and simple, courageous and tender-hearted, did not have a head for the subtleties of argument. Her heart always enlightened her before her brain. Seizing upon all the revelations of feeling and quickly assimilating them, she could learn philosophy, and she had been remarkably taught for her age, sex, and position by Albert, with his friendly, eloquent, and warm words. By the nature of their constitutions, artists learn more from the emotions of a lecture or sermon than from the patient, often cold study of books. Such was Consuelo. She could not read a whole page with concentration, but if a great thought, felicitously rendered and summed up in a colorful way, happened to strike her, her soul would cling to it. She would repeat it over and over again like a musical phrase. The meaning, however deep it might be, would penetrate her being like a ray of divine light. She would live on this idea, applying it to all her feelings, drawing from it real strength, remembering it her whole life long. And it was not for her an empty saying, it was a rule of life, armor for battle. What need had she to analyze and abstract the book where she had found it? The whole book was written in her heart as soon as the inspiration from which it had sprung took hold of her. Her fate did not order her to go any further. She was not aspiring to set up a scholarly philosophical system. She felt the warmth of secret revelations that are granted to poetic souls when their nature is loving. Thus she read for several days without reading a thing. She could not have given an account of anything, but more than one page where she had seen only a line were damp with her tears, and often she ran to the harpsichord to improvise airs whose tenderness and grandeur were the fervent, spontaneous expression of her generous feeling. A whole week went by in which her solitude was no longer troubled by Matthias's tales. She had promised herself not to ask him the slightest question anymore, and perhaps he had been scolded for his indiscretions, since he was now as taciturn as he had been garrulous during the first days. The robin came back to see Consuelo every morning, but without being accompanied by Gottlieb from afar. It seemed that the little creature. Consuelo was not far from believing that he was bewitched, had a schedule for coming by to cheer her up and returning promptly around noon to his other friend. In point of fact, there was nothing supernatural about this. Animals in liberty have habits and organize their days with even more intelligence and foresight than their domestic counterparts. One day, however, Consuelo noticed that he was not flying as gracefully as usual. He seemed hampered and out of sorts. Instead of coming to peck at her fingers, he was only interested in using his claws and beak to get rid of some pesky bind. Consuelo came closer and saw a black thread hanging from a wing. Had the poor little thing been caught in a snare, and had he escaped only by dint of courage and skill, with a piece of his noose? She had no trouble removing that thread, but it was a bit of a challenge to free him from a strand of silk that went neatly over his back and fastened under his left wing a tiny sachet made of very sheer brown material. In the sachet there was a note written in almost invisible letters on such flimsy paper that she feared her breath might make it disintegrate. From the first words she saw that it was a short message from her dear stranger, as follows. They entrusted me with a generous deed, hoping that the pleasure of doing good would calm my restless passion. But nothing, not even the practice of charity, can distract a soul over which you reign. I accomplished my task sooner than they thought possible. Now I'm back, and I love you more than ever. Yet the sky is looking brighter. I don't know what transpired between you and them, but they seem more favorable, and my love is no longer treated like a crime, but a misfortune for me alone. A misfortune. Oh, they do not love. They don't know that I cannot be unfortunate if you love me, and you do love me, don't you? Tell that to the robin from Spandau. It is he. I carried him in my bosom. Oh, let him repay me for my care by bringing me a word from you. Gottlieb will faithfully deliver it to me without taking a look. Mysteries and romantic circumstances fuel love's fire. Consuelo felt the most violent temptation to reply, and her fear of displeasing the Invisibles and scruple about breaking her promises held her back only slightly, it must be confessed. Yet the thought that she could be found out and cause the Chevalier to be exiled once again gave her the courage to refrain. She set the robin free without a single word of reply, all the while shedding bitter tears over the pain and disappointment that this harsh treatment would elicit in her lover. She tried to resume her studies, but neither reading nor singing could distract her from the ferment seething in her breast now that she knew the Chevalier to be nearby. She could not help hoping that he would disobey for both of them, that come evening she would see him slip into the flowering shrubs of her garden. Yet she did not want to encourage him by showing herself. She spent the evening shut away, peeping through her Venetian blind, her heart pounding, brimming with fear and desire, yet resolved not to reply to his call. Not seeing him appear, she felt hurt and amazed as though she had been counting on a daring deed even though it would have excited her blame and terror. In a matter of hours all of the mysterious little dramas of young, ardent love were played out in her bosom. This was a new phase in her life, with emotions she had never known before. In the evening she had often waited for Anzelito on the quays of Venice or terraces of the Corte Manelli. Meanwhile, she would go over her morning's lesson or say the rosary, without impatience or fear, palpitations or anguish. That childhood love was still so close to friendship that it bore no resemblance to what she was now feeling for Liverani. The next day she waited anxiously for the robin, who did not come. Had he been snatched in mid-flight by some ferocious Argus? Had his exasperation with the silken girdle and the sachet, for him a heavy burden, stopped him from going out? But he was so intelligent, he would have remembered that Consuelo had freed him the day before and come to beg her to do him another favor. Consuelo spent the day weeping. She whose eyes remained dry in great disasters, she who had not shed a single tear over her misfortune at Spandau, she felt shattered and consumed by the sufferings of love and sought in vain the strength with which she had confronted all the other hardships in her life. In the evening she was doing her best to read a score at the harpsichord when two figures in black suddenly appeared at the entrance to the music room without her having heard them come up the stairs. A cry of fear escaped her lips at the sight of these ghosts, but one of them said to her in a gentler voice than the first time, "Follow us." And she rose in silence to obey them. She was given a silken sash and told, "Cover your eyes yourself, and swear that you will do so conscientiously. Swear too that if the sash happens to fall off or slip down, you'll keep your eyes closed until we've told you to open them." "I swear," said Consuelo. "Your vow has been accepted as valid," replied the guide. And Consuelo walked through the subterranean passages as she had the first time, but when she was told to stop, an unfamiliar voice added, "Take off the sash yourself. From now on no one will ever lay a hand on you again. Your only guard will be the word you've given." Consuelo found herself in a vaulted chamber lit by only one small sepulchral lamp hanging from the keystone in the center. A single judge, in a red robe with a ghastly white mask, was sitting in an antique chair at a table. He was bent over with age, a few silver locks escaped from beneath his cap. His voice was broken and quavering. At the sight of old age the fear that Consuelo could not help feeling in front of an invisible changed to respectful deference. "Heed me well," he said, gesturing to her to sit down on a stool at some remove. "You are here before your confessor. I am the oldest member of the council, and the serenity of my entire life has made my mind as chaste as the most chaste of Catholic priests. I do not lie. Do you, however, wish to refuse me? You are free to do so." "I accept you," replied Consuelo, but on the condition that my confession does not implicate that of another person."
"A vain scruple," said the old man. "A boy at school doesn't tell the teacher when his classmate misbehaves, but a son quickly alerts his father to his brother's wrongdoing because he knows that a father curbs and corrects without punishing. That at least ought to be the law of the family." You are here in the bosom of a family that seeks to put that ideal into practice. Do you have faith in that?
This question, rather arbitrary in the mouth of a stranger, was asked so gently, in a voice resonant with such sympathy, that Consuelo, suddenly carried away with emotion, replied without hesitation, "Yes, totally."
"Heed this too," said the old man. "When you first appeared before us, you said a few words that we took in and weighed. It is strange moral torture for a woman to confess aloud before 8 men. We've taken your sense of modesty into consideration. You will make your confession to me alone, and I won't betray your secrets. I have been fully empowered, even though I am superior to none in the council, to guide you in a particular matter of a delicate sort, one that is related only indirectly to your initiation. Will you answer me without embarrassment? Will you bare your heart to me? I will. I'll ask you nothing about your past. As you were told, your past does not belong to us, but you were warned to purify your soul from the instant that marked the beginning of your adoption. You must have reflected on the difficulties and consequences of this adoption. It is not to me alone that you owe that account, there's a different matter between the two of us. So give me your answer. I am ready. One of our children has conceived feelings of love for you. In the last week, have you been responding to that love or rejecting it? I have rejected it in all my actions. That I know. Your slightest actions are known to us. I'm asking you the secret of your heart, not of your conduct. Consuelo felt her cheeks burn and kept silent. You find my question very cruel. Yet you must answer. I do not wish to guess anything. I must know and record. Well then, I love, said Consuelo, carried away by the need to be true. But no sooner had she uttered these bold words than she burst into tears. She had just surrendered the virginity of her soul. Why are you weeping? Asked the confessor gently. Is it out of shame or repentance? I don't know. I don't think it's out of repentance. I love too much for that. Whom do you love? You know that, but I don't. But what if that weren't so? What is his name?
Liverani.
That's no one's name. It is common to all the disciples among us who wish to go by that name and make use of it, a nom de guerre, like those that nearly all of us employ in our travels. I don't know him by any other name, and it's not from him that I learned it. How old is he? I haven't asked him. What does he look like? I haven't seen his face. How would you recognize him? By touching his hand, I think. And if your fate were to hang on this test and you happen to be wrong? That would be horrible. So tremble for your recklessness, poor child. Your love is insane. I know it well. And you don't fight it in your heart? I don't have the strength for that. Do you have the desire to fight it? Not even. So your heart is free of any other affection? Entirely. But you are a widow. I believe so. And if you weren't? I would struggle against my love and do my duty. With regret? With pain?
With despair perhaps.
But I would do it. So you didn't love the man who was your husband?
I loved him like a brother. I did everything I could to love him like a lover.
And you weren't able to? Now that I know what it is to love, I can say that I wasn't able.
Don't feel any remorse about that. Love is not subject to command.
You think you love this Liverani?
Seriously, religiously, ardently?
That's what I feel in my heart, unless he is unworthy. He is worthy.
Oh, Father! Consuelo exclaimed, transported with gratitude and ready to kneel down before the old man. He is as worthy of an immense love as Albert himself.
But you must give him up. So I'm the unworthy one? Consuelo asked mournfully. You would be worthy, but you are not free. Albert von Rudolstadt is alive. My God, forgive me.
Consuelo murmured, falling to her knees and hiding her face in her hands.
The confessor and the penitent kept a pained silence.
But soon Consuelo, remembering Supperville's accusations, was flooded with horror.
Was this old man, whose presence imbued her with awe, lending himself to an infernal plot? Was he exploiting poor Consuelo's virtue and sensitivity to throw her into the arms of a despicable impostor?
She raised her head and, pale with terror, her eyes dry and lips trembling, she tried to pierce with her eyes the impassive mask that was perhaps hiding the ashen face of a culprit or the diabolical laugh of a scoundrel.
Albert is alive, she asked. Are you quite sure of it, sir? Are you aware that there is a man who resembles him, that I myself thought I was looking at Albert when I set eyes on him?
I know the whole absurd story, replied the old man unperturbed. I know all the preposterous things that Supperville has invented to exonerate himself from the crime that he committed against science by having a sleeping man buried alive. 2 words will bring down that ridiculous house of cards. In the first place, Supperville was judged incapable of going beyond the lowest degrees of the secret societies of which we are the supreme directors, and his wounded vanity, plus his morbid and indiscreet curiosity, could not bear the outrage.
Second, Count Albert has never dreamed of reclaiming his inheritance. He gave it up of his own accord, and he would never agree to reassume his name and rank in the world. He couldn't do it now without giving rise to scandalous disputes about his identity, which his pride would find intolerable. He may have misunderstood his true duties when he, so to speak, renounced himself. He could have made better use of his fortune than his heirs. He deprived himself of one of the means of practicing charity that Providence had placed in his hands, but he still has enough other ones. Besides, in this matter his love spoke louder than his conscience. He reminded himself that you had not loved him precisely because he was rich and noble. He wanted to forswear his name and fortune without any possibility of retrieving them. He did so, with our permission. Now you don't love him, you love someone else. He will never ask you to recognize him as your husband, a title that he, in the throes of death, owed only to your compassion. He will have the courage to give you up. Our only power over you and the man you call Liverani is that of persuasion. If you want to run away together, we cannot prevent it. We have neither dungeons nor constraints nor corporal punishments at our service, no matter what a credulous, fearful servant may have told you in that respect. We hate the ways of tyranny. Your fate is in your hands. Go think things over once again, poor Consuelo, and may God inspire you. Consuelo was utterly stupefied listening to this speech. When the old man had finished, she got up and briskly said, "I don't need to think things over, my mind is made up." "Is Albert here?" "Take me to him." "Albert is not here. He could not be a witness to this struggle. He does not even know about the crisis you're undergoing just now." "Oh, my dear Albert," exclaimed Consuelo, lifting her arms to the heavens, "I'll come out of this triumphant." Then she knelt down in front of the old man and said, "Father, forgive me and help me never to see this Liverani again. I don't want to love him any longer. I won't love him any longer." The old man spread his trembling hands over Consuelo's head, but when he withdrew them, she was unable to get up. She had forced her tears back into her breast, and broken by a battle beyond her strength, she was forced to lean on the confessor's arm to make her way out of the chapel. Chapter 29. The next day at noon the robin came pecking and scratching at Consuelo's window. As she was about to open up and let him in, she noticed the black thread across his red breast, and her hand involuntarily leaped to the window latch. But she immediately pulled it back. "Go away, you bringer of trouble," she said. "Go away, poor innocent, with your burden of guilty letters and criminal words. I might not have the courage not to reply to a last farewell. I must not even let it be known that I am suffering and having regrets." She fled into the music room to escape the winged tempter who, used to a better welcome, fluttered about and flew against the glass in a sort of rage. She sat down at the harpsichord to avoid hearing the screeching and scolding of her darling who had followed her to the window of this room, all the while feeling something like the anguish of a mother who closes her ears to the cries and entreaties of her child being chastised. Yet it was not to the robin's outrage and grief that poor Consuelo was most sensitive just then. The note that he was carrying under his wing had a voice that she found much more heartrending. This was the voice, or so it seemed to our romantic recluse, weeping and wailing to be heard. She nevertheless resisted. Yet it is the nature of love to resent obstacles and renew the attack, ever more imperious and triumphant after each one of our victories. It could be said, quite literally, that resisting love only furnishes it with new weapons. Around 3, Matthias came in with the flowers he brought his prisoner every day, for at bottom he loved her for her gentle, kind disposition, and, as usual, she undid the bunch so as to arrange the blooms herself in the beautiful vases on the console. This was one of the pleasures of her captivity, but this time she was rather indifferent to it and merely going through the motions, as though to kill a few seconds of the long hours that were eating away at her. But when she untied the clump of narcissus at the center of the sweet-smelling spray, out fell a letter, carefully sealed but without any address. In vain she tried to convince herself that it could be from the tribunal of the Invisibles. Would Matthias have brought it to her otherwise? Unfortunately, Matthias was no longer there to explain anything. She had to ring for him. He generally showed up in 5 minutes, this time he happened to take at least 10. Consuelo had shown too much courage with the robin to have any left for the bouquet. By the time Matthias was there, the letter had been read, and Consuelo had just arrived at the following postscript: "Don't ask Matthias anything. He is not aware of the infraction I am making him commit." Matthias was simply asked to wind up the clock that had stopped. The Chevalier's letter was more impassioned, more impetuous than all the others. It was even imperious in its delirium. We shall not transcribe it. Love letters convey no emotion except to the heart that inspires them and burns with the flame that has dictated them. One is just like all the others, but lovers always find in the letters written to them an irresistible power, an incomparable novelty.
No one else can be loved so much nor in the same way, each lover is the most loved, the only beloved in the whole world. Without this ingenuous blindness, this proud fascination, there is no passion, and passion had at last invaded Consuelo's peaceful, noble heart. The stranger's note threw her into a dither. He was begging to see her. More than that, he announced that it was going to happen and excused himself ahead of time for having to make the most of these final moments. He feigned to believe that Consuelo had loved Albert and could love him again. He also feigned to want to submit to her decree, meanwhile demanding a word of pity, a tear of regret, a last farewell, always this last farewell that is like the announcement of a great artist's last appearance, fortunately followed by many others. Sad Consuelo, sad and yet consumed with a secret, involuntary, and burning joy at the prospect of seeing him, felt by her flushed brow and pounding heart that she had an adulterous soul despite herself. She felt that neither her resolutions nor her willpower were saving her from being carried away by an unthinkable impulse, and if the Chevalier were to decide to break his vow by speaking to her and showing her his face, as he sounded determined to do, she would not have the strength to prevent that violation of the Invisible's rules. Her only refuge was to beg for help from this very tribunal. But would she have to accuse and betray Liverani? The venerable old man who the night before had revealed to her that Albert was alive and lent her a fatherly ear would hear this secret as well under the seal of confession. He would take pity on the Chevalier's delirium, condemning him only in the depths of his heart. Consuelo wrote to him that she wanted to see him at 9 o'clock that very evening, that her honor, her repose, perhaps her life were at stake. This was the hour at which the stranger had said he would come, but to whom and by whom could the letter be sent? Matthias refused to set foot outside the compound before midnight. Those were his orders, nothing could shake his resolve. He had been sharply reprimanded for not fully living up to all his duties toward the prisoner. He was henceforth inflexible. The hour was drawing near, and Consuelo, all the while seeking a way around the fateful ordeal, had not given a moment's thought to the means of withstanding it. O virtue imposed on women, you will never be more than just a name as long as men do not take on half the task. All your defense strategies amount to mere subterfuge, all your sacrifices of personal happiness come to nothing before the fear of driving the beloved to despair. Consuelo fastened on a last resort, a suggestion of the heroism and weakness dividing her mind. She began searching for the mysterious entrance to the subterranean passages, somewhere in the lodge itself, for she was determined to run down and take her chances on an unwarned appearance before the Invisibles. For no particular reason she assumed that their chambers would be accessible once she had got down inside and that they gathered every evening in the same place. What she did not know was that they were all absent that day and that Liverani had returned alone after having pretended to follow them on a mysterious outing. But all her efforts to find the secret entrance or trapdoor to the subterranean passages were fruitless. She no longer had, as at Spandau, the composure, perseverance, and faith necessary to discover the tiniest crack in a wall, the slightest protrusion of a stone. Her hands were shaking as she examined the woodwork and wainscoting, her eyes were bleary as well. At every instant she thought she heard the Chevalier's steps on the sand in the garden or the marble of the peristyle. All of a sudden she thought she heard steps coming from down below, as though he were climbing the stairs hidden beneath her feet, nearing an invisible door or, in the manner of familiar spirits, were about to come right through the wall before her eyes. She dropped her candle and fled to the far end of the garden. The lovely stream running through it broke her stride. She listened and heard or thought she heard steps behind her. Then she lost her head somewhat and leaped into the little boat the gardener used to bring sand and sod in from outside. Consuelo thought that by untying the boat she would run aground on the opposite bank, but the stream was running fast on its way out of the compound through a low, narrow arch closed with a grate. Swept along by the current, the boat was soon going to crash into the grate. Consuelo preserved herself from too severe a shock by jumping into the bow and spreading out her hands. It was impossible for a child of Venice, and a child of the people, to have much trouble performing such a move. But, by a bizarre stroke of fortune, the grate gave way at the touch of her hand, thrown open by the sheer force of the current carrying the boat. Alas, Consuelo thought to herself, perhaps they never close this passage, for I'm a prisoner of my word, and yet I'm fleeing and breaking my vow. But I'm only doing so to seek shelter and refuge among my hosts, not to abandon and betray them. She jumped out onto the bank where her little boat had beached in a bend of the stream and plunged into thick brush. Consuelo could not run very fast under the dense cover. The path wound back and forth, getting narrower and narrower. The fugitive was crashing into trees at every instant, and several times she fell to the grass. Yet she felt hope returning to her soul. She found the darkness reassuring. It seemed impossible that Liverani could find her here. After having walked haphazardly a long while, she found herself at the foot of a rock-strewn hill dimly silhouetted against a gray, cloudy sky. A rather chilly storm wind had come up, and it was beginning to rain. Consuelo dared not turn back for fear that Liverani had picked up her trail and was searching for her along the stream. So she took a gamble on the rather steep path going up the hill, figuring that once having reached the top she would be able to see the lights of the castle, wherever it might be. But when she got there in the dark, the lightning that was starting to streak through the sky revealed in front of her the ruins of a huge edifice, an imposing and melancholy wreck from another age. The rain forced Consuelo to seek shelter there, but finding it was no easy task. The towers had collapsed in upon themselves, and flocks of gerfalcons and tiercels stirred up at her approach, uttering that wild, piercing call that seems the voice of sinister spirits living among the ruins. Amid the rocks and brambles Consuelo picked her way through the roofless chapel, the skeletal forms of its dilapidated arches standing out in the bluish glare of the lightning, and she reached the courtyard whose level surface was covered with short, even grass. She sidestepped a deep well flush with the ground that was betrayed only by luxuriant maidenhair ferns and a superb wild rose, the tranquil proprietor of its inner wall. The heap of ruins around this abandoned courtyard were the most fantastic sight, and, with each flash of lightning, the eye struggled to make out these thin, wasted specters, all these incoherent shapes of destruction, huge hoods of fireplaces, their undersides still black with smoke from hearths forever extinguished, flaring out from bare walls at a terrifying height, broken staircases launching their spirals into nothingness, as though they were leading witches to their aerial dance, whole trees that had taken root and grown in apartments still decorated with vestiges of frescoes, stone benches in deep window recesses, and always nothingness inside and out of these mysterious retreats, refuge for lovers in times of peace, hideaways for sentries in hours of danger. Finally, loopholes festooned with dainty garlands, lonely gables rising into the air like obelisks, and doorways piled high with debris right up to the tympanum. It was a frightening and poetic place. Consuelo was filled with a sort of superstitious terror, as if her presence had profaned a close reserved for funereal conversations or the voiceless reveries of the dead. On a clear night and in calmer circumstances she could have admired the austere beauty of the monument. Perhaps she would not have made the classical lament about the rigors of time and fate, pitilessly destroying palaces and fortresses and depositing their rubble in the grass next to those of cottages. The sadness inspired by the ruins of these daunting dwellings is not the same in the artist's imagination and the patrician's heart. But in this moment of commotion and fear, and on this stormy night, Consuelo, not being sustained by the enthusiasm that had moved her to more serious undertakings, felt herself reverting to her humble childhood, trembling at the prospect of seeing the ghosts of the night and especially fearing those of the old feudal lords, ferocious oppressors while they lived in desolate, threatening specters once they had died. The thunder was raising its voice, the wind was tearing bricks and mortar out of the crumbling walls, long shoots of brambles and ivy writhed like snakes from the battlements of the towers. Consuelo, still looking for shelter from the rain and falling debris, made her way under the arch of a staircase that looked better preserved than the others. It was that of the great feudal tower, the oldest and most solid structure in the entire edifice. 20 stairs up, she found a great octagonal hall that occupied the whole inside of the tower, the spiral staircase having been built, as in all constructions of this sort, within the walls which were between 18 and 20 feet thick. The arched ceiling of the hall was shaped like the inside of a beehive. All the doors and windows were gone, but these openings were so narrow and deep that they kept the wind out. Consuelo decided to wait there for the weather to subside, and drawing near a window, she spent over an hour contemplating the imposing spectacle of lightning streaking through the sky and listening to the terrifying roar of the storm. At last the wind fell, the clouds scattered, and Consuelo thought of leaving, but turning around, she was surprised to see inside the hall a light steadier than flashes of lightning. This glimmer, after some hesitation, so to speak, grew and filled the whole arch while little crackling sounds came from the fireplace. Consuelo looked over that way and saw beneath the half-moon of that ancient hearth, a huge maw gaping wide at her, some branches that seemed to have just burst into flames all by themselves. She drew nearer and saw some half-consumed logs and all the debris of a fire tended until a little while ago, then rather carelessly abandoned. Frightened to find this sign that someone was living there, even though she could not see any trace of furniture, Consuelo briskly turned back to the stairs and was about to start down when she heard voices coming from below and feet crunching over the chunks of plaster that littered the steps. Then her fantastic fears became real alarm. This damp, devastated tower could only be inhabited by some gamekeeper, perhaps as wild as his dwelling place, perhaps drunk and brutal, and most likely less civilized and respectful than courteous Mattias. The steps were drawing near rather fast. Consuelo dashed up the stairs to avoid running into these problematic comers, and after having climbed another 20 steps, she found herself on the 3rd floor. They were not likely to follow her up there, for the roof was gone, which made the place uninhabitable. Fortunately for Consuelo, the rain had stopped. She even saw a few stars shining through the stray vegetation that had invaded the top of the tower, about 20 yards above her head. Soon she noticed a ray of light on the somber walls. It was coming from beneath her feet, and Consuelo, carefully inching forward, saw through a wide crevice what was happening on the floor below. There were 2 men in the hall, one walking around and stamping his feet as if to get warm, the other bent over under the huge hood of the chimney and stirring the fire which was starting to burn well. At first she could only see attire that announced their brilliant rank and caps that kept their faces hidden, but when the fire burned brighter and the one who was poking it with the tip of his sword stood up to hang his cap on a stone protruding from the wall, Consuelo saw black locks of hair that gave her a start and the upper part of a face that nearly wrung from her a shriek of terror and tenderness at one and the same time. He raised his voice, and Consuelo's doubts were gone. It was Albert von Rudolstadt. "Come over here, my friend," he said to his companion, "and warm yourself at the only fireplace still standing in this huge manor. These are dismal quarters, Trank, but you've had worse in your arduous travels." "And often I've even had none at all," replied Princess Amelia's lover. "Truly, this is more comfortable than it looks, and more than once I'd have been happy to make do with it." "So, my dear Count, you occasionally come here to meditate on these ruins and make a nightly vigil in this infernal tower?" Indeed, I come here often, but for more conceivable reasons than that.
I can't tell you now, but later on you'll learn why. Anyway, I can guess. From the top of this tower you can see into a certain enclosure and command a view of a certain lodge. Not so, Trank. That place is hidden behind the woods on the hill, and I don't see it from here. But you can easily get there in a few moments, then take refuge here from troublesome guards. Come on, admit that a little while ago, when I met you in the woods.
I can admit to nothing, Trank my friend, and you gave me your word not to question me.
True. I should only be rejoicing that I ran into you on the grounds of this immense estate, rather in this forest. I got so lost that without you I'd have fallen into some picturesque ravine or drowned in some limpid mountain stream. Are we far from the castle? More than a quarter of a league away.
So dry your clothes while the wind dries out the trails through the grounds, and then we'll get going. This old castle pleases me less than the new one, I confess, and I can certainly understand why it's been abandoned to the ospreys. Yet I'm glad to find myself here alone with you at this hour and on this gloomy evening. It reminds me of our first meeting in the ruins of an ancient abbey in Silesia, my initiation, the vows I made before you, my judge, examiner, and master back then, my brother and friend today. Dear Albert, what strange and sinister vicissitudes we've been through since then. Both of us dead to our families, our countries, perhaps our loves. What will become of us, and what will be our lives henceforth among men? Yours may still be full of glory and pleasure, my dear Trank. On the soil of Europe there are limits, thank God, to the power of the tyrant who hates you. But my mistress, Albert, is it possible that she'll remain eternally and fruitlessly faithful to me? You ought not wish that, friend, but it's only too certain that her passion will be as lasting as her sorrows. So tell me about her, Albert. You're luckier than I, you can see her, hear her voice. Not any longer, dear Trank, don't fool yourself on that score. The fantastic name and bizarre character of Trismegistus that was rigged up for me, that shielded me for several years in my brief and mysterious relations with the palace in Berlin have lost their charm. My friends will be discreet, and my dupes, since, for the sake of our cause and your love, I was most innocently forced to make a few dupes, wouldn't be any more clear-sighted than in the past, but Frederick has smelled a plot, and I can't go back to Prussia. My efforts would be stymied by his suspicions, and the doors of Spandau wouldn't spring open a second time for my escape. Poor Albert! You must have suffered in that prison as much as I did in mine, perhaps more. No, I was close to her. I could hear her voice, I was working for her deliverance. I don't regret enduring the horrors of the dungeon or trembling for her life. If I suffered for myself, I took no notice. If I suffered for her, I've forgotten about it now. She is saved, and she'll be happy. Through you, Albert? Tell me that she'll only be happy through you and with you, or else I have no respect for her. I take back my admiration and friendship. Don't say such things, Trank. That's an outrage against nature, love, and heaven. Our wives have the same freedom as our lovers, and wanting to put them in chains in the name of a duty which benefits us alone would be a crime and a sacrilege. I know, and without raising myself to that level of virtue, I certainly feel that if Amalia, instead of confirming her pledge to me, had withdrawn it, I wouldn't have stopped loving her and blessing the days of happiness she has given me, but surely I'm allowed to love you more than myself and to hate anyone who doesn't love you? You're smiling, Albert, you don't understand my friendship, and I don't understand your courage. Ah, if it's true that the woman who received your troth has fallen in love, while still in mourning, what madness, with one of our brothers, even if he were the most deserving among us, and the most seductive man on earth, I'll never be able to forgive her.
Forgive her yourself, if you can. Trank, you don't know what you're saying, you don't understand, and I can't explain myself.
Don't pass judgment on her yet, later on, you'll get to know this admirable woman.
And who is stopping you from justifying her in my eyes? Say something. Why this mystery? We're alone here.
She can't be compromised by what you have to say, and as far as I know, you aren't bound by any oath to hide from me what we all suspect from the way you're behaving.
She doesn't love you anymore?
What's her excuse?
Had she ever loved me? That's her crime. She never understood you. She couldn't, and I couldn't reveal myself to her.
Besides, I was ill, I was mad.
Nobody loves a madman, they are pitied and feared. You were never mad, Albert. I've never seen you in that condition.
On the contrary, I've always been dazzled by your wisdom and intelligence. You've seen me steady and self-possessed in action, you've never seen me in the throes of idleness, the torments of discouragement.
So you know discouragement, you? I never would have thought so.
That's because you don't see all the dangers, obstacles, and vices of our endeavors. You've never gone down into the depths of the abyss where I've sunk my whole soul, cast my whole life. You've envisaged only the chivalrous, high-minded side of things, embraced only the easy tasks and pleasant prospects.
That's because I'm less great, less enthusiastic and, since it must be said, less fanatic than you, noble Count.
You wanted to drain the cup of zeal, and when you choked on the bitter dregs, you doubted heaven and humankind.
Yes, I had doubts, and I was most cruelly punished for them. And you still have doubts now? Are you still suffering? Now I hope, believe, and act. I feel strong and happy. Don't you see my face radiant with delight? And don't you feel my heart brimming with joy? And yet you've been betrayed by your mistress. What am I saying, by your wife? She was never either one or the other.
She owed me nothing, nor does she owe me anything now. She is not betraying me. God has sent her love, the most celestial of the graces from on high, as a reward for having shown me a moment of pity on my deathbed. And I, to thank her for having closed my eyes, grieved over me and given me her blessing on the eternal threshold I thought I was crossing, I should invoke a promise wrested from her generous compassion, her sublime charity? I should say to her, Woman, I am your master, you are mine by law, through your own recklessness and error. You shall submit to my embrace because on a day of parting you deposited a farewell kiss on my icy brow. You shall put your hand in mine forever, follow in my footsteps, bear my yoke, destroy a newborn love in your heart, repress unconquerable desires, and waste away with regret in my profane arms, on my selfish, cowardly heart. Oh, Trank, do you think I could be happy this way? Wouldn't my life be even more bitter torment than hers? Isn't the slave suffering the master's curse? Great God! Who is so vile, so brutish as to take pride in pleasure and love which is not shared, in fidelity against which the victim's heart is rebelling? Thank heaven, I am not, nor shall I ever be, someone of that sort. This evening I was going to see Consuelo, to say all these things to her and set her free. I didn't run across her in the garden where she usually takes a stroll. Then the storm came and removed any hope of seeing her down into the garden. I didn't want to go to her rooms. I would have gone in with a husband's rights, but just seeing her start with horror, her face pale with despair, would have pained me in a way that I couldn't bring myself to face.
And in the darkness, didn't you meet up with Liverani's black mask? Who is this Liverani? You don't know your rival's name? Liverani is a false name. Do you know this man, this happy rival?
No, but you've got a strange look asking me that.
Albert, I think I'm understanding you.
You forgive your unfortunate wife, you are abandoning her, you must do so, but you'll punish, I hope, the coward that seduced her.
Are you sure he's a coward?
What? The man entrusted with rescuing and looking after her during a long and dangerous trip. The man who was to protect and respect her, not to speak a single word to her nor show her his face. A man invested with the powers and blind trust of the invisibles.
Your brother in arms, your brother by oath, just as I am, no doubt.
Ah, had your wife been entrusted to me, Albert, I wouldn't even have dreamed of such criminal treachery, of making her fall in love with me.
Trank, once again, you don't know what you're saying. Just 3 men among us know this Liverani and his crime.
In a few days you'll stop blaming and cursing the happy mortal to whom God in His goodness, perhaps in His justice, has given Consuelo's love.
What a strange, sublime man you are. You don't hate him? I cannot. You won't disturb his happiness?
On the contrary, I'm fervently working to ensure it, and in that I am neither sublime nor strange. You'll soon be smiling at the praise you're giving me.
What? You aren't even suffering? I am the happiest of men.
In that case, you don't love much, or you don't love any longer. Such heroism is not human, it's almost monstrous, and I cannot admire what I don't understand.
Just a minute, Count, you're making fun of me, and I'm a simpleton. Now I've got it.
You're in love with another woman, and you're blessing Providence, which is freeing you from your obligations to Consuelo by making her unfaithful. So I'll have to bare my heart to you, Baron, you don't leave me any choice. Listen, it's a long and complicated story, a whole novel, but it's cold here, and this little fire can't take the chill out of these old walls. Besides, I'm afraid they'll wind up giving you an unhappy reminder of Glatz. The sky is cleared, we can start back to the castle, and since you're leaving at dawn, I don't want to keep you up too late. On the way I'll tell you a strange tale. The 2 friends shook the rain off their caps and put them back on their heads. After scattering the embers with a few kicks to extinguish the fire, they left the tower arm in arm. Their voices grew fainter and fainter in the distance, and soon the old manor ceased resonating with the echo of their footsteps over the wet grass of the courtyard. Chapter 30.
Consuelo remained sunk in a strange stupor.
What astonished her the most, what she found hard to believe despite the evidence of her eyes and ears, was not Albert's magnanimous conduct nor his heroic sentiments, but the miraculous ease with which he himself was unraveling the terrible problem of her destiny, a problem of his making.
Was it so easy then for Consuelo to be happy? Was Liverani's love so right?
She thought that what she had just heard was a dream. Already she could give way to her impetuous feelings for the stranger.
The austere invisibles considered him Albert's equal in greatness of soul, courage, and virtue.
Albert himself justified Consuelo and defended her against Trank's blame. In short, Albert and the invisibles, far from condemning their mutual passion, were abandoning them to their own free choice, their invincible sympathy, and all that without struggle or effort, without cause for regret or remorse, without anyone having to shed a tear. Consuelo, trembling more from emotion than cold, went back down to the vaulted hall and revived the fire that Albert and Trenck had just scattered in the hearth. She looked at their damp footprints on the dusty flagstones, which testified that they had indeed been there. Consuelo needed to examine this evidence to believe it. Crouching under the hood of the fireplace, like dreamy Cinderella over whom the elves of the hearth kept watch, she fell into a deep meditation. Such an easy triumph over destiny did not seem made for her, she felt. Yet no fear could prevail over Albert's marvelous peace of mind. That was precisely the thing that Consuelo could doubt the least. Albert was not suffering, his love was not in revolt against his sense of justice. With a kind of enthusiastic joy he was making the greatest sacrifice that man can offer God. The strange virtue of this unique man amazed and horrified Consuelo. She asked herself if such total detachment from human weaknesses could be reconciled with human affections. Wasn't Albert's apparent insensibility the sign of a new phase of delirium? After the exacerbated disorders that come from living in the past and having just one focus for his emotions, wasn't Albert undergoing some kind of paralysis of the heart and memory? Could he be cured of his love so quickly, and was this love such a trifling thing that a simple act of will, a single rational decision could wipe out even its slightest trace? All the while admiring this triumph of philosophy, Consuelo could not help feeling a bit humiliated to see this long passion, of which she had been rightly proud, destroyed with one breath. She reconsidered every last thing he had just said and could still see the look on his face while he was saying it. She had never seen him with that look before. Albert was as different outside as he was inside. He was truly a new man, and had the sound of his voice, the lines of his face, and the reality of his words not confirmed the truth, Consuelo could have thought that she had seen not Albert but his so-called double, this imaginary Trismegistus, that the doctor stubbornly wanted to put in his place. The changes that this state of calm and good health had wrought in Albert's outward appearance and manners seemed to confirm Supperville's error. No longer was he frightfully thin, and he looked taller now that a youthful, erect posture had replaced his languid slouch. His bearing was different, his movements were more supple, his step firmer, his clothing was as elegant and natty as it had once been neglected and, as it were, an object of scorn. Even his slightest preoccupations astonished Consuelo. In the past he would not have thought to make a fire, he would have felt sorry that his friend Trenck was wet, and it would not have crossed his mind, exterior objects and material cares having become so foreign to him, to gather the scattered embers under his feet. He would not have shaken off his cap before putting it back on, he would have let the rain stream down his long hair without feeling it. Finally, he was carrying a sword, and never in the past would he have agreed to handle, even in sport, the ceremonial weapon, the symbol of hatred and murder. Now it did not get in his way. He could see the blade shining before the flames without its reminding him of the blood spilled by his ancestors. The expiation inflicted on Jan Žižka, on his person, was a painful dream that salutary sleep had at last completely erased. Perhaps he had lost that memory along with the other memories of his life and his love, which seemed to have been for him, though no longer, life itself. Something uncertain and inexplicable took place in Consuelo, something resembling sorrow, regret, wounded pride. She repeated to herself Trenck's final conjectures about Albert's new love, which seemed plausible to her. This new love was the only thing that made him so tolerant and merciful. The parting words to his friend promising a tale, a novel, did they not confirm this suspicion? Were they not the confession and explanation of the deep, discreet joy with which she seemed to be brimming? Yes, his eyes had a shine I've never seen before, Consuelo thought to herself. His smile was an expression of triumph, of heady pleasure, and he was smiling, almost laughing, Even though laughter seemed unknown to him in the past, there was even something like irony in his voice when he said to the Baron, "Soon you too will be smiling at the praise you're giving me." There's no doubt now, he's in love, and it's not with me any longer. He's not holding back, nor is he thinking of fighting it. He's blessing my infidelity, urging me on and rejoicing in it. He's not blushing for me, but abandoning me to a weakness that will make me alone blush, and all the shame will be on my head. Oh heavens! I was not the only guilty party, and Albert was even more so. Alas, why did I overhear the secret of a generosity that I would have so admired, that I never would have wanted to accept? I know now that there's something sacred about sworn faith. God alone who changes our hearts can release us from it. Then maybe those who have been joined by a vow can give and receive in turn the sacrifice of their rights. But when mutual infidelity alone presides over a divorce, there is something dreadful, like a partnership in parricide, the two killing in cold blood the love in their hearts that had made them one. After spending the whole night in the tower, absorbed in 1,000 sad, somber thoughts, Consuelo returned to the woods at dawn's first light. She found the path back to her lodgings without any problem, even though she had come this way in the dark and her hasty flight had made it seem less long than on the return. She went down the hill and followed the stream back to the grate, which she deftly maneuvered by stepping on the crosspiece joining the vertical bars at the level of the water. She was no longer fearful or agitated. Determined to come right out and tell her confessor everything, she did not care if anyone caught sight of her. Besides, she was so engrossed in her past feelings that present concerns were now only of secondary interest. Liverani scarcely existed for her. Such is the human heart, new love requires dangers and difficulties, old love is revived when it is no longer up to us to rekindle it in another's heart. This time the invisibles keeping watch over Consuelo seemed to have fallen asleep, and her nocturnal outing had apparently gone unnoticed. She found a new letter from the stranger in her harpsichord, and it was as tenderly respectful as the previous one had been bold and passionate. He complained that she was afraid of him. He reproached her for having retrenched herself in her rooms as though she mistrusted his timid veneration. He humbly begged her just to let him catch a glimpse of her in the garden at dusk. He promised not to say a word to her nor to show himself if she so required. For reasons of detachment or conscience, he added, Albert is giving you up, and he seems calm, even cold-blooded about it. Duty speaks louder than love in his heart. In a few days the invisibles will let you know his resolution and pronounce your freedom. Then you can stay here to be initiated into their mysteries if you persist in that generous intention, and up to that time I'll respect my vow to them not to appear before your eyes. But if you made that promise only out of compassion for me, if you wish to be released from it, just say the word, and I'll break all my commitments and run away with you. I, for one, am not Albert. I have more love than virtue. Choose. Yes, indeed, said Consuelo, dropping the stranger's letter on the keys of her harpsichord. This man loves me, and Albert does not. Perhaps he never loved me, and my image was only a figment of his delirium. Yet to me that love seemed sublime, and would to heaven that it were still so enough to conquer mine by a painful and sublime sacrifice. That would be better for the two of us than the calm separation of two adulterous souls. Better too for Liverani that I abandon him at the price of struggle and suffering rather than accepting him as a necessity in my solitude, on a day of indignation, shame, and grievous intoxication. She made this brief reply to Liverani, I am too proud and too sincere to deceive you. I know what Albert thinks, what he has resolved to do. I overheard him confiding in a mutual friend. He is abandoning me without regrets, and it is not virtue alone that has triumphed over his love.
I will not follow his example. I have loved you, and I'm giving you up without loving another. I owe this sacrifice to my dignity and my conscience. I hope that you won't come near my lodge any longer. If you were to yield to a blind passion and wring some new confession out of me, you would regret it. You might owe my trust to a broken heart's rightful anger, a forsaken soul's feelings of terror. It would be my torment and yours. If you persist, Liverani, the love in you is not the love of my dreams. Yet Liverani persisted. He wrote another letter and was eloquent, persuasive, and sincere in his humility. You appeal to my pride, he said, and I have no pride with you. If you were to regret someone else while I held you in my arms, I would suffer without taking offense. I would beg you, prostrate and bathing your feet with my tears, to forget him, to trust in me alone. However you love me, and however little, for that I shall be grateful as for an immense happiness. This was the substance of a series of letters, ardent and timid, submissive and persevering. Consuelo felt her pride dissolving before the penetrating charm of true love. By imperceptible degrees she got used to the idea that she had not yet ever been truly loved previously, not even by Count von Rudolstadt. Then she rebuffed the involuntary spite that this outrage against the holiness of her memories aroused in her, for she was afraid, were she to let it show, of standing in the way of the happiness that Albert could hope to find in a new love. So she resolved to accept in silence the decree of separation that he apparently wanted the tribunal of the Invisibles to issue, and she abstained from writing his name in her replies to the stranger, ordering him to respect the same reserve. These replies, moreover, were full of caution and tact. While separating herself from Albert and opening her soul to the thought of another affection, Consuelo did not want to yield to blind intoxication. She forbade the stranger to appear before her and to break his vow of silence until the Invisibles had released him from it. She told him that she freely and voluntarily wanted to join the mysterious association that inspired her with both respect and confidence, that she was determined to undertake the necessary studies to learn their doctrine and to refrain from all personal concerns until she had earned, by a little virtue, the right to think of her own happiness. She did not find the strength to say that she did not love him, but she mustered up enough to tell him that she did not want to love him rashly. Liverani appeared to submit, and Consuelo carefully studied several tomes that Matthias had brought her one morning from the prince, along with the report that His Highness and his court had left the residence, but that she would soon have news. She simply listened to the message, asked no questions of Matthias, and read the history of the mysteries of antiquity. Christianity, and the various sects and secret societies that have grown out of them, a very learned compilation handwritten in the library of the Order of the Invisibles by some patient, conscientious disciple. This heavy reading, laborious at the beginning, gradually took hold of her mind, even her imagination. The depiction of the ordeals in the ancient temples of Egypt gave her many terrifying, poetic dreams. The account of the persecution suffered by the sects of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance moved her heart more than ever, and that history of enthusiasm inclined her soul to the religious fanaticism of an imminent initiation. For 2 weeks she had no word from outside and lived in retreat, surrounded by the Chevalier's mysterious attentions, but firm in her resolution not to see him or give him too much hope. The summer heat was coming on, and Consuelo, absorbed in her studies, could rest and breathe easily only during the cool of the evening. Little by little she resumed her slow, dreamy walks through the cloistered garden. She thought she was alone there, and yet every now and then some vague feeling made her fancy that the stranger was nearby. The lovely nights, the beautiful shade trees, the solitude, the languid murmur of running water amid the flowers, the perfume of the plants,
the passionate voice of the nightingale followed by even more voluptuous silences, the moon casting its broad, oblique beams under the transparent shadows of the fragrant bowers, the evening stars setting behind the pink clouds on the horizon, and who knows what else. All the classic feelings of youth and love, but eternally new and powerful, plunged Consuelo's soul into dangerous reveries, her own slender shadow on the silvery sand of the paths, the flight of a bird roused by her approach, a leaf stirring in the breeze were enough to make her jump and quicken her pace, yet no sooner had these slight fears been dissipated than they were replaced by an undefinable regret, and the thrill of anticipation was stronger than any prompting of the will. Once she was flustered more than usual by the rustling leaves and obscure sounds of the night. She had the feeling that someone was walking close by, fleeing at her approach and coming near when she was sitting down. Her restlessness heightened her sense of alarm. She felt unable to defend herself against an encounter in this beautiful spot, under this magnificent sky. Puffs of hot wind blew over her brow. She fled to the lodge and shut herself away in her room. The candles had not been lit. She hid behind a blind and ardently desired to see the one by whom she did not want to be seen. Indeed, she saw a man appear and stroll under her windows without calling her name, without making a gesture, submissive and apparently content to gaze at the place where she lived. It had to be the stranger, at least, Consuelo felt at first that it had to be because of the emotion that washed over her, and she thought she recognized his height and bearing. But soon her mind was seized by strange doubts and distressing fears. The man walking in silence reminded her of Albert at least as much as Liverani. They were the same size, and now that Albert, transformed by his return to health, moved with ease and no longer kept his head bent over or cupped in his hand in a sick or sorry way, Consuelo scarcely knew any better what he looked like than she did the Chevalier. Once in full daylight she had caught a brief glimpse of the Chevalier walking far ahead of her and enveloped in the folds of a cloak. For a few seconds in the deserted tower she had also seen Albert, now so different from the man she had known, and here she was seeing one or the other not at all distinctly by starlight, and each time that she was about to settle her doubts, he slipped into the shade under the trees and disappeared as though he were a shade himself. He finally vanished altogether, and Consuelo was left torn between joy and fear, upbraiding herself for not having had the courage to call Albert by name to see what would happen and have it out with him fairly and frankly. As he withdrew farther and farther away from her, this regret grew ever stronger, along with the conviction that it was indeed Albert whom she had just seen. Carried along by the habitual devotion that had always stood in the place of love for him, she told herself that if he came roaming around her like this, it was in the timid hope of speaking to her. This was not the first time. He had said as much to Trenck on an evening when he may have crossed paths with Liverani in the dark. They needed to talk, and Consuelo resolved to make it happen. Her conscience required that she clear up her doubts about her husband's real frame of mind, generous or fickle. She went back down to the garden and ran after him, trembling and yet courageous, but she had lost track of him, and she went back and forth through the whole enclosure without encountering him. All of a sudden, as she was emerging from a thicket, she saw a man standing at the water's edge. Was this the one she had been seeking? She called out Albert's name. He shuddered, passed his hands over his face, and when he turned around, the black mask already covered his features. "Albert, is that you?" cried Consuelo. "It's you, you alone that I've been seeking." A stifled exclamation betrayed some emotion in the stranger, either joy or pain. He seemed to want to flee. Thinking that she had recognized Albert's voice, Consuelo leaped forward and held on to his cloak. But she stopped, for the cloak had pulled open and there on the man's chest was a rather large silver cross that Consuelo knew only too well, her mother's, the very one that she had entrusted to the Chevalier during their travels together, as a token of gratitude and sympathy.
Liverani,
she exclaimed. It's always you. Since that's the case, goodbye. Why have you disobeyed me? He threw himself at her feet, wrapped his arms around her, and lavished fervent, respectful embraces on her that Consuelo no longer had the strength to fend off. If you love me and want me to love you, leave me, she said. It's before the invisibles that I want to see and hear you. Your mask frightens me, your silence makes my heart go cold. Liverani raised his hand to his mask, he was going to rip it off and speak. Consuelo, like curious Psyche, no longer had the courage to close her eyes, but suddenly the black veil of the secret tribunal's messengers slipped down over her head. The stranger's hand that had hastily grabbed hers was loosed in silence. Consuelo felt herself being led away without violence or apparent wrath, but swiftly. She was swept up off the ground, she felt the bottom of a boat give beneath her feet. She glided downstream a long while without anyone saying a word to her, and when light was restored to her, she found herself in the subterranean hall where she had made her first appearance before the Tribunal of the Invisibles. Chapter 31. There they were, all 7 of them, just like the first time, masked, silent, impenetrable as ghosts. The 8th figure, who had spoken to Consuelo on that occasion and was apparently the mouthpiece for the council and the initiator of the disciples, addressed her in these terms. Consuelo, you have already undergone trials from which you have emerged to your glory and our satisfaction. You have our confidence, and we're going to prove it to you. Wait, said Consuelo. You believe me without reproach, and that's not so. I've disobeyed you, I left the retreat that you assigned me. Out of curiosity? No. Can you say what you learned? What I learned is very personal to me. I have among you a confessor to whom I can and will reveal it. The old man that Consuelo was invoking stood up and said, I know everything. The child's fault is minor. She knows nothing of the matters about which you want her to know nothing. She'll confide in me once the 2 of us are alone together. Meanwhile, put this time to good use and reveal to her without delay what she needs to know. I vouch for her in all things. The initiator continued after having turned to the tribunal and received a sign of agreement. Listen carefully, he said to her, I'm speaking to you in the name of those whom you see gathered here. It is their spirit, their breath, so to speak, that inspires me. It is their doctrine that I'm going to explain to you. The distinctive feature of the religions of antiquity is that they had 2 faces, one outward in public, one inward in secret, one being the spirit, the other, the form or the letter. Behind the crude and material symbol, the deep meaning, the sublime idea. Egypt and India, great examples of ancient religions and mothers of pure doctrine, exhibit to the highest degree that dual aspect, the inevitable and fatal sign of societies in their infancy and of the suffering that goes along with humanity's developing genius. You recently learned what the great mysteries of Memphis and Eleusis were all about, and now you know why the knowledge of God, politics, and society, which was all in the hands of the chief priests with their threefold powers, religious, military and industrial, did not pass down to the lower classes in these ancient societies. The idea of Christianity, enveloped in purer, more transparent symbols in the words of the Revealer, was born to bring the knowledge of truth and the light of faith down into the souls of the people. But theocracy, an inevitable abuse of religions constituted amid turmoil and danger, soon did its best to put the dogma under a veil once again, and it was corrupted in the process.
idolatry and mysteries reappeared, and in Christianity's painful development one saw the chief priests of apostolic Rome lose, by divine punishment, the divine light and sink back into the darkness into which they wanted to plunge all humanity. From that point on, human intelligence developed in ways completely different from those of the past.
The temple was no longer, as in antiquity, the sanctuary of truth.
Superstition and ignorance, the crude symbol, the dead letter, held sway on the altars and thrones.
The Spirit descended at last into the classes that had been demeaned too long.
Poor monks, obscure doctors, humble penitents, all virtuous apostles of primitive Christianity, turned the secret, persecuted religion into the asylum of unknown truth. They did all they could to initiate the people into the religion of equality, and in the name of St. John they preached a new gospel, that is to say, a freer, bolder, purer interpretation of the Christian revelation. You know the history of their labors, struggles, and martyrdom. You know how the peoples have suffered, their ardent inspirations, terrifying bursts of energy, grievous downfalls and stormy reawakenings, and through so many exertions, by turns dreadful and sublime, their heroic perseverance in fleeing the darkness and finding the ways of God. The time is near when the veil of the temple will be forever rent asunder, when the mob will storm the sanctuaries of the Holy Ark. Then symbols will vanish, and access to truth will no longer be guarded by the dragons of religious and monarchical despotism. Every man will be able to walk in the way of light and approach God with all the strength of his soul.
No one will say to his brother any longer, "Your lot is ignorance and humility. Close your eyes and take the yoke."
On the contrary, every man will be able to ask his peers to use their eyes, hearts, and arms to help him fathom the secrets of sacred knowledge. But that time is not yet here, and today we can only hail the glimmer of dawn on the horizon.
This is still the age of secret religion. Mystery's task is not yet accomplished.
We are still shut in the temple, busy forging the weapons to ward off the enemies who come between us and the peoples, and forced as yet to keep our doors closed and words secret so that no one can come wrest out of our hands the Holy Ark, rescued with such difficulty and reserved for the community of mankind. So now you're being welcomed in the new temple, but it's still a fortress that has been upholding the cause of liberty for centuries without having won it.
War is all around us. We want to be liberators, we're still only combatants.
You're here to receive the fraternal communion, the banner of salvation, the emblem of liberty, and perhaps to die in the breach among us. This is the destiny you've accepted. Perhaps you'll succumb without having seen the standard of victory waving over your head.
It is still in the name of St. John that we call men to the crusade.
It is still a symbol that we invoke. We are heirs to the Johannites of long ago, the unknown, mysterious, and steadfast successors to Wycliffe, Jan Hus, and Luther. We want, as they did, to emancipate the human race, but, like them, we ourselves are not free, and like them, we may be marching to the stake. Yet the battle is being fought on new ground, and the weapons are of a different sort. We still defy the law in its irascible severity and face proscription, poverty, imprisonment, death, for the means of tyranny are always the same, whereas ours are no longer incitements to material revolt and bloody sermons about the cross and the sword.
Our war is wholly intellectual, as is our mission. We appeal to the mind and spirit, and we act by the same. It's not with weapons that we can overthrow governments, organized and sustained with all the resources of brute force nowadays.
We're waging a slower, stealthier, and deeper war by going after their hearts.
We're unsettling their foundations by demolishing the blind faith and idolatrous respect they seek to inspire.
We're making what no one dares any longer call the poison of philosophy penetrate everywhere, into the courts, even into the restless, fascinated minds of princes and kings. We're destroying all the illusions, and from the top of our fortress we're launching a bitter attack on the altar and the throne with fervent truth and implacable reason. Victory will be ours, have no doubt. In how many years, how many days? That we don't know. But our endeavor has such a long history, it has been conducted with such faith, smothered with so little success, resumed with such ardor, pursued with such passion that it cannot fail. It has become immortal in nature like the immortal goods it has resolved to conquer. This work was begun by our ancestors, and every generation has dreamed of completing the task. Were we ourselves not animated by some of the same hope, perhaps our zeal would be less fervent, less effective, but if the spirit of doubt and irony now ruling the world were to prove to us, by its cool calculations and overwhelming arguments, that we are chasing a dream that can only be realized several centuries from now, our firm belief in our saintly cause would be unshaken. Despite the extra toil and pain, we wouldn't work any less hard for the men of the future. That's because there is uniting us to the men of the past and the generations of the future a religious bond so tight and so strong that we've almost smothered in ourselves the selfish and personal side of human individuality. This is what the common man cannot understand, and yet there is in aristocratic pride something like our hereditary religious enthusiasm. Great lords sacrifice much to glory to be worthy of their ancestors and bequeath many honors to posterity, whereas we, architects of the temple of truth, sacrifice much to virtue to carry on the work of the masters and train hard-working apprentices. By the mind, spirit, and heart we live in the past, present, and future at one and the same time. Those who have gone before and those who will come after are as much us as we ourselves. We believe in the transmission of life, feelings, and generous instincts in souls just as patricians believe in the transmission of racial excellence through their blood. We go even further, we believe in the transmission of life, individuality, the soul, and the human person. We feel ourselves fatally, providentially called to carry on the work that we have already dreamed, always pursued, and promoted from century to century. Among us there are even a few who have pushed the contemplation of the past and future to the point of almost losing the notion of the present. That's the sublime fever, the ecstasy of our believers and saints, for we have our saints, our prophets, perhaps also our fanatics and visionaries, but however frenzied or sublime their transports, we respect their inspiration, and in our midst Albert the ecstatic and seer has only found brothers full of sympathy for his pain, of admiration for his enthusiasm. We also have faith in the convictions of the Count de Saint-Germain, whom the world considers an impostor or a madman. Even though his reminiscences of a past inaccessible to human memory are calmer, more precise, and even more inconceivable than Albert's ecstasies, they are likewise endowed with a sincere, lucid quality which it is impossible for us to mock. We have among us many other fanatics, mystics, poets, men of the people, philosophers, artists, ardent members of sects gathered under the banners of various leaders, Bamists, Theosophists, Moravians, Herrnhuters, Quakers, even pantheists, Pythagoreans, Zorophagists, Illuminati, Johannites, Knights Templar, Millenarians, Joachimites, etc. All these ancient sects, even though less widespread now than when they first sprang up, are still in existence, and they haven't even changed much. It is the nature of this age to reproduce at one and the same time every form of religious and philosophical thought that the genius of innovation or reform created one after the other in the past. So we recruit our disciples in these various groups without requiring that their precepts be absolutely identical, which would be impossible these days. All that we need to see in them is an ardor for destruction, and they are summoned into our ranks. The whole of our organizing skill consists in choosing constructors only from among those minds that are above factional bickering, whose passion for truth, thirst for justice, and instinct for moral beauty are stronger than family habits and sectarian rivalry. Moreover, it's not as difficult as one thinks to make very different elements work together. These differences are more apparent than real. At bottom, all heretics, I use this word with respect, agree on the main point, which is to destroy intellectual and material tyranny, or at least to protest it. The antagonisms that have thus far delayed the fusion of all this generous and useful resistance come from pride and jealousy, which are inherent vices in the human condition, the fatal and inescapable counterweight to all human progress. By dealing deftly with this touchiness and allowing each communion to keep its leaders, institutions, and rituals, one can constitute, if not a society, at least an army, and, as I've told you, we are still only an army marching toward the conquest of a promised land, an ideal society. Human nature has only come so far, and there are so many shades of character in people, so many different degrees in the conception of truth, such varied aspects, all ingenious manifestations of the rich nature that created human genius, that it is absolutely necessary to leave to each the conditions of his inner life and the elements of his force of action. Our work is great, our task immense. It is not merely a universal empire that we want to found on a new order and equitable foundation, we want to reconstitute a religion. We feel certain, moreover, that one is impossible without the other. For that reason we have two modes of action. One is wholly material, undermining and bringing down the old world by criticism, analysis, even derision, Voltaireanism and everything that goes along with it. The formidable alliance of all those with bold resolve and strong passions speeds us on in that direction. Our other mode of action is entirely spiritual. It's a matter of building the religion of the future. The very finest models of intellect and virtue are assisting us in this unceasing labor of thought. The Invisible's function as a council that cannot meet publicly because of its persecution by the official powers, but it deliberates without pause and works with one inspiration all over the civilized world. Mysterious communications bring the grain to the threshing floor as it ripens and sow it in the field of humanity after we've stripped it from the stalk. It is in this underground work that you can join. Once you've accepted this mission, we'll tell you how. I accept, said Consuelo in a firm voice, stretching forth her arm to signify her vow. No hasty promises, woman of generous instincts and enterprising soul. You may not have all the virtues such a mission would require. You have traveled through the world and there you've already learned prudence, what is called savoir-vivre, discretion, decorum. I don't flatter myself in that regard, replied Consuelo, smiling with modest pride. Well then, you've learned at least to doubt, to argue, to scoff, to question. To doubt, perhaps. Rid me of doubt which was not part of my nature, which has made me suffer, and I shall bless you. Rid me, above all, of self-doubt, which would sap all my strength. We'll rid you of doubt only by explaining our principles to you. As for giving you material assurances of our good faith and power, we won't do anything more than we have done thus far. Let the services already rendered you suffice. We'll always assist you when need be, but we'll make you privy to the mysteries of our thoughts and actions only insofar as we've assigned you a role in them. You won't know who we are. You'll never see our faces. You'll never know our names unless some great interest of the cause forces us to break the rule of anonymity and invisibility that we maintain with our disciples. Can you obey and blindly trust men who will never be anything more to you than abstract beings, living ideas, mysterious supporters, and advisors? Only vain curiosity could make me want to know you otherwise. I hope never to feel that childish impulse. It is not a matter of curiosity, but of mistrust. Yours would be justified according to the world's logic and prudence. A man is responsible for his actions, his name acts as a guarantee or a warning, his reputation supports or undermines his deeds or designs.
Have you considered that you'll never be able to compare the conduct of any one of us in particular with the precepts of the order?
You'll have to believe in us as though we were saints, not knowing if we're not hypocrites. You may even have to witness injustice, perfidy, and apparent cruelty stemming from our decisions. You won't be able to examine our methods any more than our intentions.
Will you have faith enough to walk on the edge of an abyss with your eyes closed?
That was the way I practiced Catholicism as a child, replied Consuelo after a moment's reflection. I opened my heart and surrendered my conscience to a priest whose face remained hidden behind the veil of the confessional, whose name and life remained unknown to me. In him I saw nothing but the mediator with God. The man was nothing to me.
I was obeying Christ and didn't bother about the minister. Do you find that so difficult? Now then, raise your hand if you mean to carry on.
Wait, said Consuelo.
Your answer may decide the rest of my life, but will you allow me one question, for the first and last time?
You see. Already you're hesitating and seeking assurances beyond your spontaneous inspiration and the impetus of your heart toward the idea that we represent.
Speak even so. The question you are eager to ask will enlighten us as to your frame of mind. Here it is. Has Albert been initiated into all your secrets?
Yes.
In all respects?
In all respects.
And he's with you?
Say rather that we're with him. He is one of our council's luminaries, the purest, perhaps the most divine.
Why didn't you tell me that in the first place? I wouldn't have hesitated for an instant.
Let me, where you wish, dispose of my life.
I am yours, and so I swear. You're stretching out your hand. But on what do you swear? On Christ, whose image I see here. Who is Christ?
The mind of God, revealed to humanity.
Is the whole mind of God in the letter of the Gospels?
I don't believe so, but I do believe it is all there in the spirit of the Gospels.
We are satisfied with your answers and accept the vow you've just made.
Now we're going to instruct you in your duties to God and to us. First, learn the 3 words that are the whole secret of our mysteries, words that we reveal to many members only very slowly and cautiously. You don't need a long apprenticeship, and yet you'll have to do some thinking to understand their full significance. Liberty, fraternity, equality, this is the mysterious, deep formula of the work of the invisibles.
Is that really the whole mystery?
It seems like no mystery to you, but look at the state of society, and you'll see that, for men used to being ruled by despotism, inequality, antagonism, it takes a whole education, conversion, revelation to arrive at a clear understanding of the human possibility, social necessity, and moral obligation of this triple precept: liberty, equality, fraternity. The few right minds and pure hearts that naturally protest against tyranny's injustice and disorder grasp the secret doctrine right away. They make rapid progress, for it's only a matter of teaching them the methods of application that we've discovered. But for the great majority, prominent people, courtiers, and those with power, imagine all the care and address it requires to let them ponder the immortal work's sacred formula. One has to use all kinds of symbols and circumlocutions and convince them that it is nothing more than an illusory liberty confined to the exercise of individual thought, a relative equality extended only to members of the association and to be enjoyed only in its secret, voluntary meetings, Finally, a romantic fraternity agreed upon by a certain number of persons and limited to little favors, a few good works and mutual assistance. For these slaves to custom and prejudice, our mysteries are merely the statutes of heroic orders revived from ancient chivalry, doing no harm to the powers that be nor offering any remedy to the suffering of the peoples. For such individuals, there are only insignificant ranks, degrees of trivial knowledge, or banal antiquity, a series of initiations whose bizarre rites amused their curiosity without enlightening their minds.
They think they know everything and know nothing.